Let's go ahead and get started for day two of the Digital Learning Conference. We have a great day. I know in my room, we've got some really great sessions, and we're going to kick it off with James McQuiggan. So James, are you there? We're going to go ahead and open it up to you and just let you have it.
Awesome. Well, we
Welcome.
will we will do the ever famous video conference call bingo. Hopefully you can see me, you can hear me, and the more importantly is that you're going to be able to see my presentation. So let's see here. Share. Good. There. Yep. I can see that I'm sharing it. I'm getting a thumbs up from Todd. Excellent. Thank you very much, Todd. I am very excited to be joining you all again. I've had the pleasure of being here in previous years, delivering presentations in cybersecurity. And before you all go, oh no, not another cybersecurity presentation, this one's going to be rather interesting. This one's going to mess with your perception of what's real and what's fake, and everything else that's online. So I appreciate the introduction that I got from Todd. But in nowadays, with the way technology is, I was able to create my own introduction. So let me see if this, oh, I got to set something here first. Share the sound, got to optimize for video. There we go. So I created my own introduction, and hopefully this isn't too shocking or scary for anybody.
I'm really excited that we have James McQuiggan here from KnowBe4 to talk to you all about deepfakes. There is no one better to educate you about this, so make sure you pay attention so I don't give anyone detention for passing notes in his session. Take it away, James.
All right, so yes, you probably can already surmise that that was a generated video of your superintendent for the school district. If not, then it's some poor gentleman that I ended up picking out randomly off the internet. But the other thing is, as we go through here this morning, I do have the YouTube chat open up here off to the right side. That's why if I'm looking down, I'm looking at the chat. So you can leave comments, you can drop some questions in there. I'll get to them at the end. But if you've got questions, concerns, ideas, things you want to say, definitely drop that in there. But yeah, so that intro video, I utilized Dr. Killian's image from the CFISD website. It's his photo that he has on there, and then using software and spending, I think, $10 per month for that platform. I then used audio of him from another interview that he did, and took that audio. I only needed about 30 seconds, and then went through and used another program to type in what I wanted him to say. It generated the audio file, and I uploaded it in with the picture, and it generated that image for me. Total time from getting the audio, finding the YouTube video to the endpoint of this was probably about 30 minutes. Might have been a little quicker, but I'm sitting here in a hotel and the Wi-Fi may not have been as fast. So yeah. All right. So essentially, AI is now lowering the bar for cyber criminals to be able to attack educational institutions, attack organizations, and that includes education institutions. And we're seeing it already happening, and we're going to go through that here today. But how then can AI help us defend against cyber criminals? If we're using it for all kinds of great things in our classrooms, we're dealing with the issue of our students using it, we're using it for their homework, their assignments, but also using it for creating inappropriate images. And that's another issue into itself, another deepfakes as well. So we're going to look at how AI can help us as well. Now, you saw that previous video and you're looking at it going, okay, good deepfake. When the whole presentation's on deepfake, your mind is already set to go, anything he shows us is going to be fake. Well, I got another video that I had to reach out to Dr. Killian to ask if he could do for me. And you let me know what you think.
I'm really excited that we have James McQuiggan here from KnowBe4 to talk to you all about deepfakes. There is no one better to educate you about this. So make sure you pay attention so I don't give anyone detention for passing notes in his session. Take it away, Jane.
Yeah, same audio. I just applied it a little differently using a different tool. This, I actually pulled video of him talking in an interview. I noticed he'd shaved the beard, which it kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't quite sure it was him. But this was another platform. Again, I think it was $10 a month to use it. And what it does is it changes the whole mouth area, keeps everything else. This is a video of him. It kept the whole video. It just manipulated and changed that to match the audio of what I had already had him pre-say. So yeah, it's not that hard, and it just takes a little bit of time. Again, start to finish for this one took about 15 to 20 minutes. So all in all, it was very easy to be able to create this video. Now, I was a little tongue-in-cheek and got crafty with it, but these videos, or being able to generate this kind of material, can pose other significant threats, because if it was saying other things, whether inappropriate or whatever, but it could be used and be convincing. Because when you watch this video, if you were to watch it out of context, out of the fact that this was me doing a presentation on the dark side of AI and deception, if this had played in the school videos, you know, what would that have presented? What kind of different perspective would that have brought to all of you as well? All right. So again, my name is James McQuiggan. I'm a cybersecurity advocate for KnowBe4. I'm also a university professor. So I feel your pain. I'm dealing with the generative AI issues as well. And I'm going to talk about that, some tips and things that I've been doing. I'm very active in regards to cybersecurity in the community, and been involved in cybersecurity for well over 25 years. I have it's a passion of mine. I love to educate, love to talk to people, help them gain that awareness of when it comes to cybersecurity overall. All right, enough about me. Essentially, what my day job is I go around and I talk with people about the importance of securing their dried grapes. Yeah, it's raising security awareness. So there you go. So there may be some more of these sprinkled through the presentation. I do know that there will be a code probably popping up at some point as well. So keep your eyes peeled with regards to that. All right, so we're going to talk about how AI is an incredible tool. It's available to all of us, but like any other tool, it can be used maliciously. And we're going to look at those different ways. We're going to look at how we can protect and defend when it comes to AI, and then how do we continue to educate the people that we're working with, the colleagues, our students, parents, family, friends. And so we're going to go through some tips and tricks with regards to that as well. All right. So AI, I'm going to kind of do a baseline. I'm not sure if everybody's fully aware of how we got here when it came to AI. Some folks are thinking with ChatGPT, that was the beginning of AI. We're going to look at the dark side of AI. We're going to look at how cyber criminals are doing it. We'll look at how to defend and protect. And then we will wrap up, do questions, and get you onto your next session. All right. So how did we get here? Well, we go all the way back to the 1940s. Yes, there's a bit of a history lesson in here today. So you get a little bit of tech, a little bit of history. There might be some math. Who knows? We'll see. But we go all the way back to the mid-40s, and we go back to Alan Turing. And Alan Turing was the scientist that created that bomb computer that defeated the encryption of the Enigma computer way back in the World War II. But what he stated, and this was after the success of the cracking the Enigma code and everything else, but he made a statement way back then that said, what we want eventually is get to a machine that can learn from experience, and that the possibility of letting that machine alter its own instructions, providing the mechanisms for it. Back in the late 40s, he was already thinking about how can we get machines, instructions, to be able to analyze and then reprogram or redo their instructions. Again, working towards thinking like a human. And so now we fast forward, now it's only in the mid 50s and you have the Dartmouth Conference. The founding fathers of artificial intelligence started with John McCarthy, and all of these folks were from colleges and tech companies, IBM, Bell Telephone. You had Harvard involved as well, all these brilliant scientists coming together and came up with the concept of artificial intelligence, that concept that Alan Turing had decided. And in the 1950s, technology is not quite there yet. And so it's not until the 90s where we have Deep Blue, where you have IBM's computer that is playing chess against the world champion, Garry Kasparov, at that time. And ironically, Gary beat Deep Blue the first 3 games. And every time they had to go away, the programmers had to go away and rework some stuff and getting it to think on its own and analyze and so forth. It ended up beating him on the 4th game and the 5th game, I believe, as well. But then we fast forward from the late 90s to early 2000 teens, 2011, I believe. And here we have on Jeopardy, you had Watson. And Watson took it a step further. It wasn't just, using a camera to see the chessboard and to see what's going on. This was auditory. It was listening for words, processing what those words were, determining what the answer was, responding back within at a specific moment, because the way Jeopardy is, you have to ring in when the question's finished, and then give a response. And he had to do that from text to voice. So there was a lot of technology that was going on in between all that. And as you can see, it pretty well wiped the floor. This is Final Jeopardy. And the answer was, who is Bram Stoker? But more importantly, and I thought it was kind of cool, because there's Ken Jennings on the left-hand side, the current host of Jeopardy. And his response, I thought, was kind of neat, but it's what he said underneath it. I, for one, welcome our new computer overlords. Ken Jennings is recognizing that, yep, what we've got going on with these computers, they're not going away anytime soon, and especially with artificial intelligence. And when we think about AI, artificial intelligence, we think about systems thinking on their own, learning machine code, learning automation, doing certain things at certain points in time. When we've got the machine learning, the deep learning, the neural networks, the large language models, all of these are now around us in our homes. Everything from our smartphones, cameras, being able to detect people, movement, seeing what's in your fridge and letting you know that you're running low on milk because it sees that the milk is down low enough. Your watch, the health applications that are coming out of that, your thermostat, Alexa and Siri and all the other personal assistants, that vacuum cleaner that you have at home that cleans the house for you, if you have one. All of these are leveraging some capability of artificial intelligence, where they've been given instructions and they're able to rewrite their instructions based on something happening or new information coming in or whatever it may be. And essentially, AI is that new electricity. And that was a fun quote from Andrew Ng, who's a professor at Stanford University. And when we look at AI, again, you've got all these aspects that go into it. But for us, it's kind of like our smartphones. They are working. We're not worrying about the code that goes on behind it. We're not worrying about the communication paths that have to happen from our phone. It's like electricity. We're not worried about the power plants, getting electricity, how it's generated, getting it onto the power lines, getting it to our homes, into our homes, all the physics and the science and everything else, unless you're a science teacher, but all of that goes behind it. We just know that when we plug in our smartphone or we turn on the TV or we turn on a light, it's there. And when there's no electricity, it all goes away. Everything goes off. But AI is that new electricity. We're not worried about all the neural networks, the large language models and everything behind it. We just know that when we type in a prompt in generative AI or something on Midjourney to generate an image, or VO3 on Google Gemini to generate a video, we just expect it to work. We're not worried about the science behind it. And that's kind of where we are with that convergence and democratization now when it comes to AI. AI is helping big data, Internet of Things devices, helping generative aspects, the videos, the imagery, and everything else, basically making it and accelerating a lot faster. For years in IT and cybersecurity, we had something called Moore's Law. And that basically stated that every 18 months, the capabilities of technology would double. Larger hard drive space, more memory, processing capabilities in a computer. Every 18 months, that would double. With AI, generative AI, we're now seeing that every 7 to 9 months. So something you could start using this semester, here we are at the beginning of the school year. By the beginning of your next semester, it's completely evolved and doubled in capability and changed. We are at the worst time of how AI is operating because it's getting better and evolving extremely quickly. For good, for bad, for ugly, whatever it may be. But for us as educators, it's helping us. It can help us in a lot of different ways as well. We just may still like to do it the old-fashioned way, but we know that with AI, it's radically changing our environment and our society. Now, for the English teachers out there, I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but there's now a social media platform that's not allowing book clubs. Yeah, no book clubs on this particular social media platform. Yeah, that platform, Reddit. So there you go. All right. So let's talk about how cyber criminals are leveraging AI for themselves. And essentially, and there's 15 of them here. I could do a whole day on all of these, but I'm going to just pick a couple that will be important for you, and I'll present those to you. And if you've got questions, definitely drop them into the YouTube chat because I've got that up, or you're dropping them into Todd. But anyway, so these are just a handful of the different ways, and through research and things that I've seen, how cyber criminals can leverage artificial intelligence for their own attacks. But I want to talk about shadow AI. And I know Todd is going, oh, thank you, appreciate this. And all the tech folks are appreciative of this because, we love, whether we like using it or we don't like using it, but between OpenAI, Gemini, Claude, Grok, all the different large, or even Olama, the different ones that are out there, open source ones, the large language models that are out there, if we may be blocked within our work environments, it may be something that's not allowed. We may be blocking it for the students, but all they have to do is get their smartphone and be able to access it and then email whatever the results there are back to them. So we know, and we've seen studies that shadow AI is on the rise. Shadow IT is when people go off and create their own cloud servers or create their own accounts on other platforms to use services and products on their work machines. Same with shadow AI. We've got people that are leveraging AI capabilities for a variety of other resources that may or may not be allowed by the school district. So we know that is increasing. And the kicker to it is people are putting sensitive data on there. Could be information about students, could be strategy information about the school. It could be, you're trying to write a letter to a parent, letting them know that little Bobby has been skipping school and, is behind on his schoolwork. And you may have a template for that. Or it's just, I'll upload, here's all the absences they had, and write a very firm letter, and ChatGPT writes it for you. And that could be a concern. So we know that half the employees, it's up 158%. It was 38%. Now it's half the people. And don't get me wrong, I love using ChatGPT. I love using all the large language models. So it's important that whatever we're uploading or putting in there, that either sanitized, you just insert like a blank name or a different name or whatever, but try not to upload anything that is that's anything sensitive overall. We're seeing AI spear phishing, social engineering, overdue invoices. It could be emails that are generated by a large language model, by ChatGPT. We're seeing an increase in these phishing emails. And you can read all the statistics. But essentially, for years, and I know Todd will agree with me on this one, but for years, we always used to say, check the spelling, check the grammar. Because if it's poorly spelled and the grammar is really bad and it's not your third grader that's writing it, most likely it's been written by somebody that English isn't their first language. somebody maybe from Russia or China, North Korea, all the different nation states that try to attack us. However, now with the ability of using large language models of ChatGPT, Gemini, and so forth, it is very easy to write an email, to get ChatGPT to write an email as if you're sending it to a teacher to convince them that, hey, we are now, pretend that they're coming from the school district, and basically writing the email that says, now that it's the first day of school, we're all excited that all you teachers are back. We know that it's going to be an amazing year, so we're giving everybody a free $10 gift card to Starbucks. Click on the link to sign up and get your name so we can send it to you. I have a strong suspicion, and my wife is a school teacher. She's a 5th grade social studies English teacher. She's learned through me over the years, and she's a bit skeptical as well. But she knows that she would have a number of teachers that would definitely be signing up for that, or a $25 or free coffee. They tug at the heartstrings. They go after your emotions. And we're going to talk about some tips in a little bit of what you can do. But we've seen a significant increase in phishing. We know cyber criminals are trying to leverage and write it in any language, whether they're going to write it in English, Spanish, Italian, French, Estonian, Russian, Portuguese, whatever it may be. It's now a lot easier to write it in another language and know that the grammar is correct and the spelling is correct. There's tools that are out there for cyber criminals that we're seeing on the dark web with regards to these different large language models where there's no guardrails. If you were to go in and ask ChatGPT to write you a phishing email, it would push back. But if you were to say, hey, I'm writing an email to a teacher to convince them to sign up for the free Starbucks card, then it would write it. But we know there's a lot of malicious large language model tools that are out there for them as well to use. We know that they're using it for password cracking. And essentially there are services and tools where they can go through and if they gain access into the school and gain access to the accounts, they can download essentially, I'm going to say encrypted, but it's not the right word, but your passwords aren't stored in a clear, what we call clear text. They're not sitting in a database so I can easily see that your password is password 123. They are essentially what we say is called hashed, where they're translated or they're changed to a 16 or 32 character length word. And it's not a word, it's all jumbled characters and letters and so forth. However, there are tools out there that allow you to take a listing of all the different passwords that have been ever discovered, stolen in data breaches, whether it's 2 billion or 26 billion, and essentially run through all the variations of those passwords hashed. And then they compare it against what they've downloaded or stolen from an organization. So you've got this series of passwords that are disguised, we'll say, and you know what the disguised words are through using this other program. So it's able to reverse engineer the passwords essentially. And it's not like your password 123. It's not, your dog's name or whatever else. Let me give you an example of what we've done at KnowBe4, where our security team have gone through. You look at all these passwords and you're probably looking at them going, yeah, that meets the requirements. There's 16 characters, you got numbers, special characters, you got capital letters. But we were able to crack these passwords, essentially using a multi-server rig, essentially is the way to put it. There are 6 different servers all working in conjunction, running through trillions of passwords a second. Now, this wasn't cheap to set up, roughly $100,000 to put this rig together. So you're not going to have your high school students going out and getting mom and dad to buy them one of these. But this is what cyber criminals and high-end pen testers, red teamers, this is what they're using to be able to crack passwords this strong. But, excuse me, $100,000 to have this rig to crack those passwords out of the 2,000 that we have with KnowBe4, to then gain access to organizations, their data, and then ransom them or extort them for millions of dollars, that $100,000 is basically a drop in the bucket. So this is why strong passwords are a real requirement. When you've got your IT folks and everybody going, hey, we need to use strong passwords, don't be using pet names, family names, or whatever, use those strong passwords overall. So yes, this is why we always push about strong password. So deepfakes and synthetic media. We know that we've been dealing with them, we've been seeing them, but essentially, we've even had, these were images that were generated. A poor woman, French woman, got conned out of $850,000 because they were sending all kinds of pictures to her, telling her that, Brad loves you. And it was Brad's mom that was, sending her these images. And unfortunately, this woman ended up sending the money. We can look at the images and go, yeah, we know those are fake. But to somebody that's not aware, doesn't have that awareness, they're going to completely fall for it. And that's where a lot of this comes down to, is that awareness. Here we have the Hollywood sign. They've even had videos where you had the Hollywood sign burning. You had people that lived in LA that went down to the Hollywood sign to try to help, to go see it because they felt bad about it. And essentially, they get down there and it's fine. Now we're looking at this and you may be realizing, okay, we know that's fake because Hollywood is not spelled with 2 Ds. So we know that is happening there. So we've even had it with audio, deepfake audio calls. You had, these are 2 examples, but basically one of them got a text message that came from the CEO and then got a phone call from the CEO. You have and they were able to realize, okay, this is fake. They had that understanding. But if somebody isn't aware of that, and we've seen this already been happening. Another example, another tech person working out of California, he got a phone call from his daughter, didn't recognize the number, but when he answered, he heard his daughter, and she was saying that she'd been in a car accident. She sounded all upset. And she said, I'm going to give you the phone. I'm using the guy who I hit. I'm using his phone and he's going to talk to you because he wants to get paid now. He wants the insurance money. So at this point, the guy was already, this is kind of suspicious. So he texted his wife and go, hey, can you check on our daughter? So he starts talking to the guy and trying to see what he's looking for. And he's looking for $5,000, send it through here. And the guy from Palo was basically saying, I don't have that kind of money on me right now. And the guy's like, okay, well, I'll take 2,000. Well, he ends up getting the text that said his daughter was fine. She was at school. She was at university. She was in class. She was fine. And he realized, okay, this was fake. But he took the necessary step to verify that it was or wasn't his daughter by getting his wife to check on her, rather than falling victim to sending the scammer $1,000 or $2,000. So they're going to ask for money. They want to make money. That's what they're in it for, these scammers. They're going to get what they can get, essentially. A couple $1,000, $2,000 or $3,000 overall. The deep fake that you saw at the beginning, these are other ones that I've done. Some of them, you look at it and go, okay, yeah, no, I know it's fake. But if I were to use this in a video call and leverage that, it would be a lot more convincing. And we've seen it, events already happening with it. I just saw something pop up on the previous thing. The other thing to do is you can have a code word, or you can ask questions when it comes to these kind of calls. It's extremely scary, especially if it's a loved one and you're very concerned. One of the things that I've talked with my kids about is we have a safe word. If I'm unsure who you are, I'm going to ask for the safe word, or you're going to need to tell me right away. Or I may ask a really unusual question. We had an incident. There was an event with the CFO of Ferrari, the car company, where he got one of these scam calls pretending to be the president, sounded just like him. And the request was wanting to transfer money. And so essentially the CFO asked the scammer, hey, what was the name of that book that you recommended to me the other day? They knew they were beat, and so they hung up. But having unusual questions where it could be, hey, it was great having you over for dinner the other night. What was that dish that you cooked? What was in that again? Having those questions, having those code words goes a long way. But being able to create these deep fakes doesn't take a lot of time. It's very easy, especially if you can already take video. Down in the lower left-hand corner, those two, the one that's the young lady with the blue headphones and the guy in the lower left corner, both of those are taken from real videos. And I just manipulated the mouth area like I did with Dr. Killian at the beginning. It looks a little more believable. And if you're not expecting it and it's out of the blue, it could throw you. Now, those are generated videos. We're now dealing with real-time face swaps. Now, because of this setup, if I was doing this in person, I would do this. I have another laptop that I use that allows me to do face swaps. And here we have my good friend Perry Carpenter. He's wearing a wig because the face swap basically just changes out this part of the face. And so he can look like Taylor Swift. I don't know what his fascination is with Taylor Swift, but he got a wig so he could look like Taylor Swift. And even turning the head a little bit gives that believability. And essentially, we can put this into like a Zoom call or as a webcam. So we have the face swap. Excuse me. The voice cloning is now available that's out there. Again, leveraging the audio, having that as a voice profile can easily go through and swap faces. You essentially need a high-end system with the latest graphic cards. You're going to spend a couple $1,000s. A high-end gaming rig allows you to do this. So you've got some of your students that have these high-end gaming rigs can download this software, pay the $10 a month, and be doing face swaps. I've done it in Zoom meetings for work, just kind of as a joke. But it's got a high level of believability that goes with it. And we've seen this already in play. Last year, you had a company over in Hong Kong. The CFO from the UK called a worker at the organization in Hong Kong, convinced them to transfer $25 million over 9 different wire transfers because it was done through text messages and then a video chat with not only the CFO, but also board members. So they did a lot of work and a lot of setup to bring all of them together, but $25 million, and they probably spent 50 grand to set all that up. So again, the return on that is very easy and quick for them. And the software is readily available. This particular software that's out there, out on the dark web, they've got plenty of software doing those, being able to do the video call spoofing as well. But now we're also seeing disinformation campaigns where using generated video like VO3, you had the National Guard posts that were going on TikTok at the LA riots that were going on last month, where this was completely fake. And people were sharing this around. And shortly after the Iran-Israel conflict started, the war started, whatever it was, we were seeing videos being generated and putting out there again for disinformation campaigns. Essentially, the lies travel faster than the truth can keep up. And so, for years, we go, political campaigns is the easy one to look at, but even with regards to our own environments where we are, something gets posted and essentially it can warp our sense, or we believe it because it looks real. But again, we're getting to an age where we may have to start being a little more skeptical overall. We know that we've got fake identities being used. You've got North Koreans that are trying to get hired into US tech companies and US companies. It's a whole other level of insider threat, a whole other way to be able to attack an organization. Just get hired by them. And then you've got access to all the information. And this happened to us at KnowBe4. We hired a North Korean, but we shut it down in about 25 minutes once we realized what was going on, because they were trying to load malware onto the system we shipped them. And our IT guy pretty well caught it and shut it down. So that we got lucky there. But we told everybody about it. So that's kind of how all the different ways that cyber criminals are leveraging AI, or some of the ways. But for all of us, we're using our computers every day, but I'm not sure if anybody realizes what kind of music a computer likes to listen to. Yeah, that'd be an algorithm. Algorithm. There you go. All right. So let's talk about some defense. I touched upon it already with regards to, having the code word when it comes to and asking questions on the voice when you think it's a loved one. But we are seeing these deep fakes and all kinds of things already happening. So I'm preaching to the choir. You've seen these, you've heard about these, but AI generated, you've got it happening to the students, phishing attacks, and everything else. And we know that it's gonna get worse before it gets better. There has to be a lot more education, a lot more awareness brought to this when it comes to what's happening with deep fakes. It's just like the way it was with social media 15 years ago. Kids getting on Instagram, Facebook, nowhere near that nowadays, but Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, and putting videos out there. We're back around to that again. We were starting to get I could see things happening, good things happening with it, but now we're back full circle again. Now with the deep fakes being very easy, being able to generate these through imagery, through videos, it's going to get a lot worse, sadly, before it gets better. So thanks, James. Appreciate you telling us, we're, all the problems that are going on, but why isn't there technology to help us? And I feel the pain because this was an article that I came across last year, the 10 best AI deep fake detector tools. And I went through all of these organizations and I wanted to use their product to see if it could detect any deep fakes. Sadly, only one of them had a free version that I could try it out. Every one of these companies wanted to sell me their service. They weren't focused on consumers. They were focused on organizations that it could be used internally. Intel, Microsoft, Hyperverge, Centennial, all of these. I couldn't get my hands on. Now, I haven't gone back and checked. Maybe they are offering free tools. But at the time, a lot of these things were designed for organizations to leverage, because where we need to see this is in the social media, in YouTube, in TikTok. The kicker is YouTube has a little checkbox. When you upload a video, you can state if any of it has been AI generated. You don't have to tick it. It's not checking itself. And that's kind of one of the underlying issues here. So with regards to audio is doing really well in being able to detect fake generated audio. So I had to use a service to generate the audio file of Dr. Killian. I had about 30 seconds of his audio that I pulled from an interview. I uploaded that. It created a model for me. And now I just type in the text that I want and I can get him to say anything that I want him to say. However, we're seeing in a lot of the applications that are being created, online services, they are putting essentially metadata, things in the file for us to be able to identify, or these programs to be able to identify it. But there are ways around that. You can then take that audio file and let's say he was doing an interview. I could put ambient noise in the background. I could put other things to disguise his audio or overlay his audio that makes it harder for these audio programs to be able to detect. When it comes to the video, there's no real-time detection yet. There's a lot of manual effort. There's a lot of high false positives. There's no standardization because of all the different ways that videos are generated and created. And they could do the same thing, put the metadata in there, but there's so many other open source softwares that out there. Here's the video. One of the services that was out there is Deepware. And I ran the video that I created of Dr. Killian through that. And you can see the results. They aren't detecting it. And so this is one of the big issues. And it's easy to be able to misdirect it and come up with other ways to disguise and trick out the detector programs. They've got a way to go. The sad thing is it's an uphill battle. It's so easy to create, but it's so hard to detect. And we need so much more to be turned around on that, where we get more of the, video detection that's in social media that is available on platforms and people to use as well. So great. Technology is not there for us. Now what do we do? All right. Well, we can ask our questions. Is this, a deep fake? And that's really not where we want to go. We want to consider this. And this is fake. Haha. My good friend Perry Carpenter, who I showed you the video of him as Taylor Swift before, he wrote a book called Fake, and he came up with this concept. But it's the same concept that we have when it comes to email. It's essentially when you get something that you have an emotional reaction to, or you're reacting to it, take a moment. He says freeze and feel. But essentially, we want to take a moment, look at the video. What kind of emotional triggers are there? What's the narrative? What is it wanting us to do? See if there's a way to go through and verify it, looking at Snopes or other online resources. But investigate it. Check with your IT department. But essentially, you want to know that it's real or not. You want to confirm that and stay vigilant overall. But essentially, it's important that we are taking that moment, that if we see something and we're reacting, or, oh my God, that's horrible, or, oh my God, I can't believe that happened, that we go through and, take that moment and verify it. And that brings me to the email. If you're not expecting an email, you want to take an extra step to verify that that email is legitimate. And it's a quick moment to go through and do that. Nowadays, I don't know about the rest of you, but I have one of those video camera doorbells at home. And when that doorbell goes off and I get the alert on my phone and I can see who's at the door, if I'm not expecting somebody to be coming to my house, if it's not the pizza guy, it's not Amazon delivery, it's not a friend coming over, if I'm not expecting it, I'm looking at that Ring app and going, who's at my door? Do I want to let this person in? Do I want to talk to this person? Or I'm just going to pretend I'm not home. Same thing with our phones. When the phone rings nowadays, if it's not coming up with the name of somebody that's in my address book and I'm not expecting it, it's going to go to voicemail. Depending on your jobs, depending on your careers, you may have to answer the phone. But for me, it's if I'm not expecting it, I'm going to go through and take a little extra due diligence. Is the person a stranger? Do I know the person? Don't I know the person? And then are they asking me to do something strange or unusual? And if they are, then I'm going to take a moment to verify, check the email address, check the link if I can, send it into the IT department and through the reporting process so they can, either pull it out of everybody else's mailbox or verify if it's real or not. But essentially, we have to take that moment and have that little level of skepticism on there as well. So essentially, we're talking about social engineering. We're talking about how cyber criminals and scammers want to get us taking action that we may or may not otherwise. And the deep fakes, the phishing emails, the audio phone calls, all of that goes towards it. And for me, it's always been a multi-level thing that we can do. There's some stuff in here that may be outside of what you're going to be able to do. But the more important thing is make sure we're using multi-factor authentication in our personal lives and as well as at work. MFA, because with all those passwords out there that are the 26 billion passwords that are out there and $100,000 rig that high-end cyber criminals can go through and crack, we want to make sure that our banking, our social media accounts, anything that we're providing sensitive information to, name, address, we want to make sure that there's some type of multi-factor authentication on there. We're getting a code, we have to enter a code, whatever it may be. Being mindful of your mailbox, have that skepticism as well. Training here through the school, also keeping up to date on current events, but essentially making sure that we have that awareness, that training overall. Now, I don't know if anybody knows anyone that works at Microsoft, but have you ever noticed that Microsoft employees are always so anxious? You know why? It's because they're on Edge. The browser Edge. Yeah. Okay. Anybody, and for the programmers that are out there, anybody know how many programmers it takes to screw in a light bulb? Well, that would be none, because that's a hardware problem. All right. Before I wrap up, do you want to throw the code up there, Todd?
Yeah, James, let me go ahead and do that. And
Okay.
I'm going to take over the sharing piece of it.
Yep.
We also have some questions for you in the chat. I don't know if you want to address those quickly. But guys, this is the code for today. It's going to be up for about a minute. Make sure you grab it. It's really important that you get all those numbers to add to your participant guide at the end of the day.
Adrian asked, what about Face ID and fingerprint verification? Or is there a way for AI to get around those authenticators? Right now, probably not, because it's relying on a camera, unless you were to be able to intercept the camera signal and have it point somewhere else. But even then, with the way that iPhones work, it's not the camera. There's another sensor that's looking at all the vertices, the angles on our face, that it's looking for to be able to verify that. Same with fingerprints. Right now, AI, I don't see even generative AI or anything being able to bypass that. Same with even with the multi-factor authentication codes, it needs that code overall. I've heard that AI doesn't accurately mimic human breathing patterns. Well, usually because it's working off voice, there may be pauses, but the other aspect is how often do we hear somebody breathing? I purposely took the breath there, but usually when you're talking and you have people talking, they're not stopping for that breath until they.
Hey, James, can you hear me there? It seems like we froze. Well, James is coming back in. I'm going to go ahead and let him in. Hey, James.
I tell you, I didn't get hacked. Don't worry about
it. I was wondering, like, is it on my side or is it on your side? But anyway, you're good.
Right.
You're
All
good.
right, let's throw the no, did I lose the present? I think I killed the presentation because okay, there we go. Let's see. Any other quick questions I can answer? The password is random, gets crazy. Yeah. Fasting sure what's possible technology. Did I miss? Oh, give me the name of the. Can you give us the name of the apps? I was told I can't. But there are lots of different ones that are out there, depending on which app it is that I used for the deep fakes. There's plenty of different ones out there. There are a lot of different ways that you can go find that out there. All right, let's share this last part on the wrap up and Q&A and get you guys going here for the next day, the rest of the day. All right. How are we doing? Okay, we got about 10 minutes. Is that right, Todd?
You have about 3 minutes. How about
3
that?
minutes. All right. Let's here we go. Rapid fire time. So we know AI is an incredible tool. You want to ensure that we are taking the right measures with regards to it. Don't upload sensitive information. Utilize the tools that are available, within the school. Personally, that's even at home. You still don't want to be uploading sensitive information yourself. We want to be aware of the AI hallucinations, the deep fakes. We got to trust and verify. The phishing game hasn't changed. The cyber criminals have leveled up. So what are we doing to do the same? You all are a critical layer for the schools in protecting the school, as you do your students. You have an email address, and essentially you have a key to the front door for the school. You may even have your own key to the front door as well. So you want to make sure you don't lose that key or have it stolen. Same thing with your email. You have that ability where, because cyber criminals find it a lot easier, rather than hack the technology, we'll go after the human. We'll send them that email. And so it's important to remember that with that email address, you have the ability to stop, but also let in those cyber criminals by if you end up clicking on one of those links overall. It's okay. We want to trust and verify. It's okay to be skeptical, especially with videos that we're seeing on social media, and be politely paranoid. Until we've got technology caught up and it's available on YouTube, on TikTok, on all the services that can go, yep, this is AI generated, we're playing catch up. We're having to rely on us as the humans. We're still smarter than all of these things. We just need to be aware and apply that as well. But that should be white. Education, preparation, and healthy security habits. That is our defense. Be educated, be prepared, have those good security habits, and we'll be all right in the end. If you want to learn more about deepfakes, I'll have the presentation. These are databases that are available online that share with you all the different things that are going on with regards to deepfakes. So if you want to verify some stuff, this is a great repository. There's tons of newsletters. There's podcasts out there that you can watch as well. Finally, anybody know what a computer and an air conditioner have in common? Yeah, they're both useless when you open Windows. Finally, we're probably all ready for a drink. I know your teacher's first day of school, but computers get drunk by taking screenshots. So there you go. I want to thank you all for your time here today. I think I just hit the mark here. You're more than welcome to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm always posting stories with regards to deepfake, cybersecurity, and whatever else. Just let me know that you saw this presentation, and I'd be happy to accept the invitation. So, Todd, I will send it back to you.
James, I appreciate it. And, as you had that slide there that the humans are the critical factor, I'm starting to see a little bit of a shift. Probably maybe a year, 2 years before COVID, there was a lot of teachers like, hey, we would do sessions on this, presentations. We even did it at our big district, our conferences, and just it wasn't interesting to people. I mean, they would get the little stories and everything, but they didn't see how important it was for them in the classroom. And I think there's a shift we're starting to see, that they realize that it's important for everybody, not only for your own personal, but also for taking care of the students in the classroom.
Exactly. Yep. No, I agree.
Yep. James, thank you so much again. We appreciate you. And I guess we'll see you next DLC.
Sounds good. Take care, everybody.
All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and take a break about 8 minutes. We have Cierra Hypolite-Courville coming up next, and she's going to be talking about one of the softwares that everybody loves, Canva, right? But she's going to be talking about creating and accommodating with Canva. So I know that you're going to love that one. I see the numbers already kind of going up, but take this time to take a little bit of a break, get some water, get a snack, get up and stretch, get some sunlight. And don't forget to hit us on Twitter with the hashtag CFISDDLC. Let us know what you're doing over there. You can tag Sci-Fair EdTech as well as me, at T Sepulveda. I'd love to see what you're doing out there. So let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break, and then we will see you at the 9 o'clock hour.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Did you know you have CFISD EdTech help right from your bookmarks bar? Click CFISD Bookmarks, then click EdTech Help. Here you can access EdTech help and tips 24/7. Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document, It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame on your Promethean panel console. Select the Applications icon. Click on Online Update Now if there are any updates needed. After the updates have been installed, the button will turn gray. The latest updates have already been installed. Regularly check if your panel needs an update. This helps maintain optimal performance.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Did you know you have CFISD EdTech help right from your bookmarks bar? Click CFISD Bookmarks, then click EdTech Help. Here you can access EdTech help and tips 24/7. Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until...
All right, everyone, welcome back to our second session. We're glad that you're here hanging out with us on this one. Great first session with a lot of information, and hopefully you're ready for another session with great information. So for our 9 o'clock session, we have Cierra Hypolite-Courville. She is a language arts teacher at Hopper Middle School right here in CFISD. If you are a Hopper Middle School teacher or you know Cierra, just let her know in the YouTube chat. Let her like, hey, shout out to Cierra. But she's going to be coming and sharing about using Canva and accommodating with Canva. And so Canva is a very well-loved software here in CFISD. We have a lot of usage in it, and it's one that gets a lot of attention. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and invite Alyssa to go ahead and come on in and go ahead and start her presentation. We'll just open it up and allow her to start moving. So if you are in, as Alyssa gets ready and she's coming in, if you are, I'm sorry, not Alyssa, Cierra, as Cierra is coming in, there you go. So I see you don't have a camera on yet, Cierra. I was looking at Alyssa's, I was looking at Alyssa's name. I'm like, Alyssa's looking at me. She's like, do you want me to do the camera presentation? What do you want me to do? Anyway, all right. So Cierra. I'm sorry. So Sierra's on. If you are in CFISD, if you've never gotten into Canva ever, which is probably very rare, you do need to go into my.cfisd.net because that is a way that you SSO in. Okay, I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to turn it over to Cierra. Cierra, it is all yours. You are good to go.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Todd, for the lovely introduction. My name is Cierra Hypolite-Courville, like he said. I actually taught at Dean last year. So if you work at Hopper, I do now teach there. So surprise, I'm your new coworker. But for everyone at Dean, I am going to miss you guys. So, all right, I am going to share my screen. All right. All right, and here we are. So today will be just creating and accommodating things with Canva. I'm going to start off with an overview of Canva, just for our beginners who have never really used Canva, just so they can see the platform. And then I'm going to work our way up and create a worksheet from scratch. So hopefully, if you've never used Canva before, creating this beginner's worksheet will kind of lessen some of the intimidation that comes with using a brand new platform. Then we're going to work our way up a little bit more, and we're going to use whiteboard with Canva. And then lastly, I'm going to show a few of the Magic AI tools and how I use them to accommodate a text. And then hopefully I have time to show some of those ready-made lessons at the end, because those are time savers. And there's a ton of templates that you can use if you have never used them before. All right, so let's get into it. This is your home screen. Whenever you are on Canva's home screen, one of the first things that you'll probably notice is the quick create buttons. That's this toolbar right here. I like that a lot because normally when I log on to Canva, I just start creating. And so I'll usually just click on worksheet, or I'll click on presentation, and then I'll just get started. Your designs are going to be right here. If you want to use this search bar to find anything that you've ever created, you can do that right here. If you need any templates, you can click right here and they'll pop up. Right, and you've got a ton of presentations that are already made and things like that. We're going to look at that a little bit more later. Right now, we're going to go over to the left-hand side. We're going to look at this left navigation bar. This is your home button. It takes you back to your home screen automatically. It's kind of like my reset button. And then we're going to look at projects. So under projects, this is going to be your recent projects. This is going to be everything that you have ever created will be shown here. And then anything that anyone has ever shared with you will also appear here. So when I scroll down to recent designs, this is what I have created recently. And then I've got my folders, and then I've got all of my designs and every single design that anyone has ever shared with me. So that can be overwhelming, especially if you use Canva in the classroom with your students and you want them to share things with you. In order to lessen some of that anxiety, I would divide up my classes using folders. So this is my school account. I've been using Canva for a really long time now. I want to say maybe 8 years. And so I started off with a personal account, and all of my designs are housed in my personal account. So on my personal account, I have everything divided by the type of worksheets and things that I've created. My slides are in one, maybe my first chapter Fridays are in another. In a separate folder, I might have things related to poetry. But on my school account, I divide everything up by class. So that'll show right here. Because we are entering a new school year, I have deleted all my classes for the fresh start. So you won't be able to see those. But I will show you when you come up to the top, on your like toolbar right here, it says owner category date modified. If you click on owner, and you want to find, something that someone has shared with you, I feel that this is the easiest way. It's not the only way, but you can type in anyone's name who works at your school or who attends your school. So let's say, I don't know, Timmy says that he has shared his work with me, and I don't see Timmy's work because, I just have so many things in my design folder. So if I click on owner and I type in Timmy's name, everything that Timmy has ever shared with me will pop up right here. That's a great way to find student work if you feel like, it's just a lot to maintain and you're kind of like scared to use the folders. For designs, again, right here is another one. Everything that you've created and everything that anyone has ever shared with you will also pop up here. So the thing about Canva is there's lots of ways to do the exact same thing, which is good. I don't really see a problem with it. I just kind of do things my way. So if you've already used Canva, you might do things a different way and you might learn a new way to do it. Any images that you've uploaded into Canva will also show up here as well. All right, so we're going to go back to our home screen. Like I said, that's my restart button. And I am going to click on create a design in the top left-hand corner. The reason why I'm going to create a design and not just click on this worksheet right here, this is a standard 8x5 x 11 worksheet. I actually want to customize the size that I'm going to use. So I'm going to go down to custom size. I'm going to click right here. And we're going to go 11. Oh, wait, actually, sorry. You have to change pixels to inches first. Once you do that, you're going to go 11 and then 8x5. And this will give you a landscape worksheet. And it's loading. Oh, someone said it's just like Google Drive now. It really is just like Google Drive. That's like, if you can use Google, you can use Canva now. There's so many similarities. And I like Canva better for a few reasons that I'm going to talk about. All right. Now we are here. And so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to change the title of my design. Let's just title it Freyer Model. And I'll make a graphic organizer. The first thing that I typically do whenever I am creating a worksheet is title it. So I'm going to click the T on my keyboard. Just so you know, I'm using a MacBook Air. T is a shortcut that you could use for a text box. I want to say it's the same on our school computers as well. So when I click on T, a text box will appear. Another way to get that text box is to go to this left-hand side and you can just click on, text here. All right. So I'm going to change this to Freyer Model. All right, and it automatically defaults to Canva Sans, I don't know. I'm going to change it to Solway because I just like that one. And then at the top, I'm going to bold it. And so again, it is just like Google in that aspect where you've got your, your bold, your italics, your underline, the strike through, everything is right here. All right, the next thing that I'm going to do is add a border around my worksheet. And in order to do that, I'm going to click on the R on my keyboard. The R is another shortcut. It'll make the square appear. You can also go to elements on the left-hand side. And if you click on shapes, your shapes will be right here. So I'm going to stretch this out to the size that I want. All right, and obviously we do not want to leave it this like navy blue color. And so I'm going to go to color up here on that toolbar. And I'm going to click on no color. After that, I'm going to hit stroke style. I'm going to click on this line and I'm going to change the weight to 5. All right, and now I've got a border. After that, I'm going to click on this border and I am going to lock it. That way it doesn't move. And so I'm going to click lock position only down here. If you're looking right here on your worksheet, If there's this lock button, do not click that. If you click on it, it's going to lock your whole entire worksheet and you won't be able to edit it anymore. Sometimes students will accidentally click on this and they'll be like, Miss, nothing's working. Always check this lock button right here, because most of the time they just accidentally lock the wrong thing. All right, so now I'm going to actually scooch my title down a little. I'm going to add a name and a date to this worksheet. And I will do that by opening up another text box. Now that we have changed the font, this will change as well. And so again, just so you can remember, I did just hit the T and the text box will appear. All right, and now I need a line. So another shortcut is if you click L on the keyboard, right, a line will appear. I'm going to click on stroke style again. I'm going to decrease this to 2. I think that'll probably be good. And then I'm going to round my edges. I'm going to move that right here. And you can see the dotted lines helps you to kind of line things up. That's one of the reasons why I like Canva a lot. All right, now I'm going to copy and paste this to keep the font the same and the sizing of it. And I'm going to type date. And I'm going to move it here. And again, you can just kind of line everything up. And then I'm going to add another line. Oh, sorry. Another line here. I'm going to line it up. I'm going to change the weight to 2 to match the other line and around those endpoints. All right. If you want to kind of keep everything together, you can group things together as well. So if you just slide across here and you click on group, this will now show up all together, which might be easier when you're creating. All right, and the next thing that I'm going to do is add the directions, right? So I'm going to copy and paste this. I do a lot of copying and pasting. Sometimes I press the T. It's the same thing, honestly. For directions, I can just say, like, I don't know, complete this worksheet after reading, I don't know, chapter 5. All right, I'm going to make this smaller. I don't like that it's centered. I'm going to A-line left. So I've aligned it to the left. And then also, I feel like the spacing between the lines is too much. So I'm going to go back up here to our toolbar. I'm going to click on spacing. I'm going to decrease that spacing. I'm going to bring it closer together. And then also, I feel like the font is too big. So let's take it down some to 20. All right. Another thing that's cool with Canva is you can position it 2 ways. You can just follow the dotted lines like I've been doing. I've kind of grown accustomed to that. Or you can, and let's say I put it way over here, you can go to position and you can hit middle, center, or you can hit like top, left. Obviously we want ours like more right here, so you want to move it yourself. But if you feel like it's not centered, you can hit it in the center and then it'll center itself. All right, and now to create the graphic organizer. Again, I feel like if you can kind of play with the shapes on Canva for a basic worksheet, you can really do anything. Like once you've gotten the toolbar down, it becomes really simple. It's almost like clockwork. So I'm going to click on the R again. Hold on. Okay, there it goes. Clicking on the R, I've got another rectangle. Let's do 4.5. Again, I'm going to click on no color and I'm going to make it transparent. And then I'm just going to copy and paste these squares because I know that a Freya model usually has 4 boxes. And I'm not going to group this together just because I want the luxury to be able to move it around separately. But I do kind of want to find that center line. I feel like it's right here. All right. Now I'm going to click on the letter C. And when you click on the letter C, a circle will appear. I'm going to change this color to white. I don't want it to be transparent because if it's transparent, you're going to be able to see through those lines. So let me add the stroke so you can see. You'll be able to see, you know, these corners, and you don't want that. So I'm going to change it to white so it appears in the front. And I'm going to put it about right here. You know, the circle might be a little too big. All right, and this is the basis, right, of your worksheet. So now we want to add some text. Again, I can just hit the T for text box, or I can just go over to that left-hand side like I just did. All right, and I am going to type in maybe like Word. It defaulted it back to Canva Sans, so I'm going to click on Solway. And I'm going to move this to the top. All right, now I'm going to copy and paste this again over here. And I guess in this top left corner, what do I want to put? I'm an ELA teacher, so I kind of like think with an ELA mindset. So let's say in this corner, I have a definition, right? I want to put the definition of the word. And then here, let's say I want them to create their own sentence. Use the word in a sentence. Right, I'm going to make this smaller to fit. Maybe here, I want them to tell me the context clues that they use in order to figure out the meaning of the word. And then in this last box, maybe they can add an image or a visual, like a picture. So I'll put visual. All right, and we've got our worksheet. So I truly feel like it's kind of simple. I don't know how y'all feel. I do feel like it's simple to create a worksheet, but I do know that I've also been doing this for a while. But I will say once you get onto Canva and you start to play around, the more that you play with it, the more like easier it becomes to access. Something else that I would do is do you see this duplicate page button in this top right corner? If you click on this, it will duplicate the page and everything that you've already done. For a like teacher model, if I wanted to have a teacher model, I would probably duplicate and then I would put, you know, the answers here for my model. Now, if I wanted to print this, I would go to share in the top right-hand corner. And I always kind of just make my thing like an access level that anyone can view. That's a habit. But I would hit download. When you hit download, it's going to ask for the file type. I always click PDF print. And then it's going to say, you know, select the pages that you want to print. You might want like your teacher model and your worksheet printed, or you might just want your worksheet printed. It's truthfully up to you, right? You click on whatever you want. And then when you hit done, it will download in this bottom corner and come up to the top. And then it's easy to print. You just print it like you would any other worksheet. All right. So far, does anyone have any questions? I can kind of see like both screens. The borders, yes. Yeah. I feel like it's really quick whenever you're creating a worksheet. It takes like 10 minutes or less. When you really get into the templates, that's when it becomes really quick. Like you don't even have to do all this. So what I show y'all later will be really fun. All right. Before we move on to this next portion, I'm going to go back. And I do have the code for you guys. All right, so if you're ready for it, it is right here. And I'm going to give everyone a minute.
Sierra, and while you're doing that, people are writing down the code. Question for you: do you print these out in like do worksheets, or do you throw it into Cami? How have you, once you get the finished product, how do you normally get them to the students?
Yeah, so it depends, right? So what I just did was create the worksheet, and because I did everything transparent and black and white, I would just print it and physically hand it to the students. You can, post it to Schoology, or you can assign it. If I was to create an assignment, it would look different only because I would have color, because I have the luxury of using color. When you print, you typically want to use black and white. I don't know any campuses that have unlimited color prints, but if y'all do, y'all are really lucky. When I get to like the next parts, I'm going to show people kind of like what I do to assign the work. But for that, yeah, I just use it as if I was printing out physical papers.
Perfect. And there was a question, can you put a border on a frame?
I see that. What do you mean by that? Can you put a border on a frame?
I think maybe they're using one of the elements, the frame element.
Oh, I can look in a second. I think, I actually know what you mean. Yeah, you can put a border on a frame. So like if you have a frame picture where you're going to drag and drop a picture into the frame and you want to add a border around it, you can do that. I don't use the frames too often when I'm creating for work though. I usually use frames for like if I was making maybe like some sort of social media post.
All right. I think that's it. Thanks, Cierra.
All right, awesome. I am going to now delete this slide since we don't need it anymore. And if you want just to kind of get an idea of what fonts I use, whenever I'm creating a worksheet, I've created this little chart for y'all. There's so many fonts on Canva. Sometimes it can be overwhelming. And I know that there is a lot of discourse about the types of fonts that, you're supposed to use in the classroom in terms of spacing and everything. I find that the majority of these fonts right here, I've never had a student, even one, with dysgraphia or dyslexia, complain about these fonts. I feel like they're well spaced out. The only one that might cause some like issues, maybe like a tan songbird, because I do use it more for like titles and decorating, but everything else, this is what I use to create worksheets. If you're an elementary school teacher, KG primary penmanship is my favorite. They even have one where it's the lines, where your students can write on the lines. I use that one a lot. I just use it because I find it's really neat, right? So that's my spill on that if y'all want to take a picture. All right, so I'm going to go back here, and the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to play on a whiteboard. So I'm going to come to the side, I'm going to click on home. And it's loading. I like whiteboard a lot, just because it does offer a limited amount of space. So now that I'm on the home page, I'm going to use the quick create button to click on whiteboard. All right, and you'll see that the whiteboard has appeared. If you used to use Jamboard, Jamboard is kind of like a Canvas version of whiteboard. I do feel like it offers a little bit more than Jamboard did, but I wasn't like a huge Jamboard person. Like I know it was really hot in 2020 during the pandemic. Everyone was using Jamboard because you could kind of like compose and compile things together as a class. I've never used whiteboard in that sense. The way that I use whiteboard is a little different. So what I usually do is you can create a worksheet in whiteboard, just like we just did. Like if I wanted to just add a rectangle, right? I clicked on the R and I kind of want to like spread this out, oops, sorry for that. It's a little bit different on here. I forget. I'm going to delete that. You want to stretch it out like this. Right, and you see this little arrow. I'm going to delete that. That's because most people use whiteboard to create like quick flow charts. I do not use it for that. All right, so again, you can, put your worksheet right here, and you can kind of build your worksheet onto whiteboard. I don't recommend that I just feel like, especially if you're new to Canva, it can get annoying. Like, do you see how I just accidentally like pressed on this like little arrow right here? Because I feel like because it's typically used for quick flow, like the things start to connect and it just irritates me. So what I do, I'm gonna delete this box. I actually create my worksheet before I create like my whiteboard. And so I'm going to go to projects, right? In this left-hand side on this navigation, I'm going to click on projects and I'm going to import my worksheet that I have already created onto whiteboard. So I'm here. It's going to say all projects. You can search your content. So I know that I'm using a tiny plastic worksheet. I'm going to hit enter, right? And then this comes up. I'm going to click on it here. All right, and you will see that your worksheet appears and you can edit and move around everything. Because my worksheet is already exactly how I want it, I am going to drag over this and group everything together. And now, nothing can be edited. All right, after that, with whiteboard, I do like to add color. And so I'm gonna add a rectangle behind it. I'm going to change this to, let's say, green. You can type in the colors that you want and they will appear. And then I'm going to position this rectangle to the back, right? And now I'm going to group this again. All right, so now it looks like if it was a green worksheet. Why do this instead of just using a regular worksheet? Because when you assign it to your students, you have an unlimited amount of space, right? So when you are on worksheet or presentation and you assign it to a student, they are bound to the confines of the perimeters of that paper. They cannot go outside of it. When you use worksheet, they can go outside of it. So in ELA, we write a lot. And so let's say they feel, their answers might go out of bounds or they don't have enough space. With a whiteboard, they can kind of add around the worksheet and put their answers there. Now, what I like is that you can add things around the worksheet that will help your students. So for instance, let's say my class is using race strategy and I want them to use the race strategy method. And let's say I have my anchor charts around my classroom, but sometimes I have a student who gets up and walks over to the anchor chart. To avoid that from happening, I would click on uploads. And I already have the anchor chart in my uploads, the image. You could also just copy and paste your image over, but you can put it on the side of the worksheet. And now they have the anchor chart with the worksheet on the side of it. You can also upload videos. So I'm going to go over to apps. I'm going to search YouTube. I'm going to click here. If you know the title of your video, you just type it in, but I don't because we're just playing around today. So maybe like plastic in the ocean. Okay, and now we've got these videos. I'm just going to click on a random video. Obviously, if I'm creating a lesson, you want to look at the videos beforehand. All right, but I can add this video right here. Whenever you go to present, in this corner right here where you hit present full screen, if you click on the video will play on this screen. Give it a sec to load, right? They can just click on it here and play. If they are working on their work, they can click here and then it'll open up in a separate tab for them to view the video there. You can also add little notes. So when you click on elements, there's going to be sticky notes if you want to add a note for your class. So for instance, I see that the word foresee is right here. And I feel like my students might not know what foresee means. I can add a sticky note and I can put foresee equals to predict. Right, and I can make that sticky note small and I can put it right here. And then they'll know it's from me because my name's right here. You can also add images. So if you wanted to make it like a little cuter, I can go to elements Element is kind of like clip art. I don't know if y'all remember like clip art from back in the day. It was like really popular when I was in elementary school. I remember like all the people very vividly. So I'm just gonna type in whatever I want and it'll come up. Like let's say I type in turtle, I don't know. I'm gonna type in turtle plastic and just see what happens. Okay, and then you click on graphics and you'll have all these clip art options. If you want to keep it like in a cartoon style, I can kind of drag them wherever I want. Or if you wanted a real photo, you can click on photos and you could choose an actual photo versus the clip art. Another thing to keep in mind, something that's cool that you don't necessarily need to do, but if you are creating a presentation, a worksheet, if you're presenting on whiteboard, Canva does have a lot of fonts, but they also have like some cutesy letters. So like, let's just say I want the letter C, I'll click on C, and when I go to graphics, you can see that you have all these different options. Instead, I'm gonna do the letter T to match the worksheet. So let's say I like this letter T and I just want to put like tiny plastic at the top. I'm not going to go through the motions of all of that, but when you click these 3 dots right here, you can hit see more like this, and then the letters will pop up that you need. So like T, you can scroll down and I'm sure that you can find I, which is right here. Right, and you can keep going, like if you want it like N, you can go to the top and find your N. And so forth and so forth. And if you feel like you scroll down and you can't find it, it's also going to pop up with these magic recommendations and you can hit see all. And then look, now we've got our Y. All right, and you can keep going and going. But we don't need that, so I'm going to take it off. I just wanted to show y'all. Right, but yeah, that's how I use whiteboard. Also, another thing with whiteboard is, let's say I had a student who was absent. All right, I'm going to click on book. I want an open book, actually. Open book. I'm going to go to graphics. I like this open book right here. I'm going to drag this down here. I'm going to click on these 3 dots right here, and you can hit link. When you hit link, I can link another worksheet to whiteboard. So for instance, sorry, we're over here. I'm going to hit enter a link. I'm going to hit done, and then I'm going to add a text box. I'm going to say, read the story here. Right, and I can put that over here. If I wanted it to have more of a round shape, I'm going to click on position. Sorry, I'm going to click on effects. I'm going to go down. I'm going to hit curve. And then I'm going to change my font to this one. All right. So now if, I don't know, Johnny or Timmy or whoever is absent, if they click here, they'll be able to read that story. They can watch this video if they feel like it helps them. They've got that anchor chart. They can answer the questions after. I can add directions right here if they're absent. You know, I don't necessarily need the graphics, but if I wanted, they're here. Any sticky notes with vocabulary words or any tips or tricks that I feel like they might need, all of that will be right here. And then you can click on present full screen. For them, this is kind of what it will look like. And you see that you still have all this space around it. So you can really add a lot. And that's what I like about it. Now for this is something that I would assign to my students. There's 2 ways to assign things to your students. So I feel like the obvious way is when you create your classroom, you can go here to share. You're going to hit assign, like this assign button. You're going to click assign with Canva, and then you can hit next, and it'll ask you which class you want to assign it to, and you can click on that. I don't usually do that. For me in my class, I normally hit share. I make sure that the link is a link that everyone can have access to. So I'll hit anyone with the link can look at it. I'll hit they can view, right, which is really important because you do not want them to edit your work. And I'll hit copy link. After I copy link, I will copy that to Schoology. And I've kind of trained my students to do two things. So the first thing that I've trained them to do is they go to the top left-hand corner. Once they click on that link, they need to hit file and they need to hit make a copy. And then they will have a copy of this so that they can edit it however they need to. Like if I want them to answer those questions in the boxes, they have the luxury to do that. If they want to leave me notes around the whiteboard, like asking for help or just any questions that they have, they can do that. And then also, I always tell them to click on share and then to add me as a person. Now, the only issue that I've ever had with students adding me as, you know, an editor on their document is I taught 6th grade last year. And so sometimes when those kids come over from like their elementary school, it'll like have them saved in that elementary school. So like when I'm like, hey, add me to a document for students, they can only add people at their campus. They can only add students who go to the same school as them. They can only add teachers who go to the same school as them. So if they are set to their elementary school, they can't add me. With that, you can kind of just, I would say, you can ask your tech liaison for help with that. And normally they can change it. That's the only downside. I've only had that happen a few times. And I would say that the only thing about it is if they're not doing their work, because the last thing that I usually do is I'll create like an assignment on Schoology and it will say, upload your assignment here. When they upload their assignment, they are going to download, you know, all of their work and they're going to attach it to the assignment. They're going to put it on there so then I can see their work. So if they do their work, you know, you don't necessarily need to be an editor. I just like to be an editor because I like to see everything that's happening. Sometimes they do have those questions or they're not tech savvy and they need me to like come and kind of like step in and help them to fix any mistakes. And also at the end of the year, whenever I'm doing conferences, just like I showed y'all how you can go to projects and click on owner and type in their name. I like to see all the work that they've accomplished throughout the year because I kind of like, I like to like walk through it with them, if that makes sense. So that is how I use Whiteboard. Last night I was thinking that you could also use Whiteboard to create a Padlet. That would be a whole another PD, but I do know that Padlet is limited, right? You only get a certain amount of Padlets for free and then you have to delete them and start over. With Whiteboard, you can use or create as many Padlets as you want. And technically you could have the students, you know, you could share the link and give them all the privilege of editing if you trust your class like that. And you can do those things as well. So there's lots to do with the Whiteboard. I kind of wanted to keep it like simple, intermediate. So I hope that that was helpful. I'm going to look at y'all's questions for a second. I know I talked a lot.
Now, Cierra, you have some questions there. I'm going to let you take a look at that. The great thing about Whiteboard is that it's infinite. So you can expand it as much as you want. It has a lot of real estate for you. And like Cierra was saying and showing that there's just a lot of different things that you can put on this. And so it just makes it a great resource to be able to use.
Mm-hmm. To answer the question, if you were to use it as a group activity, is there a fast way to add all the students? You do not need to type in each of your students' name. When you hit share and you give them the link, if you hit instead of can view, can edit, anyone with the link can now edit that document. And so your whole entire class will be able to edit that document. Yeah, you can. So one tip that I have is you can create your class at the beginning of the year and it will give you a class code. I don't know if y'all have ever used No Red Ink, but No Red Ink uses it that way. You use the class code, you give it to your kids, and then they can add themselves to the classroom. I've done that before and it does work really well. The downside is the same thing that I said with the elementary issue. If you're, or I guess just prior campus issue, you know, if you're teaching high school, their middle school account might be on there. If you're teaching middle school, their elementary account might still be attached. My suggestion is to start early in the beginning of the year. That way, when those issues arise, you can kind of lean on, your tech support on campus, and they can fix it earlier in the year rather than later.
And Sierra, on that, I know Canva was working on that, and I think that might be fixed for this next year.
Oh,
So,
good. Okay, yeah. I had that problem a lot. My teammates also had that problem. And so instead of using like the assign to the class, we would just put everything in Schoology, and we would just have the kids upload everything in Schoology.
yeah, I know they were working on that for staff. I'm pretty sure it was going to work for students as well, but we'll see how that goes at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then to answer one more question before we move forward, if you click share and you allow them to edit, your whole entire class will be editing that document. So you might want to, right? Let's say you have multiple classes. You might want to make a copy of this for each class. So in title at the top, I might put, I don't know, a worksheet, period 1. Right. And now you know that this worksheet is for your period 1 class. You can hit file and you can hit make a copy, and it'll make a copy of this. And then when you go to your copy, you'll hit worksheet period 2, and so on, make a copy worksheet period 3. And that will give you the different classes editing on this one document. Yeah, the struggling with like creating the class because the kids couldn't join. That's why I just use links, because I was able to work around it. So hopefully it is fixed. And we don't have that problem. But if you hit share and you click, anyone with a link can view, as long as you teach your students to make a copy, you have that, that luxury to use it that way, and you shouldn't run into any issues. If your students end up on this page where they're trying to log in and it keeps buffering, remember that you want them to log in through their apps page. They don't want to log in through Google. That's going to cause issues. So they're going to go directly to their applications page and log in that way. If it's still loading, I would have them clear their cookies, and then usually that resolves any issues that they've had. Yeah, and I do think that this is really good for small groups and differentiation. Like the person in the chat said, also, I could see it working for any subject, right? Because whatever assignment you have everything around it that they need. Like you can give them their anchor charts, you can give them examples. Like if they need examples of how to do a math problem, you can upload a video on how to do it step by step. You can link things onto this whiteboard. So you can link, dictionaries, and you can link other documents that might help them. So I find that whiteboard is the best way to kind of work on assignments, just because it does have that unlimited real estate, like Todd said. You can kind of do a lot with it. All right. I am going, I guess, okay on time. This next part will go hopefully really quick. We're going to look at accommodating a worksheet. I'm not going to make it really pretty to save time. But now that we're on our home screen, I'm going to click worksheet. I'm going to do the quick create button. For any worksheet that you do, of course, you can copy and paste text over. Sometimes you're not able to do that. And so maybe Todd can answer this question. I don't know about Cambium's licenses, but I know that Cambium has kind of gone into this like phase of nothing is in PDF for the STAR release test, and everything is on Cambium. I'm sure that is to create, an environment where they're testing digitally, but every now and then you might want to like go back to the PDF way, and they don't have that anymore. So not sure if you could do it, but technically, you could screenshot or take a picture of whatever you need, and you can like put it onto Canva and kind of edit it. And so I'll show you how to do that with this poem. So I'm going to copy this because this is an image. Like I can't copy and paste this. I'm going to, where am I? So many tabs open. I'm going to go here. I'm going to click on copy and paste. This image will pop up. I'm going to make it bigger. I'm going to click on edit. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the text grab feature to remove any words. Oh, I've never had that happen. Give it a second. Okay, there we are. edit, and then grab text. It's going to take a second to grab your text, and it's going to ask if you want to grab some of your text or all of your text. I'm going to click on all text. And you see how it divides it up. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it goes line by line. Sometimes it just grabs bits and portions of it. I'm gonna hit grab all text for the sake of this. And then I'm gonna show you how to fix this. Because whenever it's line by line, it's really annoying. And the AI tools do take a second, but it's faster usually than typing everything out. All right, I've got what I want. Now I'm going to open up another page. All right, and you'll see my reasoning for this. I'm going to open up a text box. I'm going back to worksheet 1. I'm going to make this big so y'all can see. This is, what's left after it grabbed the text. I'm going to delete that. And then I am going to drag across all of this. This is everything that I want. I'm going to copy and paste. I'm going to go to this. I'm going to double click and paste it here. All right. And then I'm going to change my font. So I don't know, let's do until it fits the screen, right? You see now that everything is in one text box versus what was happening over here where it had like separated your things into different text box. And, you don't want to do that. Also, the line by line, like I said, can get super annoying. So I would just do that. I'm now going to delete this page. All right, this is a lot on one document. So I'm going to take some of this off. I'm going to take this bottom part off. All right, and here we are. I'm going to align this to the left and put this over here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to apps. I'm going to go down to AI voice. And I am going to copy and paste all of this into AI voice. My reasoning for this is some students need text to speech. And this is one way that you can do it. So you can click on Lisa or Ralph. I'm going to generate the voice with Lisa. Right, and now at the bottom, you'll see that it's reading this document. You see this blue line, that's your voice bar. Whenever you click on present,
the first time I walked with a girl,
you can hear the poem being read aloud.
With 2 oranges in
I do have some beef with this like AI voice thing because it's really monotone. But for right now, I do feel like it's the best that we have. And text to speech is usually really monotone and robotic. But it works for my students. All right. Now, with this is just like Google Docs. So let's say I feel like my students might not know what the word rouge means, right? I can highlight the word rouge. I can underline it. I can change the color of only the word rouge. I can put it red. I can open up a, text box, and maybe I want to explain to my students that rouge means red whenever I'm creating. So I might I'll do a regular white box with a border. Click inside that box. Most of the time, I'll let you double click and type. It's kind of not doing it right now. So I'm just going to add a text box on top of it to save time. And I'm going to put rouge equals, sorry. Might have spelled it wrong, don't know. Red in French. I'm going to make this smaller, put it in the box. I know it looks super small. It's 12 by 8. If you were to print this out, everything would be fine. And also they have the luxury of zooming in on their keyboard with this bar at the bottom, or just, with their mouse pad. So I might put that here. All right. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I am going to go to elements. That sometimes accommodations call for pictures, but they might not have what you want. So for instance, I read this poem last year with my students, and it says, it's a story about this little boy with his 2 oranges, and the oranges are symbolic, but he walks this girl that he has a crush on into a drugstore. And all my students were like, oh, a drugstore, he's 12. And I'm like, no, like not drugstore, like drugstore, like Walgreens. So I can go to right here under elements, you see AI image generator. You can click generate your own image, and you know, I might just say generate a drugstore, like Walgreens, right? I'll hit enter. It does take a second, but it takes less time than ChatGPT. I would probably compare it to like Google's version of like the image generator. You've got some options right here. And so whatever option you feel like, you know, looks like the best drugstore, you could add it, you know, to your document and then put like a drugstore on the top as like a caption. Separately from that, let's say I wanted to generate something else. So let's say I want my students to have a picture of what this little boy looks like with his 2 oranges. I can say generate a picture of a 12-year-old, maybe 12-year-old boy holding 2 oranges. All right, I'm gonna hit generate image, and hopefully the app is good to me. Sometimes you have to play around with it. All right, awesome. And I've got this picture of this little boy over here with his 2 oranges. Now, what I don't like about this is it's super sunny outside, and this poem is all about like a cold day. So I'm gonna hit edit. I'm going to remove the background of this image, and instead I am going to add a winter background. I know he's still wearing a t-shirt. I'm gonna hit photos. I would probably change that if I had the time, but you know, I'll just click on anyone. You know, it's snowing in this picture, so I'm gonna go here. I'm going to click on position, and then I'm gonna position it to the back, right? And now it looks like this little boy is in a winter wonderland holding his 2 oranges. So obviously, if I was like actually accommodating like the document, I would probably make it look better. I just wanted to show you some of those AI features. But that's really everything, you know, I have for this. I will say, if you look at the bottom, this blue line goes across and adds another page. You might want to copy and paste your whole entire page onto the second page. That way, when you click present and it starts to read,
with a girl,
when it goes across and it changes the pages, it's not blank.
With rouge, I smiled, touched her shoulder, and led her down.
But yeah, all right, and that is accommodating a document. So I ran over 2 minutes. I do have like a way for y'all to go to like ready-made templates. So really quick, if y'all have 1 more minute. If not, thank y'all for all y'all's time. I really appreciate it. This is just time saving for me. When you go to templates, there's already ready-made lessons, and you can kind of type in whatever you want into this search bar. So it says search thousands of templates. That last week of school, when it got hectic, you know, you're kind of rushing and scrambling to figure out what to do. I remember I typed in like character traits lesson or worksheet, I think I did. And I found that there was already a ton of character traits worksheets. So I did not need to make my character traits worksheets. There's already like lessons about teaching character traits. And then they had all of this like slideshows. I remember I used this character map, this character bottle, and you can edit each template and change the questions like you'd like. And it has that for every single subject and every single grade. So again, if you have some time, I would check out those templates. But yeah, that's all I have. I don't know if anyone else had any questions.
Cierra, yeah, we are at time, and you provided a lot of value today. So
I tried to get what I could in like a little bit of time, the time that I had.
no, I think it was perfect. I think people are seeing just, you know, here in Cypher, we have a lot of resources that we don't, a lot of other school districts don't have, and they can do a lot of things that people don't realize. And so I think you showed a lot of that today, and really appreciate that. We definitely, you know, need to have you back and continue showing all the great things that you're doing with Canva. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank y'all so much. I really appreciate it. If y'all have any questions, y'all can email me, and hopefully I'll be able to answer them. and help y'all out. So keep in touch.
All right. Well, we'll leave that up for just a little bit. If you want to grab Cierra's email there, and you can hit her up with any questions. Of course, we also have places that you can go to in the help in the CFISD bookmarks, the EdTech help for Canva information as well. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. It's not going to be as long of a break as normal, but when we come back in, we are going to have my very good friend Jeni Long is going to be sharing MagicSchool with us. And MagicSchool is a great tool that she's going to be able to, well, that you're going to love. Anyway, so I'm going to stop yapping. Go take a break. Go get some water. Go do something that you need. And then we will be back in 5 minutes with Jeni Long, and she's going to be sharing MagicSchool with us. All right, we'll see you soon.
Till the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame on your Promethean panel console. Select the applications icon. Click on Online Update Now if there are any updates needed. After the updates have been installed, the button will turn gray. The latest updates have already been installed. Regularly check if your panel needs an update. This helps maintain optimal performance.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Did you know you have CFISD EdTech help right from your bookmarks bar? Click CFISD Bookmarks, then click EdTech Help. Here you can access EdTech help and tips 24/7. Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need.
All right, everyone, welcome back to, man, our 10 o'clock hour. The day is going so fast. It's pretty crazy how fast things are going. Well, I am excited to share with you my good friend Jeni Long. Now, if you have been in Cypher for a while, you have seen Jeni present at other DLCs. You have seen her present at EdTech Lives in many different capacities. But we are glad that she's here today. She's going to be sharing MagicSchool with us and talking a little bit about how teachers can use that in the classroom. So Jeni, welcome to our second day of the Digital Learning Conference. We're glad that you're here.
I'm so excited to be here, Todd. Thank you so much for having me back.
You got it. You got it. So the session is yours. You go ahead and take it away.
All right, let me see if I can share my screen. Let me find my correct window here.
I feel you. I've got tons of windows open too. It's like it's always trying to pick the right one.
Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna take a shot at this. What can you see?
I don't see anything yet.
Oh, I gotta hit the share. Hold on. Okay, I am getting there. Now, how's that?
I see a black line across the screen. Yeah, I don't see anything.
All right, let's try this again.
And I think on the YouTube I'm seeing just a blank page. There you go.
How's that? All right.
You're good.
Okay, I think I got this. I am at a conference. I'm actually at a CTE conference today. So I am muddling through one screen and all of the things, but I do have the chat open on a separate screen. So I love being able to see the chat because I love seeing all the hellos, and I'm definitely going to ask some questions. So I want to be able to kind of have some engagement with you. So super excited. So apologize in advance for any technical mess-ups that we have, but we're going to get through this and have a great time. So I'm excited to be here with you today. And I'm going to share all kinds of goodies with you. And I do have a special giveaway code that I'm going to give you at the end. So stay with me. But welcome, everyone. I do have a Yelki link. So I can also share out the long link too if you need that. But this should give you access to the presentation. In the presentation, there are some guided slides that you can always reference later. I'm going to be live demoing in the platform. So want to make sure, though, that you have some slides to look at later when you go back and your brain is trying to absorb and go through all of this. So want to just make sure that you have those slides. So that is yelki.com/always. And if you've not used Yelki, it is a free link shortener that you can paste your long links into, and it will generate a shortened URL for you. So definitely try that out if you have never used Yelki. So that's a freebie for you. All right, well, my name is Jeni Long. I'm super excited to be here with you today. I am actually a 25-year educator. I have taught and worked in many of the DFW areas, and I currently live in Fort Worth. So I taught for 10 years math and ELA, upper elementary, middle school, and then I transitioned into a technology support role. So did technology and curriculum for 15 years and just love bringing about innovative solutions in ed tech to educators and students. And about 2 years ago, I had the pleasure of joining MagicSchool. So I have been here from the early days, and it has been a wild ride, so much adventure, and just, lots of excitement. So I see some numbers coming in through the chat. So you guys are looking at my question there. So I appreciate that. So I really am curious, as we dive in, what your comfort level is with MagicSchool. Now, many of you probably use AI in some capacity, but MagicSchool specifically, I would love to know. It looks like we have a lot of zeros and ones. Ooh, we have a 5. Okay. A couple fives. All right. A 6. Wow. Maybe I should step aside and let, was it Lydia? They're going so fast, I can't see. Okay. This is awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lots of zeros. Oh, this is so exciting. Okay. So just like as you are an educator and you're working with students in your room, you know that you have multiple levels, right? And that's why we have to differentiate. So I'm going to do my best today. It looks like we're going to stay pretty basic, which is good because as you are coming into MagicSchool, this is going to be a learning opportunity. Those of you that are up on the 3 to 5 level, hopefully you'll learn something new today. But just want to make sure that you guys have an opportunity to get exposed to MagicSchool, and then you can continue to grow in your knowledge. So, all right, keep those numbers coming. I, again, see lots of zeros and ones. So I'm going to move on. You have my email here. If you need anything or we want to connect later, feel free to reach out. All right, so we're going to dive in the platform. We're going to talk about how to navigate through MagicSchool, talk about what you can do with our platform, how it can support you in your work, and give you some time to explore. Because I feel like that's the best way for you to learn is to get in there. So hopefully you have, you can open another tab, or you could even do it on your phone. Not the best experience, but want you to be able to have some time to dive in as well. So definitely open up another tab as we're going through, and I'll get you in the platform, and you can explore as we go through. I do have a QR code here that will go to our resources. We have tons of resources, and I will share those too as we're diving in later, where you can find courses and videos and all kinds of materials to support you as you're learning. All right. Why would you use MagicSchool? So I am going to tell you why. It's awesome. It is amazing. It is easy to use. And like I mentioned, I'm here at a conference this week, and I can't tell you how many people keep coming by and they're like, I love you. I love you. MagicSchool has saved my life. So it's just easy to use. It can save you hours and hours of time. With all the things that you do on a regular basis. So you have to create lesson plans. You have to differentiate your content. You have to send emails and communicate with, students and families and everything you have to do. You have to work with students with accommodations, and you have to, write IEPs, and you have to, modify things, and you have to create fun, engaging activities, right? So all of these things can be done easier now with the help of AI. So hopefully, many of you that, put in the chat, thank you for that, are my zeros and ones. Hopefully you've had some experience with some form of AI. And if not, and this is your first experience, I'm so excited and you're going to love it. What MagicSchool can do is it can also offer you a safe space. So I'll go into that a little bit too, but we are extremely safe. So sometimes there's that fear, right? It's a new thing. We are a little intimidated and scared of what AI is going to do. There's that, oh, kids are only going to cheat. And even as educators, I have many conversations with people that are thinking they're cheating by using AI. So hopefully we can get over that mindset, because I want you to think of AI as being that thought partner, to be that guide by your side, helping you as you are doing the work. So sometimes when you're at home and you're like, oh, I just wish I had someone to brainstorm with, that's what AI can do for you, and be that just brainstorming partner to kind of help you as you're building. And then it's easy to use. So with MagicSchool, we have created tools, we call them, which are have some like fields where you can fill in the information. So it helps your prompting by guiding you through that process to give you really good outputs. But we also have, aside from the tools, a separate standalone chatbot that you can get really creative with. So we're going to dive in and look at those. I'm taking a look at the chat. So we've got some zeros and ones still coming in. Michelle said she loves the courses, and I'm going to show you those because they really are great and very helpful. All right. I mentioned safety and making sure that you are using a safe platform. And MagicSchool has actually been vetted by Common Sense Privacy, and you're probably familiar with Common Sense Media. This is a sister company that has done some evaluation on our platform, and we received a 93% rating. So to compare that to ChatGPT, which got a 48%, our platform is extremely safe. So none of the information that you put into our platform is being used to train the models. So like we use a combination of large language models. We use OpenAI, we use Anthropic, Gemini. So we use those as our back end, but we have agreements with them that the data you put in here is not being used to train those models. So it's a very safe experience that you're going to get great educational outputs. It's all focused on education. So we have over 80 tools for educators, and we do have a student platform as well. And we have over 50 tools for students to utilize with the guidance of educators. And we're not going to go into that today. That could be a whole other session, but it's an amazing experience for educators, for district leaders, for librarians, counselors. There's something for everyone, as well as for students. All right, so we have a wall of love, which I absolutely love to explore. And there is a link here. And I did see in the chat some people are struggling with getting the Yelki to open up. So I will try to drop in the long link here in just a second that you can get the link to. But want to make sure that you see our wall of love, which is actually linked here if you have the presentation. But what I love about, let me see if I can click it, if it'll open. It should. So this is our wall of love, and it's almost like a little mini PD. Sometimes I'll just go here just to get inspiration, because educators from all over are sharing how they're using MagicSchool, and then different things within the platform that they've been utilizing. So it's a really good way to just explore and learn. So it's a nice kind of mini PD, like I said, and just going in and getting inspiration. So that is our wall of love, and it is linked right there. It's also available on our website. So as we're going through, I want you to think about some things. School is starting in just a few days. Can you believe we're here already? You have to go back to school. You have to plan your lessons. You have to get everything ready. So I want you to think about things that you have on your plate that you need help with. And that's what we're going to be able to work through today. With MagicSchool, you can create rubrics. You can use the sentence starters. You can differentiate. You can send communication to your families and community. You can create original content. So let's say you have a topic and you just can't find a supporting article, or you can't find resources to go with that. You can actually generate that through MagicSchool. I want to pause for just a second and kind of go over some foundational principles with you. So when we're dealing with AI, as you have heard, and we know that AI can be inaccurate, right? We're never going to take an output and just say, all right, I've got it. I'm going to run with this to the copy machine and, or put it in my course and I'm good to go. We always want to make sure that you vet it, you look it over, and you make sure that it is correct, and do some editing yourself, because you are the expert in your field. You know your content better than anyone. We realize there are biases too in AI. So always double check everything. And we fall on the 80-20 rule. So we like to say AI is going to give us that boost. It's going to kind of give us that starting point. And then you take that and run with it and tweak it and change it up a little bit. Know the limits. So AI is dated, right? We have these different models, different training dates. So just know that you might not always get the most up-to-date information, but we do have something in our platform, which I'll share with you, that does allow you to pull in more current information. So I'll share that. And privacy, we never ask for any personal information. All of our tools are prompted to where we want you to put in just the description, not a student's name. But it is, like I said, our platform is very safe, and you can use it, and with knowing that it is a safe place, and your information is protected there. All right, we're going to get started and go into the platform. I want to take some time to have you create an account, and I'm going to jump to the actual platform and kind of live demo, because I feel like that's the best way for you to see. If you have never created an account before, so maybe you zeros and ones, this is brand new for you and you need to create an account. So you can just go to MagicSchool.ai, sign in. We have, Google authentication, Microsoft, and you can sign in there. When you first create your account, I will let you know for the first 30 days, you're actually going to be on the Plus version, which is got a few more options available to you. But then after the 30 days, you don't lose anything. It just goes back down to the free version. So all of the tools are free. There's just certain aspects within them that you'll see change with the upgraded version. So I'm going to give you a second to get signed up, and then I am going to jump over here to the platform and walk you through some things. All right, I'm going to take a look at the chat real quick. All right, looks like you guys are getting in. Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Awesome. All right, so if you've got the link to the presentation, like I mentioned, you can always go back to that. There's lots of slides in there that you can reference later when your brain is ready to compress and go through everything. All right, and if you have questions, please put them in the chat. Like I said, we have the team here helping. I can take a look at it too, but if you have questions, definitely put those in the chat. I want to make sure that I'm able to answer those as best that I can. And all right, hopefully you've had a chance to create your account. When you do first create your account, it's going to ask you some questions like what you teach, and your profile is over here. And on my profile settings, it's going to have like what I teach. You can add your subjects, and that's really important because it's going to suggest tools to you that are based on what you fill in your profile. And if you were to ever change subjects or change grades, then you can always update that. So definitely make sure that your profile is pretty accurate, because we also use that for purposes and just kind of knowing who our users are and what subjects they teach and what grades. All right, so if you have logged in or you're just watching, I want to kind of take you through a tour here of our platform and show you what MagicSchool is and what it offers. So this is the dashboard, and I will also let you know that back to school time, we have some updates coming. So if you log in today and then you don't log in for another week, it may look different when you log in the next time. We are streamlining our search bar up here, so it's going to be a much more seamless experience for you. And the dashboard is going to have an availability for you to make some collections where you can kind of put some of your favorite tools in a collection. And it's going to look a little different. Just give it a little makeover. But for now, I'm going to kind of walk you through what it looks like. It's not going to change too much. You'll be okay. All right, so this is my dashboard. Up at the top, I have a favorite section. So you can click the star of any tool that would be a favorite of yours that you want to use often. And as we're going through and browsing through, and if you have it open as well, go ahead and just star some of those so that you can kind of go in and explore those here in just a minute when I give you some time. Also, based on how you filled out your profile, it's going to recommend some tools for you that, like if you're a science teacher, it might give you the science labs. It might give you, some things that are directed toward your subject. Now, if I scroll down a little bit further, you're going to see that there are these different categories here. And so these categories are how we have bucketed our tools. And so you can customize all the tools, but we'll come back to that. And then planning tools here, as you are planning, which you are all probably getting ready to plan, we have lesson plan tools, presentations, unit plan, tool recommendations, standards unpacker, 5E model lesson plan, science labs, SEL. So as you kind of browse through, and even things for administrators, we have PD planning. We'll come back to these. I just kind of want to browse through a little bit. Under content, there's some different tools here, creating rubrics, creating worksheets, creating presentations. We also have an exclusive partnership with Adobe. So we have an incredible text to image tool right here, which you can create some really, really great images for students. And we've got more coming with that. So our Adobe partnership, we have some more that will be released very soon with that particular tool as well. We have assessment creators. So you could create a multiple choice or open-ended assessment. You can go into a YouTube video and you can create an assessment from that. You can create a Jeopardy game. So again, all of these are tools that have been scaffolded already to kind of be easy entry. And then I'll show you the other option if there's not something here in this tool selection is if that's what you're looking for. And then we've got some other ones here. Just kind of, I want you to just kind of browse around. Student support, this is where we've got IEP generator, we've got classroom management, accommodations, we've got a BIP generator, 504 plan. So unbelievable tools here. Adil, our founder, he was previously a special ed teacher and he taught history in Atlanta. And so these tools are very, very, very near and dear to his heart. And we've had so much success with these tools as well. Communication tools, as you are sending emails, there's not a day goes by that I don't dump an email into here and have it regenerate that email. Because sometimes it's just like, I just want to get all my thoughts out, but then I want help formulating my thoughts a little bit better or a little more professionally. Or if you have maybe a heated email from a parent and you're getting heated and you want to like take a breath and you want to know how to respond a little bit more gracefully, you can use the email responder tool. So it will help you compose a more thoughtful email before you fire off something you maybe shouldn't. So lots of great communication tools here. The community tools, some fun ones, the joke generator, the tongue twisters, quote of the day. So you can see, and we even have an admin category here for like teacher walkthroughs, letters of recommendation, so many. Okay, so I'm going to just dive in and share a couple. I'm seeing some things come in through the chat, some SPED tools, like celebrating those. And I can download the presentation when I give you guys a few minutes to play. I'll try to do that and figure out how to do that, or I can send it and it can be sent out later maybe. All right, I'm going to just jump in to the lesson plan tool because we all have to create lesson plans, but you might have a certain template or you might have a way that you have to create a lesson plan. You can do all of that in here. So one thing I love about our platform is the training and the support that's built into all of the tools and into our platform. So on the top of every tool, you'll see an exemplar. So for my zeros and ones, your first time in here, right? You're like, oh, there's a lot. Okay, so I want you to just take one or two tools, right? And just, what do I have to do in the next week or two? And which one of these can help me? Go in there and we're just going to explore. So clicking on the exemplar loads some content in each of the fields to show you a good example. So this is a 6th grade lesson on food webs. And so if I zoom in a little bit here for you guys, this is a lesson on food webs and ecosystems. And then I have some additional criteria here. So it's an introductory lesson. Students are being introduced to the roles that particular organisms play in an ecosystem. And then here in Texas, we're going to use teaks. So I'm just putting teaks, not even this specific teak, but if you knew that specific teak, you could definitely do that. And notice here, I have a paperclip. What this paperclip does is it allows me to upload any additional document or something from my drive or even a website that's going to help me with that output. So it's going to help, refine it a little bit more. So that paperclip is very, very helpful. We also notice this microphone. If you're like me, I love to voice text everything. I walk around voicing on my phone, I voice emails, everything. And what's great about that is I can just click that microphone and then I can just get it to record everything I'm saying. So that is also an option. So one thing I also want to note too, in our platform, in this particular setting here, wherever there is a text box, you're going to see this get help with prompt. So we're, again, teaching you how to refine your prompt. We're not all expert prompt writers, right? Like this isn't just something I woke up and I know how to write the best prompts. So we're all still learning. So within our platform, we have built this training for you. So what happens here is, this was my original prompt. It's just talking about food webs and how they, how animals in an ecosystem are related. Well, they changed it. The AI helped me make a better prompt by clarifying the request, emphasizing the focus on relationships, and using more direct language. If I like that, I can accept the prompt. So again, it's teaching us how to become better prompt writers to get the best output that we need. Also earlier, I was noting that, training dates are not like up to last night, right? So with large language models, they have to update the information every so often. We have built in here this web search. So if you were creating or trying to create something that you wanted, like some number or a statistic or some information that happened last night, like in a sporting event or rainfall or, percentages of something, you can click this web search. It's not exactly relevant in my case right now, but that web search, when you click that, it's going to pull from the web in addition to your AI to give you that most current output. So that's very, very handy. I'm going to go ahead and hit generate. So what this is doing, again, is creating a lesson plan for me, a 6th grade level on ecosystems and how food webs and how ecosystem and how the animals are related. So keep in mind, this lesson plan is based on kind of the template that we have designed on the back end. But if you have a specific framework or template that you need, you could have used, the paperclip to add that, or you give it those specific parameters. So let's take a look at this lesson plan. Looks really good. I've got an objective, assessments, key points. I've got some vocabulary. I've got an opening, introduction to new material, some guided practice, independent practice, closing, an extension activity, some homework, and look at even attached and connected those TEKs that this lesson supports. So I've got a great lesson plan right here. If I wanted to edit it right within the output here, I can edit here. And then I also could copy and paste and to put into, a doc or something else that I'm working in. Now, if this was your first time to sign up, you might have some options down here, and you're going to notice this wand as I'm floating over these. These are, part of the upgraded plan. So you may or may not have access to these depending on when you created your account, but this is available in some of the upgraded plans. All right, so that is a lesson plan. Pretty awesome. Do you guys see the value in using the lesson plan tool and how that could help you? But again, remember that you are going to be real creative in how you customize that and how you ask for your output. Another one I want to look at is under questions. I love the math story word problems. As a former math teacher, I always thought it was so fun to make the problems relative, to maybe another teacher or, concept that we're studying or that they're studying in another class, right? Add in that cross-curricular tie. So I can pick my grade level, how many questions I want. And let's say we're going to do, actually, I'm just going to click the exemplar. It's always great for demos too, because I don't have to type because I can't type and talk. I don't know about you guys. This one is a 7th grade, 7 questions, multiplying and dividing fractions, managing money and investing, like in our stock market game. Okay, so, it's going to connect that, multiplying and dividing fractions. You could even put in like, Mr. Jones, I want to have a question about Mr. Jones, and, whoever is that the kids know, so that they can relate to it. I love making content relatable to students, right? Like when they read something or they get an assignment and they can relate and connect to it, they're going to be much more engaged. So that's another benefit of AI, is being able to customize all of these experiences to your students to where they can really, excuse me, make that content relatable. All right, I'm going to hit generate and let's see what we've got here. We've got a stock market, money management, word problems. We've got Sarah invested 3/4 of her savings at a tech company stock. I mean, this is some good content here. So I don't see an answer key though. So maybe at the beginning I would have said also include an answer key. If you just created your account, you could probably type down here in this chat box to ask it to give you an answer key. So that's a really nice benefit there. So I could keep, working on these. I could go back and edit it. Actually, let's just do that. Let's do I'm going to say, please provide an answer key. Let's try it again. Let's see. Well, it didn't give me an answer key. I need to play with this a little bit more. So on my original prompt, I probably, since I'm edited it, but on the original, I would have just asked for that answer key. And again, we know it's not always going to give us the correct output the first time. So we continue to play and do it a couple times. All right, I'm going to go out of that one. And I want to go into a choice board. And as I'm showing these, I hope that you guys are exploring. And I'm going to give you a few minutes here to do some exploring. And then I want to jump into the chat and kind of see what's going on there. But I love choice boards. I used to do presentations on choice boards all the time. I think it's such a great way to give students that choice and let them shine in areas that you might not know are favorites of theirs or areas that they excel, but to give a choice board is just one of my favorites. So I'm going to click the exemplar. And this one is a 7th grade, the phases of mitosis. And my additional detail here is to include a lot of diverse activities. So pretty basic. Again, you can elaborate, give as much information, use that paper clip. You can, do all of that. I'm going to hit generate. And it's going to give me a choice board. So I've got a flip book, a comic strip, a poem, a video presentation, a quiz, an interactive diagram. So Angela says she uses choice boards in art. Yeah, I think that's a great way to give students options, right? Because one way that you think might be the way you want the output, another student might have other talents or other learning styles. To give them options to show their learning is so critical. So that's just an option there that you can do. I'm going to show you one more, and then I'm going to jump into Raina. I'm going to show you, and I'm going to search just to kind of show you the search. I'm going to do a rubric because we pretty much have to create some rubrics too for different activities, right? So in the rubric generator, I'm going to click the exemplar to show you. This is a 9th grade 5-point scale. We're writing an argumentative essay to persuade a school board member to approve the building of a park at a school in our neighborhood. So again, I could use the paperclip if I needed to. Any additional criteria? I'm going to say, I don't know if it'll do it here, add a column for teacher comments. One thing I love to do too, on rubrics especially, I have an 8th grade son. Y'all, we know that middle schoolers have their own language, right? Like, I don't even understand half of the things he says. All this bruh and so I don't know, all the crazy words they say, right? So you could actually have the rubric written in middle school slang, and it comes out it's fun. It's not bad. It's not, but the kids can relate to that. So if you passed them a rubric that was written in middle school slang, let me see if I can do it. Add a column for teacher comments and write in middle school slang. Let's see if it'll do it here. I am going to hit generate. Oh, we'll put teaks and hit generate. But I just think it's so fun. Like if your student got a, see, that's what I was wondering, if it was going to put it in the teacher comment column. Okay, I needed to be a little bit better in my description there. But you can see it did do the middle school slang. So it says, yo, your main point is lit, or nah, let's make it pop. So there's a couple things in here. It's kind of funny. So I could edit this a little bit. Got to show you can clap back at the haters, fam. I don't know. Lacks clear organization. So it did it only in the teacher column. So again, I would need to go back and edit that, clarify a little bit for the AI what I was meaning. I didn't mean to put it just in the teacher comment. I wanted that blank, and I wanted the middle school slang in the actual verbiage, right? So my prompting was not the best there. So I would go back and fix that. But I mean, yeah, Christina is pretty hysterical. I'm like, okay, but how fun would it be for a student to get a rubric in their vocabulary, right? Like they'd be like, my teacher's kind of cool. And they're going to buy into that activity a little bit more. Like middle school kids, y'all, they are so different, right? We can't wait for them to get out of middle school, but for them to be like, my teacher gets me, they get me, instead of like fighting them, let's kind of meet them on their level. So play with that. Don't write it like that. Make the actual wording of the rubric be in middle school slang. So we need to play with that a little bit more, but you guys get the idea. All right. I'm going to stop for a second. Todd, is this a good time to put the code in?
Yeah, we can do that. So let me go ahead and bring it up for you. I'm going to take over the screen.
Okay.
All right, guys, there you go. That's the code for the 10 o'clock 10 o'clock session there. Got a lot of good stuff in the chat there, Jeni, and it was great. I mean, it's the one time when you're using the middle school slang. I think I'm gonna just make a GIF of that, and we can put it all over Twitter or X. And
oh my gosh,
when Jeni was dropping middle school slang.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I need to up my middle school slang
vocabulary
knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You got to up the game.
Yes. My middle school slang game. I'm trying to read through the chat here.
Yeah, so people were asking about like, can you translate to Russian and Chinese? How is it beneficial to like bilingual education? Were some of the questions there that had popped up, and we have some in the chat that Alyssa is being very
I see that.
good about dropping in there.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and just give you about 10 more seconds. Remember, please do not share these in the YouTube chat. If you do, I've told Alyssa to just to ban you for 5 minutes from the chat. Like you go to timeout in the chat for 5 minutes. So don't share these in the chat. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to turn that back over to you, Jeni, and let you go ahead and share again.
Oh boy.
Come on, bruh, you can do it.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. All right, here's the test.
The Magic School session is lit, yo.
Yeah. All right, can you see my screen?
I see the YouTube.
Okay, let's try again. Desktop. I got this. Now you should see it.
There you go. Yep.
Okay, well, that was fun. All right, so I'm going to transition out of the tools, okay? And I want to show you Raina. So we have shirts, which I'm going to give you a code for in a minute, that say Raina is my BFF. So you might want to get one of those because Raina is going to become your BFF. So I hope you can kind of understand what the tools can do, right? Like they are scaffolded for you to use the fields, fill those in, add additional content. You can use the microphone, you can speak, you can do all of those things. You can edit. So I did see a question about editing it. So you just click the edit button and you can go inline editing with that edit button. So there is an export option, but that is a premium feature that if you just signed up today, you probably see that. So you could export it out into, slides or a form and do different things there. But we're just focusing on the basic tools for today. But I'm going to transition out of the tools and go into Raina. So over here on the left-hand side, you're going to see Raina. And what we're doing in our new update is trying to bring Raina more to the forefront of your experience because Raina is amazing. So Raina is your instructional partner to kind of help you, again, create all of these things. So if there's not a tool, like you're like, oh man, I wish there was a seating chart tool, or I wish there was, I'm making a master schedule tool. I mean, that would be more like an administrator concept. But if there is something that you're thinking, gosh, I wish I could do this, you go to Raina. So Raina comes with some ideas for me, like what are some fun and safe PE games for kids, or what are middle school reading club setup ideas? Using school garden for science lessons. Let's talk about that. So I'm gonna say, let's see. See if I can find I'm gonna put in this little guy here. so I don't have to type. Okay, what are some scaffolded questions I can use to support an ESL student learning about the Civil War? So I'm going to put that in there and we'll see what we get. So we have basic level, understanding facts, intermediate level, and advanced level critical thinking. So if you want, I can also help you create some sentence starters or simplified text to go along with these questions. So Raina is basically more open-ended. So anything, like I said, that you're thinking of, you can come to Raina. So I asked it to create some of these questions. And so it gave me 3 different levels. Now, what I want you to notice down here in the output, and there was some translation questions. So I did see someone said that they asked in the tools, like just translate it to Spanish. You can do that. But there's also on the output, a translation option. So right here, when this output is created, I have the copy option. This would be the export if you had the premium. You can edit it right here within the view. So I can kind of come in here and edit any of these right here in this view. Or I can, oh, I've got so many things. I can't find my way back. Hold on. Okay, cancel that and come back here. You also have this translation right here. So there's over 100 different languages that you can translate to. So I can instantly pick any of these and then it will translate those questions into that language. And then you could, if you're in the middle of a, threaded thing here, you can have it translate back. So you can kind of go back to what it is you're trying to work on. But you can have it translate instantly. So I hope that answers your question about the translation. So yes, we have translation and it is available in the free version. So translate away. You can also translate the entire platform. That is also up here in the top right-hand corner. You have the option to translate the entire experience into another language. So that is available as well. Wow, there's a lot more languages since the last time I got in here. But that is available to you also. All right, I'm going to just type in here, translate back to English. One thing too that I want you to notice is that down here, you have the paperclip. So you could upload additional resources. You also have different modes here. So I would encourage you to play with this. So just like with AI, we have our different modes. We have fastest, smartest, and thinking, which is deep reasoning and critical analysis. So this could be an area where you kind of play with it and to see which one is going to give you the best output that you works for your needs and what you like there. We also do have the microphone here, and we have that web search option there as well. We also have read aloud. So you could, and this is great in the student experience, but everything can be read aloud too. So, that's a really nice feature also. Now notice that Raina has these little purple boxes down here, and that it's Raina helping me think through this again. So giving me some ideas. Well, do you want me to help create some simple sentences for these questions? Sure, that sounds great. So here are some sentences that can help for examples for your ESL student to help answer these questions. So again, this is just using Raina to help me. And you also have a history with Raina. So your history lives over here on the right-hand side. So everything that you've created lives over here. I am going to, as a math teacher, I love create some, some word problems. I'm going to say some division word problems using emojis. Let's just see what it does. Okay, so here's some fun word problems using emojis to engage your students. So this, and it's funny, every time I do this, it comes out a little bit different. Earlier, it just put in emojis and then I had to ask it again to make the emojis part of the problem, which it did here, which is what I wanted it to do. So it gave me the actual apples divided by 5, and then it wrote it out. So I just think it's fun to play with it, see if it's going to give you the output that you're desiring. And then do you want me to add answers or make word problems with these emojis? Yes, please. I'm going to do that. And so now it's going to give me the answers. So what Raina does is that it really allows you to just go to town, ask it anything that you want. You could even have it, let's see. let's see, I'm going to say create a diagram of the water cycle. Let's see. Okay, It's thinking. Oh, it's almost done. All right. So I got a diagram of the water cycle. We do have image threaded in, but I think that's going to be on the premium side. But this is a pretty nice diagram here. I can save the image and got a pretty nice little diagram there. And then look, it says, can you explain the water cycle in simple terms? So all of these things are like helping me help to share this information to my students a little bit better, right? Breaking it down, you know, helping me do all of the things that I normally would do or that would take me forever. Let's say you're going on a field trip and you need to find ways to raise money or you want to write a grant. I did this last night because here at this CTE conference, they do a lot of the grant writing. It said, I want to write a grant and help me find ways to make money to take my students on a field trip to the zoo. And you don't even have to type correct. It knows what you mean if you misspell. So I'm writing a grant proposal template and it's going to help me find some funds to take my students on a field trip to the zoo. Like, and you can just keep going on and on. Like before we had AI, how long would it take us to, you know, come up with these ideas, right? Ways to make money, how we can write the grant. So whenever those, you know, grant opportunities come out, come to Raina and, you know, ask her to help you put your thoughts together as you're writing those things. But anything you're trying to do for your work, so as you're thinking through, and I know we're probably running short on time, there's just so much. Would love to see in the chat as you guys were exploring. I'm going to try to read through some of this. What was like 1 or 2 things that you're excited to go back and implement and maybe you're going to use? Like, did you create something today that you can use for back to school? I would love to see if there is some thoughts on that. And then I'm going to get back to my presentation because I want to share a code with you guys that you're going to be excited about. But put in the chat, I'd love to see. It's good and scary. Yeah. Makes our lives so much easier. And that's the whole thing, right? Is just being able to save time where you can be a better human, right? Like I am better when I save time and don't have that mental load and take some of this just stuff that we have to do that we can get support with from AI to do easier, then that makes me be a better mom. I don't have to be up at school on the weekends, you know, doing all of that. I can be more present as well in the classroom with my students where I need to be, right? So that's really what's important is using these supports to help us do some of the stuff that does take time, but we can get help with it. All right, I want to share this code with you because you guys are so awesome and you were with me today learning. And so for back to school, this is a $25 code that you can use toward any item in our MagicSchool shop. So we've gotten some new, I have on, well, this one's not available in the shop, but it says like teachers are magic. We even have them specific, like tech coaches, science teachers, you know, administrators. So you can go to MagicSchoolShop.com and use that code and it will give you $25 toward any item in our store. So I hope that you guys can utilize that and get you something good and get a fun, we have coffee cups if you don't want a shirt, but grab that code. And last thing I want to show you on our website, we have tons of resources. I wanted to make sure to show you the resources. The website here is also getting a little makeover, so it's going to look a little different. But under resources and PD resources, we have courses. So these courses are a great place to start. My zeros and ones, definitely this is your homework assignment. Go through these courses. So there are some leveled 4 courses. We've got a couple you know, other ones too that you can browse. But we also have webinars. So we have a back to school webinar series. So sign up for those webinars, tons of information available. Follow us on social, lots of great YouTube. Andrew, our community manager, he does tons of quick little informational videos on TikTok, all kinds of great resources. So you can always continue to learn and get some fun ideas. So I hope that you guys have taken some fun things away today, and I can't wait to see all your creative rubrics that you're going to make. But thank you for having me today. And like I said, reach out if you have any questions, and just go explore MagicSchool and start creating some awesome things.
Jeni, thanks so much for being with us and sharing a little bit about MagicSchool. We just greatly appreciate it. And I love what you said about saving a little bit of time out there. We are so busy, educators are busy, we've got so many things going on. And if we can save time writing that email, if we can save time, creating a lesson plan, or figuring out how we can differentiate for a student, it just makes so much sense for us to be able to do that. Ultimately, and I know that I've been saying this for the last couple of days, is we want to be able to help students. That's what we got into teaching for. And these tools help us to engage students in a higher way, an easier way, and more productive way. So we greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. So it's so exciting, and it will change your life. And I can't tell you how many times I hear people like, oh my gosh, my life has changed for just using AI in general. But I mean, MagicSchool makes it a little bit more magical too. So thank you so much for the opportunity today. And you guys continue to have a great day and learn lots.
Thank you, Jeni.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys, thanks so much. We are at the 10:50 mark, so we will have another 10-minute break where you can get to go and get a little bit of sunshine, get something to drink, hang out, like us on Twitter, the whole deal. Somebody asked about, specific AI tools that we have for the district. And we don't have any one that we've settled on 100% of the time. Like Jeni is, we're still seeing your screen. You might want to stop sharing. You might want to stop sharing, bruh. There you go. All right. Had to do that, Jeni. Had to do that.
That's hysterical.
All right. But so we don't have any specific ones. We do have AI opened up for staff. Now, one of the ones that we have that I'm probably, we recommend using is Gemini. Gemini in our workspace for education. We'll probably hear more about that. But MagicSchool is available for teachers to be able to use. It's not available for students, but it is available for students or for teachers to use. And it's really easy for you to get in there and use those tools. And so I know that kind of question came up. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Like I said, make sure you do all the things that you need to do before you come back. You're going to want to be in this next session. Hemant is going to be sharing about NotebookLM. And if you have not seen NotebookLM, it is going to blow your mind. All right. Again, it's going to blow I'm just not going to say anything else. I'm just going to leave it there. It's going to blow your mind. So make sure you come back for this one. You're going to love this one. But I'm going to go ahead and play our commercial and give you a little bit of a break. Don't forget to come back and check out this next session we have going on.
Need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame on your Promethean panel console. Select the applications icon. Click on Online Update Now if there are any updates needed. After the updates have been installed, the button will turn gray. The latest updates have already been installed. Regularly check if your panel needs an update. This helps maintain optimal performance.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Did you know you have CFISD EdTech help right from your bookmarks bar? Click CFISD Bookmarks, then click EdTech Help. Here you can access EdTech help and tips 24/7. Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame on your Promethean panel console. Select the applications icon. Click on Online Update Now if there are any updates needed. After the updates have been installed, the button will turn gray. The latest updates have already been installed. Regularly check if your panel needs an update. This helps maintain optimal performance.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 11 o'clock session. I'm really excited about this one. I'm excited about all the sessions. We've had some really great sessions in this room today. But this one right here is going to blow your mind. If you have not seen NotebookLM, if you don't know, you're like, what is NotebookLM? I saw AI in the description. Like, what are we talking about? It's going to blow your mind. And if you've been in there just like messing around a little bit, Hemant is going to take it to another level and let you see some really cool things. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring on Hemant Patel. He is instructional coach with Cierra High School, and he is one of our technology liaisons. He's very knowledgeable with technology and really excited that he is going to be here and share this. So I'm going to go ahead and welcome Hemant to go ahead and come on in, and he can start sharing his screen and take it from there. So Hemant, I do see your screen. I do see that you're still muted. There you go. All right.
There we go. All right. Start my video.
It's all yours.
All right. Okay. So my name is Hemant Patel, and I am, just like Todd said, I'm an instructional coach at Cierra High School. I've been a middle school teacher and high school teacher for over 20 years. In the middle, I've also been admin, so I've kind of seen a lot from different aspects of this. One of the things I wanted to talk about this year was Google's NotebookLM. It's a game changer, I think. I talk about it like it's the internet with guardrails. You can kind of carve out your own little piece of the internet there, and you can give it the resources that you want to constrict it to. That way it's not going all over the place and giving you a lot of extra information that you didn't ask for, or information that's not relevant to you. So what I've done there is I've made a couple of ones for us to kind of look at. So one of the things I want us to talk about, it's not for student use. There is a restriction, so it's only 18 and up. And so the kids aren't going to be able to log in. And then but you can use it for personal use and professional use. I've got a personal one that I'm going to show you guys kind of so you can see how it's pretty cool. You can do things that are not education related, but then also I'll jump into one that's very rich, that's really good for teaching and for lesson planning. So I'll get into that right now. So let's see. Here we go. All right, the benefits of NotebookLM. It's going to help you time in personal projects and professional ones. You can customize the learning for your kids, and based on the prompts you ask it, you can really tailor it as much as you want. And then it has some great creativity. It gives you new ideas, and you can go from there. And then also professional and personal growth. I've done it for book studies and things like that. And it's really helped, saved a lot of time. There's 3 panels. When you go log in, you'll have 3 sections. The pane on the left is sources. You'll add that. And then you will see the chat. That's where you'll use it like ChatGPT. And then you will see the studio on the right side, which is where it generates different things. There's a podcast thing, which some of you, if you're familiar with NotebookLM, you've probably heard some different podcasts that's generated. I've actually seen different YouTube videos that clearly are from NotebookLM, because you'll recognize the voices there. So I'll dig into those parts in a little bit. When we do jump to the professional part of it, we will see that it's you can source materials on the left side. Idea generation comes in the middle pane, and then the curriculum alignment. When you're putting your sources in, you can put your scope and sequence and different district documents in there. And then the differentiation comes with when you interact with it in that middle pane, it'll spit out things that's customized for you. All right, so we're also going to do a personal application, which is going to be like we're going to pretend we're planning a trip to Italy, and we're going to give it some sources. Actually, the sources are already in there. I'm not going to spend time generating this one. I'm going to show you what it's already generated for me. But we will generate a curriculum one. And then we've asked it to generate here on this personal one, itinerary, points of interest, and then what's really cool is a mind map of the history and a podcast that we can listen to. The professional one we'll get into is going to be the case study on lesson plan for Algebra 1. So that's going to be the 9th grade level. It's going to be a unit on quadratic equations. And then NotebookLM will generate stuff like that for us. So here is what it looks like when you land on it. And I've even done, like this is a professional learning one over here, but I've also done a school board meeting because some of those run really long. I think it's really important as educators, obviously, to stay informed, but our personal life, you can't always just watch the live stream. So you can either watch the recorded stream, or what I've done is I've put it in there, the YouTube link in there, and I've asked it to summarize it for me. So I can get a quick 15-20 minute summary of a 3-hour board meeting. So that's been helpful. This is going to be the Algebra 1 that I get into here. It's got, like I said, all these different sources, and we'll kind of generate that. And then different things. The far right pane is the studio, which is the most useful. And then with the case study, I'll talk about just different things. If we have time, I'll jump into this one right here. Sorry, I skipped through that one real quick, but this is the one I was talking about where you can just use it for professional growth. I found some articles on improving math instruction, and I put that in there and had it generate different things for me. And the best thing was the podcast. I was able to listen to it and get some great ideas. So I'll be using some of these resources for different things because I like this article where it says evidence-based math instruction. I've used that for multiple things in math because it does have good strategies on how to teach the math there. All right. So we're going to pick a topic, we're going to add resources, we're going to develop prompts, and then let it do all the work for us. So with that, let's dive in. So this is going to be the link to the Italy one. So here, so that one works. So I'll make sure that this is my personal one. And so what I've already done is I found a lot of sources here. And what I did is I like to jump here. What I do is, because we're learning all these prompts, obviously engineering a good prompt is very key. But sometimes the prompts get lost, especially in NotebookLM. It'll erase this middle pane. Let me go back to that real quick. Right here, whatever you've typed is your prompts, and it will erase this every time you exit and come back in. So you won't remember what you prompted. It'll have all your results over here on the right if you saved them. But if you're just interacting with it like ChatGPT, it's not going to keep all the different prompts and the answers. So what I've done, what I like to do, is I put my, and you'll get a link to this in a little bit. I didn't want to put that out there and have you guys running through that. I just want to focus us on this real quick. But I put, I'll put the sources in here so I know which ones I put. That's not critical, but I think what's important is this chat. I said, okay, this is the first prompt I put in there. So I asked it to plan a family trip for 4 people, 2 adults, 2 kids. And I even gave the ages so that, they're teenagers there. And I gave it 2-month flexibility, but I said I only want to go for 2 weeks. That's pretty much all we have money for. So we'll do that. And then I said I want to focus on the sites, the excursions, the food and entertainment, but I also want it to be cognizant of the price. And then it's going to generate a note from that chat. We'll do that, and I'll show you how I did that, and then also a mind map. So let's do that. Let's look at these are the different sources. So if I add a source, you can drag anything from here. So if I had that right there, these different things, I could drag something in here and let it go, and it would take it in there. And then it would generate this window right here. It will just add another source. There are times where it will kick it out because it's not compatible or something like that. So just keep in mind that when you add a source, you've got Google Docs and Google Slides. This window, you can do PDFs, .txt. You can even do an audio file with an MP3. I've done that before where I've recorded either a meeting or a portion of an audiobook. I've played it on my computer and I recorded it on my phone, just a portion of it so that I could get it to summarize that key piece because I thought it was very critical, a really important part of the book. And I was just too lazy to write down my own notes. So I just had NotebookLM do it for me. You can click you can add a website in here. You can click a YouTube video, put that in there. And if you just have a text from a document that maybe is not compatible, you could just copy and paste that as text in here and that'll work too. Here's what's cool. The discover sources. So I could click on this and you can click on it from here or you could just click on it from this window. So if you click on that discover button, you could say, okay, well, Italian vacation in 2026, June or July. And then submit that. So it's kind of like you're just doing your own search on the external internet. This is the part without guardrails. But what I've done before, I just use Gemini or use ChatGPT to kind of generate these sources. But you can do it within NotebookLM now. So here it has these sources. It says, okay, when to go to Italy. I've already decided when to go, so I'm not going to click that. Italy in June, that's fine. I'm going to go next year, but the weather shouldn't be too much different. Italy in July, that's fine too. I'm not going to entertain that one. Complete history for first timers, that's great. So I've got these different things here. Let's say we're not going to visit the Amalfi Coast. And then the do's and don'ts, that's great. And a beginner's guide, that's hit import. So it'll import all those in here. And now whenever I ask it a question, it's going to be that much smarter. It'll have that much more information to go on. And so that's really cool with that pane. Now with this pane, this is when you interact with it. So like say we're going to ask a question like, what are the top 10 sites in Rome to visit? It'll return that, and then it'll generate just like ChatGPT is here, but it'll give me an option at the bottom to save that note. So that way when I exit and come back, it doesn't erase it. So it takes a little time here. I've saved some of my other ones, like these are the different ones that I've saved before. And so one of the first things I asked it to do while it works on that, there it goes. So it gives me that. And what's cool is it actually also gives me where the source is. So if I click on that, it'll show me where that source was. It's the source guide. The Colosseum dates, facts, and locations is the source. And that's what it pulled it from. So I can collapse that back down and read what it was telling me. So let me go back to my presentation notes here. So this is the prompt I gave it, and it gave me the results, and this is what it generated. So I liked what it gave me, and I clicked on the bottom down here where it says save to note. And when it did that, let me just move this back. So let me go back to where I was. So when I clicked this save to note, say I'll do that now, it'll kick it over here. And then now it says Rome's essential sites. That's exactly what I asked it. So now if I click that, it'll expand, and that's exactly what I have over here. So now it's saved it basically. If I don't like it, I can delete it. I can change the name right here. Just change it to whatever you want and collapse it back. So the itinerary it gave me was this one. So it says planning a trip. Here it is. Here's the itinerary, week 1. Looks like we start in Rome, and then Vatican City, and then we leave Rome on day 5 to go to Tuscany, and so on. And then we end it from Venice. So, and it even talks about the flights here for a round trip and how much it's going to cost and all that stuff. So that's really cool. On the next part here, I wanted to talk about these features in the studio. So these are the ones, these are the buttons. Let me go to the buttons here. So the studio part, you've got these buttons. I'm going to ignore this one for right now. That's the coolest one, actually. But you can add a note here by just typing your own note. You can do a study guide. So if I click that, it'll generate a study guide. Study guide you may not want to do for a personal one because it's really asking questions and answers. It's like a quiz. And so it'll give you some answers to some questions and things like that, which might be cool. You can quiz your kids on where they're going on their vacation and things like that. The really useful one here is the briefing doc that I'll generate right now. And then also the frequently asked questions. That's neat. So as it's generating those, I did a timeline already. This is the timeline. Oh, here's the study guide. So this is the one where it gives you a question and then the answer key. So what are 3 main periods of ancient Rome and all that. So this is more of something that you would do as a teacher. The briefing doc is really cool. It's going to be this one, the Traveler's Guide. So it's just different things that you could read up on and things like that about Italy to kind of get you excited about your trip. And then the frequently asked questions, that's this one. So that actually, I think that one's the study guide. So that's the one thing. It doesn't tell you which one you clicked on to get it. So sometimes you just have to click on it again and get a new one. The timeline is actually a history of Rome. So that one was this one. And so it just kind of goes through history, timeline of ancient Rome, Florence, and Venice. So it'll go through all of that, which is neat. What's really cool here is the mind map. So you click on that. And then what's important here is you click on the little things to expand it or collapse it. If I click on the rectangle, if I click on cities, it'll open up another window here. And it'll basically discuss the different things it wants to tell me about the cities. It'll spit it out at me. If I didn't want to do that, if I just want to see what's in that folder, I just basically go back to this and click on the little arrow next to it. So let me collapse this and go back into that. So if I just want to say, okay, let's look at the cities, and I only want to look at Venice, I can click on Venice, and then it goes there. So I can talk about how to get around in Venice. There's it's a car-free urban area. There's waterways and canals. So definitely cool to go on a gondola. So then I can click on that and get some interesting feedback on that. Okay. So it's still generating some more stuff on that one. So that is the mind map. And then the last thing I wanted to do is talk about the audio. So let's do that. You can click on this. I've already loaded a conversation. So instead of letting it generate, it's basically going to reload a conversation that I already generated before. It's a 10-minute, 55-second English podcast of a trip to Italy. So let's play that and see what it sounds like.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're taking a journey to 3 absolutely iconic Italian cities, Rome, Florence, and Venice.
All right, that is just good. It's just the audio that you can listen to. But if you want to interact with it, which is really where the power is, you can click on this one. So it'll restart the audio. It'll start over.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're taking a journey to 3 absolutely iconic Italian cities, Rome, Florence, and Venice. Our mission.
Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to let it play for a second, but I'm going to stop it. I'm going to click join. It's going to stop, and it'll say, oh, we have a caller that's going to come in and, ask a question, and it's going to let me ask a question, and then it'll respond to me, and it'll change what it's going to talk about based on my question. That's huge. So that way you don't have to sit there and listen to something that's not going as well as you want. You just basically, go and tell it how to change direction. So that's what I'll do here.
And really is to pull out the key insights you need for a really well-informed trip. We're focusing on the must-see sites, the unique culturals. Oh, hey there, how can we help?
Hi, can we focus on the time frame for each city? What is ideal for each? Oh, sorry. So it's going to ask me this question. It's going to ask me if I want to use it all the time in the site or just this time or never allow. Obviously, I want to do it at least this time. So let me click that. So now I have to start over.
Oh, no. It sounds like you had a little technical hit up there. We're so sorry. Oh, yeah. Go on.
All right. Can we focus on the ideal amount of time to spend in Rome versus Venice and Florence?
Absolutely. Thanks for letting us know what's on your mind.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. And it's something a lot of first-time travelers to Italy grapple with.
It's all about finding that sweet spot, right? Not too rushed, but making the most of your time.
And since you just hopped back in, it's perfect timing because we were literally just about to dive into how to structure your itinerary.
Okay.
So
there's that. So now that we've done that, I think it's a good time to kind of talk about sharing your notebooks. We're going to stop in just a second to get the DLC session code. But before I do that, when you share your notebook, like this one, if I'm clicking share, this is a personal one, so it's very easy. I can change it to anyone with the link can listen to it. And so that's great. If you have a work one, you can only share it with like at least Sci-Fair. We would only be able to share it within Sci-Fair. So only the Sci-Fair teachers would be able to use that. So if you have a personal one you want to share with somebody else, that's fine. Just make sure you're doing it in your personal thing. So once you click that, what it looks like, I'll jump to my work one. And so with this one, I've shared the Italy one with myself at work. But what you'll notice is that you cannot change the sources. You can't generate a new podcast. You're just stuck with the one that's there. And I'll dig into that one a little bit with the work with the algebra case study. And you can also interact with these. You can even look at the mind map, but you can't generate any new notes or anything like that. But you can ask it questions here. You can interact with that as much as you want. You can copy its answer and paste it into your own document. You just can't manipulate or change this notebook because you're not the owner of that notebook. All right, so let me now go back to the presentation. Todd, you want to stop? We want to stop now for the session code. And also, while you guys are doing that, this is the link to my resources.
So Hemant, do you want to drop that in the Zoom chat and Alyssa will throw that in the YouTube chat for you?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. I'm going to go ahead and share out. I'm going to take over the screen share. Guys, that's the code for the 11 o'clock session. Please make sure you write that down and you have it ready to go for our 4 o'clock. After DLC, you're able to get all your credit and put that into the Google form. So that is that's something that is you need to go ahead and get. Hemant, NotebookLM, I've been using it for a while and it is a game changer, like you were saying. You think about the curriculum documents that you can put in there. You think about even as an administrator, how you can put some of the administrative handbooks and things like that, where you can call up a quick answer. You might not remember what it is, you might not remember where to find it, but you can just do a quick search. And the thing about NotebookLM that I love is it always shows you where it's found in the curriculum documents.
Yes. Yes, it does do that. That's great.
All right, guys, we're going to leave that up for about 10 more seconds. And Alyssa is sharing out the link for you so you can get that presentation. And you do have access to, like Hemant was saying, here in Sci-Fair, notebooklm.google.com. And the thing that I'll say right here before we move forward, NotebookLM is part of the workspace. So it is a core service. So it is part of our workspace licensing. So I appreciate Google doing that. And they're just putting a lot of resources into it. They've realized that it is a very useful software. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. Hemant, it's okay. All yours again.
All right, let me take over again.
Yep.
Okay. Is that sharing?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're I don't have a link to the algebra one, but I'm just going to jump to it. Again, it's in my Sci-Fair one, so I can't share it outside of the organization. But if you're a Sci-Fair teacher and would like to see my notebook, share it with you, I can do that. Just email me. And I have my contact information at the end. As we go along here, if you want to ask questions, just throw it in the chat. And then we will try to get to those as we go. So what I'll do now is I will jump to my work one. And then the algebra one I want to do is right here. I'll show it to you real quick and we'll kind of generate some things too. So that way you can see how to add and how it goes. But right now, this is what it will look like once it's all built up. Only thing I did, and let me, I added the test and I did not add these. These blue ones, these are notes that as I asked it questions, it generated stuff for me. And then I saved it to a note. And once I saved it to a note, then I kicked it to source. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So I asked it a question. So let me be exact with my question. So this is, again, the link to the sources. And in my resources, you've got the presentation and you've also got the files that I uploaded and the podcast that it generated. One thing I did not do, though, is I did not put the scope and sequence in there because it's a district document and you need to use your own district documents and it's an internal doc for us. So I didn't want to share that out. So if you try to click on the one that says scope and sequence, you'll see that it's just blank. But ours here for my purposes was done as a full scope and sequence. So I asked it, here, give me the outline. I even told it that on March 3rd, we had a bell schedule that was different. Actually, excuse me, March 5th, the bell schedule was different. So I said leave it as a makeup day because 2 of the classes were going to be very short. And so you can even do things like that. And it does customize it for you so that you can plan like a real teacher does, because that stuff, obviously happens. And I said, we need 2 tests. So obviously that's going to take out days of instruction is there as well. So we need to account for that. And then I also wanted to, once I got that, I wasn't very happy. And this document is kind of useful because this prompt generated these results. I click on outline and this is what it generated there. And so it's got all that for you in this document. So that way you're kind of, as I do another one next time, I will look at this and I will hopefully get better at my prompts and get better results. So anyway, so this is what I did. And then I asked it some things here to add the teaks along with those words that are explaining each standard. And then also I asked for a list of vocabulary, which was great. And so let me show you that one. Let me close these Italian ones so I don't get messed up here. So when I asked it for the vocabulary, roll it out to daily questions. Here's the vocabulary right there. And so it said which day I'm using each one of these vocabulary words. And here's the vocabulary words right there on each day. So I kind of prompt myself ahead of time to let me know what vocabulary words I need to hit. Now, if I like those, I would hit this button that says convert to source. So let me go back to one that I had, this one, the quadratic equations, instructional plan. If I like this and I say, okay, I want to make sure that now it's going to use this instead of the whole full-blown scope and sequence every time, I can hit this button that says convert to source. And over here, you will see it pop up right there. And so this is telling me, and actually what I did to prompt this is I had this evidence-based math instruction article, and I asked it, hey, make sure and use these strategies in my lessons. So I asked it, hey, give me an outline of what kind of strategies I could use each day. And that's what that was. One thing I really like is I like to ask it to give me essential questions. So it's done that. So let me get into it here. Let me just make a, excuse me, let me create a new notebook. And that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to just upload the documents. I'm going to download the scope and sequence. Actually, the scope and sequence, let's do the test here. So test, it has to be a PDF. So it cannot be a Word document. It can be a Google Doc, but it cannot be a Word doc. So that's easy enough to convert that. And there's the test review. And I think I have it in the trash. Scope and sequence. Oops. Oh, anyway, so there's that, and there's the evidence-based math instruction. So we need to add that on there too. And I can interact with it and ask it questions. So because I don't have that scope and sequence sitting here, it's going to be hard to generate a whole lot. But with that, I can ask it, what are the key points in evidence-based math instruction? So it highlights it pretty quickly here for me. And yes, this is great because it does tell me the visual representation, the explicit instruction with practice, the schema-based instruction, and the peer interaction. Now, it has all that, but it's not very visually friendly. And so what I would like to do is I like to just say, let's do a mind map of that. And I click that. And as it's generating that, we can also ask it to customize a briefing on that. So I'm going to ask it customize. This is a customized podcast on that. So I'm going to say, can you focus on helping a teacher understand how to implement evidence-based math instruction into an Algebra 1 classroom, specifically a 9th grade class with students from a background, lower socioeconomic background. There we go. I hit generate. And so while it's generating that, let's take a look at the mind map. So it made the mind map. And since I only put a couple of sources in, it's not going to go a whole lot, but I really wanted to focus on this evidence-based math instruction. And so these are the elements, and there's 4 elements. So this is definitely helpful to me because I'm a person that likes bullet points rather than just a whole paragraph long reading. So this is going to be much easier for me to utilize. So I'm going to click on that. Why it helps, teaching tips. Let's do that. Teaching tips, clear learning goal. This is all based on the evidence base or explicit instruction. So explicit instruction to me was, oops, excuse me. Where was my new one? There it is. Okay. Sorry, I went backwards a little bit. Elements of effective math teaching. Let's do this. I didn't know what that meant, but then it says, what is it? What it is. And then it says clear learning process, model the skill, guided independent practice, and quick feedback. So that's kind of what it's talking about, what that means. The schema-based instruction. Well, what is it? It's identifying the work problem types and patterns, schemas, multiplicative schemes, with multiplication division, and then represent information like diagrams and equations. So anyway, that's really useful to have that broken down in that way. Let's go back to this. The podcast is still generating. So while it's doing that, let's jump to this. And so let's take a look at the vocabulary generated in the other notebook. Well, I don't want to jump out of this notebook yet because it's still generating. Let's take a look at what else I have here. So the vocabulary that I actually got when I asked this prompt, it says, can you create a data timeline with important vocabulary words for each day? Include the day number and all that. So I put it in here. So this is actually what I pasted from NotebookLM. And it starts off with the very first day, quadratic equations. So define that. And then it skips to kind of, we're working on that. But in day 4, remember, the third day, March 5th, was their makeup day. And then here you go to all these different vocabulary words, linear factors, zeros, factoring. So that's a great way of that. Now, another prompt I used was a relevance. So why are we learning this? This right here. Why are we learning that? And so I gave it a prompt. That's why it's important to learn these. And also I included the fact that the kids were from lower socioeconomic communities so that they don't, we realize that they have limited experiences that we want to basically make sure that we're accounting for. So then it generated this real world connections with sports, construction, and business, problem solving skills, why those are important, and then also future applications and career paths. So that's been nice there. One thing I really loved is the prompts for essential questions. So here I asked it, can you come up with an essential question for each day? And I expanded on that. And then I asked it, one other thing I started doing is the foundational questions. And I'll get to that one here because I think the podcast is ready. So here's the podcast that it generated for me.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. We're here to unpack complex ideas and turn them into, well, actionable insights.
Glad to be here.
So today we're tackling something I think almost everyone has heard in a classroom, maybe even felt themselves. I'm just not a math person.
Oh, absolutely. It's incredibly common.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so that's going to jump to that. What's cool is that when you do that, you can download it so you can listen to it later. There's also an app on your phone. And so the app on the phone, it's gotten a lot better. When it first released, it was only for the podcast. Now, recently, it's been updated so that you can actually toggle between all three panes and you can do everything you can do here on the phone app. So that's pretty neat. Now, when I download it, I can download this one and listen to it for myself. And again, the audience was teachers. So let me jump to this other one for you for a second. This one, I actually prompted it to do four different podcasts, and I'll show you what those were. These podcasts are in my resources folder. The first two were for teachers. The first one I didn't think was spot on because it didn't really talk about the evidence-based math instruction. So I generated podcast 2, which talked about that a little bit more. Then what I did is, okay, well, what about students? Students can't use NotebookLM, but you can download the podcast that's targeted to them and have them listen to it. Say if they missed a lesson or something like that. And so you can do that. You can say, okay, this is for kids who missed the lesson, or this is for kids who need a review over the unit. So you can do that. It'll generate those. Typically, the podcasts are about 10 to 20 minutes long. You can customize it. You can tell it to shorten it or make it a little bit longer, things like that. Obviously, the kids will definitely need it shorter. You don't want a huge long one. But for teachers, I asked it to say, I've got a teacher that's new to the content. Can you talk about this unit and give them a good unit overview? And so that was nice. So they were able to, you can kind of use that to get somebody more comfortable or get yourself more comfortable with something like that. As it generated these things, I really liked the foundational questions, the daily questions. Let me talk about what that was. It's right here. Daily questions. So I'm going to collapse that. I gave it a prompt and I asked it for 2 easy questions, 2 medium questions, and 1 deeper short answer type of question. And so it did exactly that. And I asked it for one of those each day because in math, it's very easy to ask a lot of questions, but most of our questions are low level. They're more like, what's the next step? What's the answer to this? What's this times this? What's the factor for that? Those are easy to ask. And every math teacher asks a ton of those. But a lot of times I found myself not really asking the why question or the deeper questions that are like, why is this? Or what happens if you do that? I sometimes do, but that's more of a hit and miss thing. So if I have this, it's like give an example of a real world scenario that can be modeled by a quadratic equation. I may not ask that typically, but now that I have it written, I'm more likely to ask it. And then a deeper thinking question, why is it important to be able to recognize quadratic equations in different contexts? So, and some of them are good questions, some of them not so good, but you get better with the better your prompts get. But I didn't actually think about these types of questions until I actually had NotebookLM generate them because it just takes a lot of time, especially essential questions. I just wasn't that good at writing essential questions until I did it a lot more. And nowadays, it's just a lot less time to do those things. So you're able to get NotebookLM to do that. Now, I liked this list. So what I did is I hit this convert to source button right here at the bottom. And then it spit it out right here into this daily questions. So now it's a source. So now my interaction is going to use these new sources that I created to help me build a better lesson or better ideas. So I typically don't ask NotebookLM to give me lesson ideas until I build all this stuff out. I like the questions, I like the test questions, I'd put all of that in there. And then once those sources are good, because again, I only started with a test review and the scope and sequence. And then I added this article, a couple of articles in here. So what you see in red, that's what I started with. All the blue is what I added after I asked it a question. I saved it to note right here. That kicks it to the studio. And then I click whatever I want and click the convert to source. And then it puts it back over here. So you're really just training it upon itself. You're getting better and better results. All right, so I'm looking at the clock. We got about 10 minutes left. So let me go back and see if there's any questions that I can answer with you guys. Please put them in the chat if there's anything. I think somebody said something about a notebook, about a resource of folders. Let me get to my chat.
Yeah, there's a question in the Zoom chat for you. Mike asked, he said, I teach 3 subjects. I would like to group each class lesson together, segregating from the others. How do I achieve this since NotebookLM doesn't offer a folder directory?
That's a good question. So, you know, what I've been doing, honestly, is I do a lot of the Google Docs because it's got these tabs in there. It's been great. And so I kick the results of this over here. But again, I think I'd have to kind of understand your question a little bit more to really customize the results. But what I've seen with AI is that by the time I figure out a workaround, pretty quickly after that, they'll have a solution like this app. I didn't find it that useful because it was just for podcasts, but now it does it all. So it's been nice. So maybe they'll do a folder feature because I do agree that because when you're just looking at your thing here, you can't really do much with it. You can edit the title, you can delete it, and it just sits there as its own folder. You can't really organize them. So it is that. Now, you can change the display a little bit. It does allow you to see all notebooks. Like if I go over here, there's some different notebook types, like the shared with me and your notebooks. It'll suggest some different ones, but it doesn't have a great organizational system. So
what would you suggest, Hemant, like maybe making a separate notebook for every class?
I would definitely suggest that because it's going to be convoluted if you put it all in one. It's going to get confused. So definitely put a brick wall between your contents because otherwise it'll bleed from one to the other. Okay, I got another question. We heard a male and a female voice earlier in your examples. Can you adjust the voices in the podcast? Can you go over any of the ways you can? So you can adjust some of the settings. So let's go to one of the settings here. So if I go to settings, you can change your output language. So let's say you're going to Italy and you actually want it in Italian, you could do that. But it changes the whole thing. So I haven't done that yet, but it does. If you go to output language, like right now, it's the default language, and I can change it to say Spanish if I wanted to do that. If I click that, and then I think I have to download it. Let me see if it changes this.
All right, so we're diving into algebra.
Nope, that didn't work. I think I know if I download it, it'll still be in English. So I may have to regenerate it, which would take a second. But I haven't played with the language one too much. But you can, once you download it, you can change the speed, or you could even you can change the speed here. As far as the voices, no, I haven't found a way to change the voices, but it does help to be able to change the download or the speaking speed. I can't do 2.0, but some people can.
One today, and looks like we've got a good mix of stuff.
Yeah, that's a little fast. I'm more of a 1.5 is the max. That probably 1.2.
We've got this test review thing. It looks like it's mostly on quadratic equations. And then we've got.
So that's neat there. Let's see. We might have already been addressing it, but is there a limit to how many notebooks you can have? That's a good question. The limit I know of is actually in the sources, and I'm only talking free version. All of this is the free version. You can do 50 sources. I haven't actually gotten to 50 yet. So that's not been an obstacle for me. How many notebooks you can have? That's a great question. I don't know if there's a limit on that one now. Obviously a workaround is if you build it in your personal one, you could just create another Gmail and have another set of them. But I haven't come across a limit yet on that. And I've read some articles and it doesn't say that, but there's a limit.
I do have some information for you on that, Hemant, because we have Google Education Plus or Workspace for Education Plus. You can make up to 100 notebooks per user.
Awesome.
50 sources per notebook. The words per source can be up to 500,000. You could do chat queries up to 50 per day, and audio generation up to 3 per day. So, I mean, we've got some really good limits here.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. Oh, I do see there's a clarifying question that says the question was regarding organization for the homepage. Yeah, there's not a way to organize the homepage, unfortunately. So it'll just spit out. It's not even alphabetical. So like I made this one after I made that one. So I'm not sure why it's second, even though I've made, I don't know. Can't really help on the organization of the homepage, unfortunately. If you upload your student handbook, convert to a podcast, can this be uploaded to your district's website? Or just the notebook can be? No, so if you download the podcast, the podcast is a .wav file, a WAV file. So you can put that anywhere. So if you do a podcast and you want to put it into Schoology for your kids, or you have a district website that you want to put something on, you can do that. Let's see, any other questions? Got about 4.5 minutes left.
So how have y'all used this, or have you used it with teachers to be able to share out NotebookLM or notebooks on the campus yet? And how did you do that? And what was the what was the use case?
So what I did is I think I did a geometry one, and I think this might be it right here. So we were about to start a quadrilaterals and polygons unit. And so I got all these, the red ones are the ones that I uploaded. So there's a bunch of YouTube videos there. And then there were some things that I liked in notes that I generated, and I put it over here. I did the scope and sequence, but I only put in the unit 8 scope and sequence. So what I did is I just deleted the pages that were not relevant to that unit. And then I got it to do an outline and things like that. So this is kind of, and I shared this with the team. So that way they could kind of, to me, it turned out to be a little bit too much. Now, if you notice, it's in Spanish now. So it took a second, but the output settings did work. So let me change the output language to, you know what, before I do that, I wonder if my Spanish output will be here while it's doing that, because if I change it back to English, it's going to mess that up. So here we go.
All right, so it looks like we're diving into some geometry today.
Yeah, so that's not, that didn't work. But here everything is going to be in Spanish. And so that's kind of neat. Let me change this back to English. Okay, so when I asked it for by frequently asked questions, it's got all of these. So this is really cool in geometry because there's a lot of classifications. And so it'll always give you the answers as well, which is nice. So all the questions that you're asking, the frequently asked questions, it'll give you the answers as well. facts and formulas I've asked it for, so different things like that. So it was a little bit overwhelming when the team looked at it all. So it didn't really get used, but I think it's because I was just sharing my learning with them, and I can kind of get overzealous with, I get excited, so it gives them too much information sometimes. But I think maybe just starting with an article would have been good. So maybe the one that I had with math about evidence-based math instruction would have helped. A whole unit sometimes is a little heavy.
I know that I've used it for like white papers. When a white paper is sent to me or I see something that I want to learn more about, but there's like, 50 pages on there or whatever. I've thrown it in NotebookLM and created a podcast and was able to take that on the go. And so that was pretty helpful to be able to do that for your own personal learning.
Gotcha. Yeah. Actually, we went to the conference, the TCEA in Austin, and the presenter, she had talked about going to the doctor, and they would send a lot of information to her, and it's just a lot of information, too much to read. So she just would put that in there, and it would just summarize it for her. She could listen to it in a podcast. She could ask it specific questions. It'll go find the answer and give it to her. So if you just have a couple of questions and you don't want to read a 50-page document, it's perfect for that. So somebody did answer the question that it looks like the organization of the notebooks on the homepage is just based on what you opened last. So this is the one I opened last, so that's what's popped up first. So there's no way to customize it, but it's kind of neat to have that where the most recent is the top one. Now let me get back to the last thing is my presentation here. So obviously it saves time. You can personalize it. It helps you grow. This again is the links for everything. Other areas I do work a lot in is like productivity and data analysis and spreadsheets and things like that. So if you have, oops, there we go. If you have any questions, you can email me here. If you're in the district, you can look up my name up in the district and email me that way too. And there's my Twitter. But yeah, I'd love to help in any way I can. Helping people is what I do. Thanks for listening, y'all.
Hemant, thanks so much for sharing NotebookLM with us. It's such a powerful tool, and we have it available for teachers in our domain. And like I said, it is part of the Google Course Services, so it's one of those that they support, and we're able to get support with it. So thank you so much, Hemant. We greatly appreciate you being a part of our digital learning conference.
Thanks a lot. I'll stop sharing now.
All right. Well, everyone, we are going into our lunchtime. And so, like I said before, if you've been hanging out with us in room 4, this is something different that we're doing this year. We are taking actually a lunch break. A lot of the feedback that we received this year or last year was it'd be nice to have a little bit of a break because we're sitting down, focusing, and it's just there's a lot of good stuff. We don't want to miss anything, but we need a little bit of a break. So we're doing that. We're going to break from 12 to 1. And so I highly recommend that you go get something to eat, go get something, go stretch, go do whatever you need to do. Go hit us up on Twitter or X and make sure that you're hashtagging, CFISD DLC so that we can see all the good things that are happening out there. But we're going to go ahead and take a break. And you're going to see a video here that's just going to play. Just going to be a screen that says we'll be back at 1 o'clock. So at 1 o'clock, let me just tell you this before we go. We're going to have more AI here in this room. And Joe Marquez, if you are familiar with our DLC, he has been someone who has presented for us for many years. And he is a great presenter and gives great information. I promise you that his stuff is going to be actionable and things that you can use right away. So at the 1 o'clock time frame, he's going to be talking about mastering AI prompt engineering and best practices for K-12. At 2 o'clock, he's going to be talking about Google LM and NotebookLM. Again, kind of like what Hemant has been sharing, but he's going to be talking about it from his perspective. And then at the 3 o'clock session, it's still going to be AI, but he's going to be talking about unleashing creativity. So a lot of great stuff coming in this room starting at 1 o'clock. and you're not going to want to miss it. So I'm going to go ahead and, like I said, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break, and we're going to go stretch our legs as well. We've been sitting for a long time, 2 days of this. It's you know, we love it. The last 3 hour or the last 3 hours that we have here, I'm glad that we get to finish out this room with Joe Marquez. So you're going to see some really great information. Joe has been a friend to Cypress Fairbanks for many, many years and has presented for us in all different kinds of scenarios, whether that was EdTech Live, DLC, even when DLC was face to face. And so we're glad that you are here and you're going to be able to get information from him today. You're going to be just blown away. So Joe is an educator, and the stuff that he shares, it's not like theoretical, it's not like philosophy. He's just not like an edtech influencer that's out there and he's like, hey, I come up with these ideas. The stuff that he's going to share with you has been tried with staff and students, and so that makes a big difference when it comes to actually implementing the things that we're learning here at the Digital Learning Conference. So right now he is an instructional tech coach with Clovis Unified. Oh my gosh, I can talk. Coming back from lunch, I can talk. I promise you. And maybe I need to have some more coffee. That's what it is. Or maybe I don't need to have more caffeine. One or the other. We'll see. We'll see how we go. Joe used to work for Q, but he decided that his passion was really to work with students and staff directly in the classrooms. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and invite you on. Joe, come on in, and you're going to be talking about mastering AI prompt engineering. I think this is so relevant because we hear a lot about AI and the prompting and the things out there for education, or I'm sorry, for the business world or whatever is out there, but not necessarily for for education. And so I'm glad that you're going to be able to do it from that perspective. So welcome, Joe, to the Digital Learning Conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Todd, can you turn on my video? It's telling me that you have those controls to turn on my video.
Okay, let me see here. There you go. Can you turn it on now?
There it is. I'm on here. Yes.
There you go.
All right. Thank you, Todd, so much for that fantastic introduction. And it is a joy to be back in Sci-Fair, even if it is a virtual Sci-Fair. As many of the staff in Sci-Fair know, I always consider Sci-Fair my second home, my second district family. And it's so great to be back here in front of you. Today, we want to showcase for you something very, very important. You hear so many things about AI that sometimes we really focus on the shiny object, the tool that does this or this that does that. And we have to really understand that these tools are meaningless without us. These tools are meaningless without your vocabulary, your pedagogical approach, your understanding of your course and your content. You are the one that powers the AI, and that is through your ask. And that's what we call a prompt. Now, in the past, people have called people who come up with prompts prompt engineers. And there was a lot of companies that were hiring people under the term prompt engineer. But what they quickly found is even though they know how to write prompts well, if they don't know the content, if they don't know the vocabulary, if they don't know exactly what they need to be asking, they're not going to do such a very good job. That's why a high school science teacher is going to be the best to prompt for high school science things. A high school ELA teacher is going to be the best to prompt for their English class. It is your understanding, your knowledge, your amazingness as an educator that's going to power the AI. Power will never take over you. You're going to harness the power of AI, and that's through mastering prompt engineering. Now, I do have the link right down here where all of my resources from all my sessions today are going to be, and that is right down there in this bit.ly. That will take you to a Padlet. And so we are right here under Mastering Prompt Engineering. The slide deck is there. We're going to have a quick activity that we do together as well. We're going to be posting it underneath our AI story column. But I hope you get out of this that my staff in Clovis Unified is getting out of this. As Todd says, these are things that we are actively and actually working with educators on mastering how to harness AI for their teaching and learning. And we're slowly showcasing this to students to enhance AI literacy in the classroom. We don't want to give students these AI tools, even though we know they're probably using them at home. We don't want to give students these AI tools without properly being trained on how to properly use these tools. So it all starts with mastering prompt engineering with teachers. And as Todd says, I have a lot of things and a lot of stuff that I do, but right now my passion is working with teachers and students to enhance creativity and AI actually in the classroom structure. So everything I'm going to share with you, we're actually doing in the classroom. So today I'm going to ask you for us to get in the mindset of a prompt engineer. What is that? That is somebody who thoughtfully thinks about what they are planning to do and how they are going to create the best ask, the best prompt to have it do that for them. You see, a lot of people think that AI is there to do all the work for you. It is not there to do the work for us. It is there to take our ideas. It is there to take our asks. It is there to take what we want it to do and help us get to the end point by a collaborative process. There's one thing I love to say, and that is when we are looking at AI, when we're making a decision to use AI, our reason to use AI should not be to save us time. And I get some weird looks from educators when I say that. It's like, but that's what we're using it for, right? The answer is no. The answer is we're using it to help us amplify what we are already doing in the classroom. When we do it correctly, when we learn the skills, when we learn how to harness this power, the byproduct of using AI will be to save us time. But our mission, our goal, our onus to use AI should not be to save us time. It's to amplify the work we are already doing. So we need to make sure we keep that in the forefront. And as a big reminder, this is a mantra that we're saying to our teachers because they're asking us about this tool and this tool over here and this AI feature over here. And we remind them, look, it's not about the tech. Tech will come and go. Tools will come and go. Products will come and go. Rest in peace, Flipgrid, right? It's not about the tech. It's about the technique. So if something does go away, we can easily transfer our skills over to something else. So if we focus on a tool, we are not focusing on our technique. So today I want us to take a deep breath and focus on the technique of harnessing the power of AI. And that is through crafting, through constructing, through engineering the best prompt possible. Now, if you go on Amazon right now and you look up prompting guidelines or prompting frameworks or whatever, you're going to see tons of books written by numerous individuals telling you how to do this. The thing about it is, no one can truly tell you how to write a prompt because prompt writing is creative writing. And that creativeness comes from you. So you become a better prompter, not by reading a book on how another person became a better prompter. You become a better prompter through trial and error, by doing it again and again and again, and seeing how small changes in your vocabulary can create big changes in the outputs. So I'm not going to give you a framework. I'm not going to give you any protocols, but I do want to give you this checklist. Over the 3 years I've been using AI, I've been trying to find out some of the things that make a prompt tick. And these are the things that I have found. When you have a well thought out ask or task for the AI to do, it does a better job. That's why that's at the highest part of this checklist. And then context, adding in everything about what you need it to do as much as you possibly can. And I'll give you a hint. You're never going to give enough context right off the bat. You're never going to give enough context. Okay. But give as much as you can. For example, if you're asking it to help you amplify a lesson plan with your students or for your students, you need to tell them what grade level you're in. You need to tell them what standards you want to focus on. You need to tell them all of these things in order to get the best out of the project. And then finally, you want to include an exemplar, something that works, something that's going through, that's going to help the AI understand what is happening. And then the other thing, the persona, the format, and the tone and style, those are things that I think you really need to focus in on. So I want to pause for a second, and I would love for you to look this over, and I would love for you to think, how would I be able to use these 6 things to write the best prompt? And then we'll continue. Just about 1 minute. I want you to internalize it right now. So hopefully that little bit of time gave you an understanding of these are the things that we need to look for in crafting a proper prompt, because prompt writing is creative writing, just like we have to learn everything that needs to be included in writing a fiction story or a story of a biography, everything that needs to be in literature. We still need to know these things when it comes to prompt writing, because it is a skill that takes time to learn. Not only students need time to learn, but so do teachers. Now, I do want to give you one quick tip when writing your prompts. Do not write your prompts. I'm going to open up one of these AI tools here. Here's Google Gemini right here. Do not write your prompts down at the bottom where it says Ask Gemini. Now, let me tell you why. When you start writing your prompts down there, you are in a Googling mode, right? You're acting like this tool is a search engine, and you don't, in our mind, in a search engine, you don't really have to write too much. If you write your prompts here, you're going to have very superficial, quick prompts, and you're going to get a garbage output. We say garbage in, garbage out, right? I highly recommend to get into a writer's pose. You open up a new tab, you type docs.new, and you type your prompt in a Google Doc. That puts you in a writer's pose, and you're more likely to write a paragraph or more about your prompt. That is probably one of the biggest tips that I can give you in how to craft a prompt. Get it in the idea, in the mindset of being a writer as we go through these prompts, right? And again, you don't need a guide. What you need is a strong grounding in the language of your use, your scientific language, your English language, your mathematical language. You need to have a strong grounding in the language and vocabulary of your topic. The relentless curiosity of a 5-year-old, meaning you have to say, I wonder what this does. I wonder what this word does. I wonder what it'll do if I ask this. And the intensity of a pig hunting for truffles. What that means is if your first prompt doesn't work, you do another. You do a follow-up prompt, and then a follow-up prompt, and then a follow-up prompt. You don't give up. The first output is the worst output, okay? So we want to keep, we call it the prompt refinement cycle that I'll share with you in a second. This is something that will help you get through the prompt writing. It takes practice. Prompt writing is a skill. And I believe it is a skill that teachers and students are going to need in the years ahead as AI becomes more prolific in different pathways in the United States and beyond. And so this is something that we created in Clovis to make teachers think intentionally before even approaching any AI tool. AI is fun, right? Sometimes it seems magical. Sometimes it seems like it's science fiction, but it's not. It's there as a tool, just as any other tool. And you have to have a reason to pick up a tool, right? And you have to start with intention. And so we have here AI cubed, artificial intelligence, intentional inclusion. And these are things we ask our teachers to go through before approaching any AI tool. Okay, so number one, ask themselves why. Why am I even attempting to use AI? Why do I need AI to help me complete this or start this or work with this? Why? What is the intentional purpose for utilizing the AI in the first place? And the answer should not be to save me time. Okay? We don't want our students to have that answer to us. So we shouldn't have that answer to ourselves. Question number 2. Now that I know my why, what specifically do I need to ask it to help me with? Right? So let's say that you want to help you amplify a lesson plan. Okay, that's your why, to help me amplify my lesson plan. Now what? What part of my lesson plan needs refinement? What part of my lesson plan needs amplifying? What part do I need it to transform? Right? That is the what. And then here's the big one. What tool, what AI tool will best help me meet those needs? Because not all tools are created equal, right? Different AI tools have different strengths and different weaknesses. And so you don't rely on one singular AI tool. Okay. Again, it's about the technique, not the tech. The technique, not the tool. So once you've identified what part you need help with, now is the how. How am I going to prompt the AI to get meaningful and ethical student-centered output? The things that we do with AI are meant to amplify our lessons, amplify the experience of students in the classroom. And that is the how through the prompting. So the how is your prompting as we go through this, right? So the why is intentional purpose. The what is the specific focus you are trying to have it do. And then the how is your strategic prompting. How am I going to prompt it to do what I need it to do? Those are all of the things that you need to have before you even touch a tool. And once you get down to the how, now you open up your Google Doc and start writing, following that prompt checklist that I shared with you earlier. And when you are done with this, right, you have your why. Why do I want to use that? You have your what, and you have your how am I going to do it, right? The why, the what, and the how. That is what we have to do as we go through even the impression of how am I going to start using AI? Because when we have AI cubed, we intentionally focus on the values of education, the vision of our teaching practices, and our voice being present, not replaced by an AI voice, right? That's our values, vision, and voice, our intentionality, our inclusion of it, and our inquiry. Those are the guiding principles of how we create these classroom connections, right? These are very important. And I know this can be a little bit like, oh my goodness, he's talking so much about this stuff. I truly believe if we use AI just to save us time, if we use AI to do all the work for us, then what does it mean to be an educator anymore? Right? If students start realizing all the work we're making are AI generated, they're going to start asking, well, what's the point of being in your classroom anymore? I'm being truthful about this. So when we are deciding to use AI in our teaching practices, we have to have intent so that our jobs, our ethics remain in place. Okay. I just want us to be sure, because there is a lot of tools out there that promise the easy way out, the easy button, little work from you, but a lot of stuff coming out of the AI. And that's going to hurt us in the long run. We have to have intent, right? To include AI, right? With a clear a clear purpose, specific stages, thoughtful reflection, and human judgment in the end. Do not ever put anything out because the AI gave it to you. Always review. So that leads us, and again, that comes from our prompt engineering checklist as we go through this, okay? And then as the years go on, prompting will not just be done through text, right? If you have the ChatGPT app on your phone, they do have that voice one now. You can have a voice conversation with the AI. There are tools in the new Chromebooks and the new Windows PCs and the new Apple Intelligence in your Apple products that can see what you're doing on your screen and provide help for you. So your screen becomes part of the prompt as well. We call that multimodal prompting as we go through this. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and skip this just for the sake of time, but this was from last summer showing how AI is people can use phones to help them with work. And And when I say we have to be intentional, it's because so many of these tools that you probably already use in the classroom that are not AI tools, but they have now AI features now built into them, like Canva, right? Padlet, Snorkel, Quizzes, which is now Wayground or WeGround, which is interesting to me. Adobe Express, all of these now have AI tools embedded into them, which is great. But if we're just using them to do the task for us, I think that's going to hurt us in the long run. And the tools that do that, that promise the world, that do all the work for you, the tools that do that, I call microwave tools, right? Because they don't teach you any technique. They don't teach you any skills. They give you an easy button and provide you with something that you're like, it's not the best, but I can use it. We have to be very mindful of using microwave tools for making our work for us. We still have to be the driver. We still have to be in control, right? Again, AI is the tool to collaborate with us. It is not the one doing the heavy lifting. We are, because listen, if we have an AI lesson plan that's generated solely by AI, and then we're upset that a student gives you an AI generated essay created solely by AI, we would never accept that essay from a student. So why do we think it's okay to have it create the entire lesson plan for us? Now, if we guided it in an authentic way through AI Cubed, through an intentional inclusion, that's different because we are part of the creative process. Okay, so we have to make sure that we keep that in sight because AI should not be the sole creator of any content. It has to be a back and forth. I always say to a teacher, especially veteran teachers, imagine it is a student teacher that is new to your class and they're brand new to teaching. You're going to have to guide them. You're going to give them information. They're going to give you feedback on that information. They're going to do it the way that they thought. You're going to watch them. You're going to give them feedback on things you'd like them to change. That's exactly how we should be working with AI as that master teacher, student teacher relationship, right? We're not giving all the heavy lifting to the AI. We are still doing that heavy lifting. And the humans need to be a part of this cycle from the beginning, the middle, and the end, right? The beginning stages, again, that's the AI Cubed. The middle stage is you are looking at the output and you are striking out what is wrong. You are telling it what you would like to change it. You are refining it by doing the follow-up prompts. And in the end, anything you provide to your students, anything that you provide to your administrators, anything that you provide anywhere that was generated with help through AI, the onus is on you. You can't turn it and say, oh, you know what? I didn't catch that. The AI must have added that. No, don't blame the AI. You blame yourself. Okay? The moment you use something AI gave you, you are giving it the human seal of approval. So you need to polish it. You need to proofread it. You need to give it your stamp of approval before you use it. But here's the great thing, because I know there's some educators out there like, I don't want to use AI at all. That's fine. Because you, the teacher, you get to decide AI's level of involvement. You get to make those decisions. And that's the great thing. Right? There may be some things that AI does a really great job at, and you're comfortable with it doing more and more of that with your guidance. And there may be some stuff you're like, nope, hands off AI. You're never going to touch that. That's mine. That's your decision. That's the great part. You decide AI's level of involvement. Now, in Clovis Unified, we created an AIE leadership program. That's Artificial Intelligence Educator Leader program. And so what we do is we get teachers sign up for our course. It's a 12-hour course, and they learn this, but much more in depth about what it means to use AI. And we tell them, you are not here to be AI evangelists on your campus. You are here to be leaders, to help guide your teachers with thoughtful understanding of what AI is and what AI isn't. They still get to decide whether they want to use AI tools or not. District approved, of course, right? But that's the thing. We don't want teachers to go back and say, you have to use this. It's the greatest thing ever, da, da, da. We want them just to be there as a guide, as a resource. as somebody that has gone through 12 hours of training to understand what AI is, what it isn't, and how thoughtful processes need to be in place in order to use it. But we know that some people are going to get sucked in. Some people are going to be mesmerized by what AI is going to do, and they will never stop using it. Think about kids when they are given an e-bike. And they're probably given instructions by their parents, like, hey, you're going to pedal this bike. But, if you get to a point where you need to use the e-bike, go ahead and use the e-bike part, right? But then a week goes by and all you see is the kids using the e-bike part. They didn't heed the warning of you need to pedal. We do not want kids revving the e-bike the entire way with AI. So this is a poster we created for our teachers to remind themselves, but also their students, that you are the one pedaling. AI is just there to give you a boost when you need it, right? Don't ride the battery the whole way. Use the AI when the hill gets steep. That doesn't mean use it right away. We still want rigor, right? We still want the students to struggle, but we don't want them to struggle to the point where they give up. And then remember, you're the rider. You control the handlebars. You control the destination, right? You are still in control. So the pedals lead the journey. The battery assists when you're stuck. The handlebars help you decide where to go. And the brakes are when to know when to stop. And I think sometimes we as teachers or students forget to hit those brakes. And remember, when you are using generative AI, to help you amplify some of your pedagogical approaches to teaching and learning. Number one, the outputs can be wrong. Okay, some people use the term hallucinate. We can just say they're wrong. They give wrong answers. You have to make sure you are combing through the output to ensure what is given is factually accurate. When these tools are free, you're the product. So do not put any personal identifiable information into it. Do not put any student information into these tools. And I'll tell you, even some of the tools that are COPA and FERPA compliant, I still don't put identifiable student information into those, even though sometimes they say, oh, it's safe. I don't. As a practice, I only say the student or a student. I never put anything more than that when it involves students. Number 4, never use these tools to do all the work for you. They are a collaborator, not a crutch. Always use follow-up prompts to get more accurate responses. Always have a reason to use these tools. AI cubed. I say this because I have used these tools with first graders, and first graders get very connected with these AI chatbots that we create. And I have to remind them it's not real, because when we turn it off, they think we've turned off their friend. We have to remind them this is just a computer. It's just a tool. It's make-believe, to help them understand that. And of course, number 8, always say please. Studies have shown that it gives you a better result when you say please and thank you. But also, if these tools ever do take over the world, you can always say, hey, I was nice to you from the very, very beginning. And so when you're done, right, we have AI cubed, you have your how, you've done your prompt, you get an output, right? You're not done, right? We call this the clarify, verify, modify refinement cycle. What does that mean? That means make sure your prompt is clear, not ambiguous. These tools take everything you say literally. So you have to be very just tactful, like straight to the point. You have to be very, very, very articulate in the way that you're asking for these things, right? That's why a strong grounding in academic vocabulary is key when using these tools. Step 2, verify the output. Again, the first output is the worst output. So make sure that you are verifying that output for accuracy. And then step 3, always modify. These are suggestions of changes, things you want taken out, right? And this has to be repeated 3 times. This is what we're training our teachers to do. Clarify, verify, modify, repeat. Clarify, verify, modify, repeat. Clarify, verify, modify, repeat. Okay? And do it again if you're still not happy. But the first output is the worst output. Okay. Again, at the beginning, AI probably won't save you too much time. That's not our main goal. But as you get better with this, as you get better with this understanding, with this new skill of prompting, the byproduct will eventually be saving you time. Now, if you would like any of these posters. These are the posters we have printed for our teachers to put up in their classrooms to remind themselves of how AI should be properly used. But also, when we start doing AI literacy for our students, we want them to follow these exact same things. These posters are available for you to take and download and do what you need with them. And it's just bit.ly/AI posters. I have already added that down here underneath our Mastering AI Prompting in our Sci-Fair Padlet. So you can just click there and grab it as well as we go through that. And then a quick little tip. I did tell you to use your Google Docs to write your prompts. But if there's a prompt you're going to continuously use over and over and over again, one of my favorite prompt savers is Prompt Genius. I have also placed that link into the chat. It's just a very secure Chrome extension. Again, double check to make sure that you can add this on your school account, but you can definitely use it on a personal account. I've used it for years. What this allows you to do is save all of your prompts in a little drop down, right? And then if I wanted to, I can come down here. Let's say here I have a parent email. I grab it, I paste it, boom. And then now my prompt is ready to go. Again, when you have prompts that work really well, save them. There's no need to rewrite them, okay? Take those prompts and save them. Again, Prompt Genius is my favorite, but again, you can use many others. And one of the other reasons I like this is because you can actually create almost like prompt Mad Libs. You can kind of see when I write these prompts, I put these little brackets around some of the words. And so when you click on it, it asks you, okay, what genre, what artist, what art, it gives you like little Mad Libs to do. And so I like it. I like it quite a bit. It could be fun in staff meetings to see what different prompts people come up with in this Mad Lib style. Anyways, I love Prompt Genius. It's something that we're going to do. Now, I was chatting with Danielle and Todd, and they were talking to me about the different tools that teachers have available to them. And Gemini is one of them, especially underneath the new Google for Education. It's very secure to be able to use Gemini. But again, I still would never put any identifiable student information in there. And then since ChatGPT is so prolific, it's so profound, it's the #1 tool out there, I wanted you to see that one as well. Okay. A couple things about your prompts. Every time you prompt, it creates a conversation for you. These conversations are meant to be gone. You go back to it and then can continue those conversations. You don't have to start a new chat every time with a brand new prompt, especially if you're doing a long-term project. So over here is my ChatGPT. And I actually have a couple different chats that I have for continuous conversation. So like AI support for my teachers on special assignment. It knows everything about our program. It knows everything about what we're teaching teachers. It knows everything about everything. And so when I come and ask it a question, it uses that historical data from the chat to then respond to me. So again, I'm trying to show you that prompting is key, but continuing prompts are where the real power of AI is. It's not a one and done situation. Think of it as a collaborator you can constantly go back to and ask follow-up questions. Okay. So what I'd like you to do for just 5 minutes is, and I want you to play along with me. So those of you watching on YouTube, I want you to play along with me, please. Okay. And I'm going to do it for our audience, especially for those who are going to watch this asynchronously later. I'm going to show them how to do it while you're doing this. Okay. But I want to have you do an activity that got me started in using AI. And it had nothing to do with education, but it is profound in education. Okay. And this gentleman, Amar Rashish, he is the one that stoked my curiosity in AI, because he was saying that as soon as ChatGPT came out in November of 2022, he wanted to see if it can help him write a children's book for his nieces and nephews. He had an idea, but he couldn't flesh it out. He had ChatGPT help him flesh out a children's story. He then went to an image generator, an AI image generator called Midjourney. We're not going to cover that today, but he was able to take some of the passages from the book and have it create images for the book. And then he went into a self-publishing digital platform in Amazon called Amazon Kindle Publishing, KDP, and was able to get a digital book made. And then he was able to get a printed copy shipped to his house. All of this happened in 72 hours. And I have 2 younger daughters. At this point, they were 3 and 6. And now they are 6 and 9. But I thought to myself, how amazing would it be if I was able to make books for my daughters about things I know they love? How amazing would it be to create personalized books for my daughters using the collaboration of an AI tool? And so this was during December of 22. We were watching the movie Elf. I think we were also watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And and in Elf, they had this story about, these children's book publishers were pitching ideas to Buddy the Elf's dad. And one of the ideas was, oh, what about a tribe of asparagus children who are ashamed the way they smell? And that's why they never have a good time. And I always thought, hey, that could be a pretty funny book. And so I went in and I asked ChatGPT to write me a story about a crop of vegetable children that were were grown on the farm. All the vegetable children got along, except they didn't like the asparagus child because of the way he smelled. The asparagus child was so sad. He went into the corn maze forest and met a wise old owl. And the wise old owl said, sometimes our greatest weaknesses become our greatest strengths. It just takes time. Then he hears screaming happening. He comes back to the farm. He sees that all the vegetable children are being attacked by pests, and those pests couldn't go away. They're trying to spray water at it. Nothing's happening. And the only thing that scared away the pests was the way that the asparagus smelled. And his greatest weakness became the farm's greatest strength. And in that, I'll place this link into our Padlet. We called it Andy Asparagus, You're in Trouble. Because that's what smelled. And my daughters laughed hysterically. And I'm telling you, we buy $20 books. They don't laugh like that. And I thought to myself, wow, that is amazing that just from my thoughts, from my ideas, can joy be sparked in my daughters. That's amazing. And so I started my journey through creative writing, through children's books. So that's what I would like you to do right now. Okay, so I want you to either use Gemini right over here by entering your prompt, or ChatGPT by clicking on New Chat and entering your prompt. Now, again, I highly recommend that you open up a Google Doc just by typing in docs.new and type your prompt here for your children's book, okay? But this is what you're going to do. You're going to start your prompt like this. Craft for me a children's book about. Okay, craft for me a children's book about. And then just do a word dump of everything you want to hear about the children's book. But here's the key to this activity. Okay, here's the key to the activity. I want you to think about a child in your life, past, present, or future. Okay, it could be a relative, it could be your own son or daughter, it could be a student you've taught. It could be yourself when you were growing up. And think about a struggle they have had or are having, or you think they might have, and craft a personalized children's book to help them get over that struggle. Okay. When I was a child, when I was in 1st grade through 5th grade, I did have a lisp when I spoke, and I was made fun of quite a bit. And going through speech class really helped me. But I really wish there was a book about a child who was going through the same thing that I did. It would be great to have read that. And so that's what this is about. It's about personalizing the story for a specific audience or a specific individual. Okay, so I'm going to give you 5 minutes. You're going to have 5 minutes to write your prompt and post it into the AI. Okay, and while we wait for this 5 minutes, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to open up my untitled document. I'm going to title it Children's Story. And I am going to write my prompt right here as you are writing yours. And then when we're done, we're going to then paste it into ChatGPT. and we're going to see the story that comes out. And what I would like you to do is then copy the story, paste the story underneath your prompt. Then you're going to click on the share button and make sure under restricted, it says anyone with the link. And then we're going to copy the link and paste it into our Padlet underneath AI story prompt. Okay, so 5 minutes has already started. Go ahead and please write your prompt for your story. And I'm going to do the same thing as we are going. Oop, 4 minutes left. Let's get going. All right. And I'm going to leave any misspelled words that we have on the screen because I want you to see that it doesn't matter if the words are misspelled. And I say this because if AI is going to be used in younger grades in the future, I know students might worry about their spelling. They might worry about this or that. Just know the AI does a pretty good job at understanding what you meant even if you misspell it. So this is my prompt, and I'm going to paste it into ChatGPT. Craft for me a children's book about a young girl who is 6 years old and is learning the piano. The child's name is Ellie, and she does not like practice. Her parents have a private tutor who comes over to as a teacher once a week, and she loves it. But she does not like to practice on her own. The girl has brown hair and olive skin and lives in the Central Valley of California. It's my daughter. The stories should showcase the power of perseverance and how practice can be fun by adding in a playful activity. In the end, she discovers the joy of music. Now, this is a very short prompt, right? If you want the story to be even more unique, even more personalized, you're going to spend more time writing your prompt. Right? A more creative way. Maybe the season. Is it winter? Is it summer? Do you want to talk about them going to a recital? Like more and more details is going to create a better and better story. And then I'm going to come in here. I'm going to paste it in. Absolutely. Here you go. And boom. Ellie and the Magic Piano Game. In the central sunny valley of California, there lived a bright-eyed girl named Ellie. She was 6 years old, brown hair, olive skin, and a big, friendly smile. And it's all there. And look, notice how it adds it as pages because we ask for a children's story, right? A children's book. If this was for a young adult, you'd say chapter by chapter in paragraph format. The more information you have, the better. I am then going to come down here and hit copy. I'm going to paste that over here into my Google Doc. And again, I already went to share. I made sure that it was accessible to anybody with the link. I'm going to copy that link, and I'm now going to paste that right here under our AI story prompt. Ellie and the piano. I'm going to paste that link. And now everybody will be able to read that story that we crafted in seconds with the help of prompt engineering. Now, I know time is coming up, right? We only have 50 minutes, but I always like to leave time for some questions and then also for the session review. But I want to show you a couple ways that these prompts can be amplified, right? Remember our checklist. We can change the role of the AI. So instead of saying, just write me a children's book, look how I start this. You are an expert children's book author. I have an idea for a book, and I would like you to take everything I provide you and turn it into a children's book for children between the ages of 6 and 10. Why is that important? Why is that context important? Because when you give an age group, the Lexile level is lowered to those students in that age group, right? It makes the story easier to read for them. So it's important to give age groups. After this post, you will ask me for my information. I'll provide it to you with all my ideas. If you feel I did not provide you with enough information to complete the book, please ask me for the information you need to complete the writing process. Do you understand? Notice I'm turning this into almost like a, hey, I'm going to give you my idea. If you don't have enough information, you're going to interview me to get more information from me to make the book even better. I love adding that. If you feel I did not provide you with enough information to complete the book, please ask me for the information you need to complete the writing process. You can replace that from the book to the lesson plan to the study guide. Any of those things are what you can use when we do this, right? So how are teachers using this to amplify what they're doing in the classroom? They are making sure that they're running their lesson plans through to ensure that they are standards aligned. To ensure, like if you're focusing on a particular standard, it'll make sure that that lesson plan is realigned to make sure it fits that standard, right? I love the last one. Helps in IEP accommodations. Imagine you run your lesson plan through and say, oh, I forget. I have a student who is deaf and hard of hearing. And you ask the AI, please go through my lesson plan, identify places during my lesson plan where I'll need to provide accommodations for students who is deaf or hard of hearing. It will find those locations for you and do that for you. It is great at helping write feedback on work. And there's various platforms out there that have a robust feedback system that we've tested out that have great feedback. Right? Composing emails to talk with parents, right? That's a big one. I mean, there's been times that I want to send an email to a parent and I'm like, ooh, is my bias creeping in? Like, do I sound snarky? You know, like I want somebody to write something that's just straight to the point, but still is profound and meaningful. The AI does a great job with that. What about high school teachers? How many times are you asked for letters of recommendation? And if you're like me, you probably had a letter of recommendation template. And you had the first and second paragraph are nearly identical. And then the last paragraph is where you made it more personal for that particular student. That's great until students start comparing letters of recommendation for you. And they're like, oh, not so special. This prevents that. And it still is a very great letter. So, and then, oh, talking to historical, there's so much more that we can do. Now, I want to encourage you to try some of these things. Again, you have access to this slide deck, and I have sample prompts in this slide deck for you to try. I want you to try them out, read them, see how I do it. And as we go through, you start seeing the prompts get longer and longer and longer and more robust. That's because as I go through this, I become a better and better prompt writer. Because prompt writing is creative writing. And prompt writing is a skill that needs to be learned. And the only way you can learn it is truly through practice. Now, you have my email. It's been at the bottom of every right corner of every single slide. It's also placed right up here in the Padlet underneath information. My email's right there. I always like to say, whenever I talk with educators, who are my favorite people in the world, by the way, whenever I talk to educators, I have met new best friends. So even though I don't see your faces and hear your voices, I can feel your presence in the virtual platforms that we're using right now. And I want you to know that you matter. And that any question you have, no matter how big or how small, I want to be able to help you. So please feel free to reach out to me at any time. Ask me with any follow-up questions. Ask me anything you want. Don't ask me for money though. Ask me for anything you need that concerns doing better with AI prompting for your work, and I would love to chat with you more. But until then, Todd, I want to go ahead and hand the reins over to you so you can tell them about the sign-in sheet and everything there, and maybe if there's any questions in the chat that anybody had, I'd love to answer those as well.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code so everyone can write that down. There was a question in the chat. I'll let you answer that one. Oh, wrong share. Hold on a second.
All right, so from Gloria. So the question was, I know we need to review the responses, but should we be worried about copyright when using AI? So here's the thing about that. So the United States Copyright Office has stated that anything generated with AI is free to use.
I just shared all the...
Okay, that's what they have said. They also said, though, anything generated with AI, you don't own. So you cannot copyright any tools or anything that comes out of an AI either. So just be aware of that. So that book that gentleman wrote with the help of AI, that's non-copyrightable. He can't copyright that story at that point because AI did the majority of the heavy lifting. All of the stories that we wrote today, great stories. Some of them I've heard teachers tell me the story made them cry. That's amazing. Not copyrightable because the majority of that story came from AI doing the writing. So you don't have to worry about copyright when using, but you do have to worry about other people using your stuff that you generated with AI because you don't have copyright over those as well.
All right, I'm going to leave that up for about 20 more seconds. See if there's any other questions out there. Just a lot of love. You made a lot of sense, Joe, and a lot of the things that you were saying as far as, making sure that you are amplifying that AI. A lot of people are worried that AI is going to take your job and all that stuff. I mean, you hear about that all the time. But the piece about amplifying what you're doing and making it better. And so I really like all the things that you said there. It made a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, and I appreciate the time with this too, because one of the hardest group of educators to talk to about this is high school English teachers, especially AP high school English teachers. And when they see that this isn't here to take away the critical thinking process, this isn't here to take away the writing process, this is another tool in our toolbox to ensure students are amplifying and doing the best work possible, but in an authentic and well thought out way, because there is almost like a rubric to follow, they felt more comfortable with that. And you're right. If teachers start using AI to do all the work for them, that will be a downfall of what it means to be an educator. When we take the reins and we are doing the work and AI is just there as a collaborative partner, I think we're going to be just fine.
We actually had that conversation. It's like if here in our own department, it's like if teachers are using AI to create lessons and students, I mean, it's the same picture that you showed, right? And students are using AI to craft their responses and their essays. And then you just, the AI is talking to each other, right? And it's just going back and forth that way. So we hear a lot about, and I don't know if you're going to cover this in the next couple of sessions. We hear a lot about like AI proofing assignments. Anything that you could say on that really briefly?
Yeah, so number one is never rely on perplexity detectors. Okay, those are the tools that are considered AI plagiarism detectors. They are highly unreliable. The people that actually create them, the API for those, say they're about 35% effective. But then when a company buys them, I'm not going to name drop any companies, but when a company buys them and then they go to districts and try to sell their product, they say they're about 95%, perfect. And I'm like, where did that extra 60% come from? Right. And then also we have found that the students that get flagged the most in these detectors are English language learners, because simplistic writing is what gets flagged. And a lot of our English language learners who are emerging writers are writing in simplistic patterns. And so they always get flagged. And that's not fair to them. So I don't have it here, but I'll post a link into norms. And I have a whole list of things that teachers can do in order, not necessarily to AI proof their assignments, but to show kids, I have these checks and balances. And if I say no AI, I can find out if you used AI through these 3 different things. So I'll definitely post that in as a supplemental. Maybe we can do another session on AI norms later down the line.
Definitely, definitely. All right. Well, we're going to give Joe a little bit of a break because he's going to do 3 sessions back to back. So we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. We'll do about 7 minutes. Guys, go get some water, go to the restroom, go get some sunshine, walk around, stretch your legs. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for the next session. Joe's going to be talking about NotebookLM. And like I said before, I think that one's going to blow you away. And so you already got a taste of what Joe can do and how he can, the information that he's sharing. So I guarantee you the next one's going to be great as well. So I'm going to go ahead and put up our video so that we can play that for the next 7 minutes, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Excellent.
We'll see you.
The tech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Did you know you have CFISD EdTech help right from your bookmarks bar? Click CFISD Bookmarks, then click EdTech Help. Here you can access EdTech help and tips 24/7. Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the 3 dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have 3 options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame on your Promethean panel console. Select the applications icon. Click on Online Update now if there are any updates needed. After the updates have been installed, the button will turn gray. The latest updates have already been installed. Regularly check if your panel needs an update. This helps maintain optimal performance.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Did you know you have CFISD EdTech help right from your bookmarks bar? Click CFISD Bookmarks, then click EdTech Help. Here you can access.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 2 o'clock session. Listen, if you were around for the 1 o'clock session, you got to see Joe Marquez and talk a lot about the AI prompting and that piece, and specifically for educators. And he did a great job, explained a whole lot. And what I love about Joe is he makes it just very interesting and very easy to understand. So in this next session, he's going to be talking about NotebookLM. And we've seen NotebookLM already a little bit, and I know that Joe's going to really dive into it in a way that is just going to make it very meaningful for you and be able to see it from a couple of different perspectives. So if you weren't with us in the 1 o'clock session, just let me tell you a little bit about Joe. Joe's been around here in Cyfair. He's a friend to Cyfair. He's been here for a while when we were doing face-to-face for our EdTech Lives, for our digital learning conference. And you know, we've seen him teach on a lot of different tech tools, and he always brings it when he comes. The things that he does is he actually he's letting us know, and he's helping us understand things that really work with students and staff. This isn't philosophical stuff. This isn't something that's just somebody thought up. Stuff that actually works. One of the things that I love is that he is a instructional coach right now, instructional tech coach at Clovis Unified. So he's living the life. He's worked for companies, tech companies. He's worked for Q in the past, but he's realized that his love is with students and staff in the classroom. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring Joe in and let him come on in and take over for the 2 o'clock session. I'm really looking forward to this one.
Excellent. Thank you, Todd. Yeah, we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun. We talked a lot about practical use of prompting and practical use of, ethical use of AI, so it doesn't overtake what we do. But now we're going to take a peek at the future. I want to ask you something really quick. How many of you in the audience had watched the cartoon in the 80s called Inspector Gadget? Right? Inspector Gadget. He was the bumbling, I guess he was like the futuristic version of Clouseau from the Pink Panther, right? Bumbling detective, didn't really know what he was doing, but his niece Penny and her dog They helped solve a lot of crimes. And how did they solve it? With Penny's notebook. Now, when Apple came out with their iPad, like, oh, there's the Penny notebook. But no, the Penny notebook actually worked with Penny to give answers. Penny wasn't doing all the work, right? They worked collaboratively. Now we have that. Think of NotebookLM as Penny's notebook. That's here. That can be used. That can be talked to. That is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the future. Now, if you've never seen NotebookLM in action today or before, hopefully this is going to blow you away. If you have seen NotebookLM in action before, hopefully I show you a couple little nuggets you can take away and go, oh, I didn't know it can do that as we go through it. Now, I do have some pre-made ones because some of the times it takes a little bit of time to make the audio or things that we're going to do, but I'm still going to show you how to do it. And here's the cool thing. It still takes intentional prompting to get it to work. It still takes intentional use to get this to work. It's not there to do all the work for us. We have to be intentional about it. But here's the cool thing. We get to select the assets on which it's going to look for. Okay. So I want you to think of this really quick. When you go to one of the core tools like Gemini, ChatGPT, Perplexity, if you go to any of these core tools, you're using the entirety of its corpus, which is the corpus is another term for data set, like all the information that it's been trained on. You're using that entirety, and you have to use your words to ensure that the focus is on the subject matter that you want it to do. Okay. But in NotebookLM, it still uses the entirety of the corpus to come up with linguistical responses, but it really is using your artifacts that you supply it as the main source of information. And so incorrect answers, or what we would call hallucinations, dive lower and lower because you're providing the source material for this. So it's really great for research in the classroom. It's really great for summaries of work that's being done. So I'm going to show you a couple different ways that it can be used, and hopefully you can see how you can use it to transform some of the materials you produce for your class. And I do want to say this, and I believe it's turned off at the moment in SciFair, but Google announced at ISTE about a month ago that NotebookLM will be available for students to use when turned on. And students can do all the things that I'm going to show you to really dive into the material. But AI literacy is key, right? We don't just want to turn things on and say, we hope they use them correctly. We need to train them first. So it's completely understandable, just like we in Clovis, even though we are doing massive amounts of AI training for our teachers, we have also turned it off at the very beginning of the year because we want to train our kids first before we open these tools up. So I just want you to be aware. Right? It may only be available for you, the teacher, at the moment, but it could be available to a classroom near you for your students in a short period of time. So as Todd said, yes, I am Joe Marquez, currently an instructional technology specialist in Clovis Unified, and spent many years away from a district in industry and, director of innovation for Q. But I did find my passion, and that's working with teachers directly and students directly. And everything I'm going to show you, we've done in class. We've done in lessons. We've done in modeling sessions, and it's fantastic. It's fantastic. So I want to share it with you. But first, if this is your first time with me, welcome. And even if you're in the last session, I didn't put this slide because I knew I was going to use it here today. But everybody, we are in a point in human history where everything is changing. Okay. Thomas L. Friedman calls this a Promethean moment. A Promethean moment is a time in history where something is invented or discovered that changes the lives of humans forever. And that's what AI does, right? And this isn't the first Promethean moment in history, right? There's been many. I think about communication, right? It used to be you had to write letters and then send them across on a ship to go from one continent to the next. But now we don't have to do that, right? So we went from letters to a telegraph, to a telephone, to a television, to the Teletubbies, right? Maybe that last one's not the case, but we've gone through this before. The only big difference between those Promethean moments and this one is that when generative AI was released to the natural public in November of 22 via ChatGPT, everybody had access to it. You didn't have to buy any specialized equipment. You didn't have to pay any crazy subscription fees. Everybody had access to it. And the insurgence of use has just constantly been going up year after year. And it's becoming increasingly understandable that our students today will need to know how to harness the power of AI tomorrow. And so to train them on the proper skills where it amplifies their work and not replacing it is key. And that's what AI literacy is. And I know Todd and Danielle are working on ways to do that with you all. But I want to show you how we can do it through NotebookLM. Because if we don't train you on this, you're going to think that AI is going to disrupt your classroom, when you should really be looking at it as a new era of discovery, a new era of discovering how we can connect material to our modern students, right? That's what these tools are going to do. And a lot of people say that the reason they don't use AI is because they're fearful of it. That's understandable. In fact, the last poll they took in 2024, they found out that most Americans, 18 years and older, they are also fearful and concerned that AI is doing too much. And that is key in education as well. Because if we allow AI to do too much in our classrooms, too much in our creative process, what does it mean to be an educator, right? So we should have a little bit of fear, but we should also have positivity, because we will never let that happen. We will always be the creators of the content. AI will always be our collaborators, but we are the creators. Okay, so we shouldn't have that fear. So how do we ensure this with us and our students? And again, I'm saying this because NotebookLM is a powerful, powerful tool for good, but they can also use it to do some work for them that maybe we don't want them to use it for. And while we don't want to, the term throw the baby out with the bathwater, we still need to train on what to remove and what to keep. And so I always like to show this, right? AI should not be used for convenience. It should be used with conviction. What's the difference? Well, AI by convenience is we're going to let AI do all the work. That's convenience. By conviction is let AI support my processes. I'm doing the process. I'm doing the work. It's going to support me in that process, right? AI by convenience. Oh, this tool does all the work for me. I don't have to know any prompting or editing skills at all. And conviction is I need to be a great prompt engineer, and I need to understand the prompt refinement cycle through revision. AI by convenience. I trust the output. The salesman said that these outputs are the best. I don't even have to look them over. That's convenience. Conviction. Critical thinking always applied. Never let AI produce something that you haven't personally reviewed and ensured that it's actually true. AI by convenience. Oh, I'm going to find one tool that does it all. AI by conviction. Personalized and purposeful use. Find the tool for the right purpose. And then finally, AI by convenience, that staff and students become consumers. Conviction, staff and students are always the creators. Right? We have to keep this in mind. Because, I always say AI will not destroy education. Improper use of AI will. Yeah. Improper use of AI will destroy education. And it starts with training, proper ethics, proper AI literacy. We need to build that foundation first. So, a lot of people go, wow, Joe, you really go through a lot of stuff before you show the tool. Because it's not about the tool. It's about the technique. It's about the process. It's about authentically including it for purpose and conviction, not for convenience and saving time. If that's what you're using it for, that will destroy education. Okay, so we have to be very mindful of this fact. Now, this is a slide I show people when they don't understand what generative AI is. But I think this slide really hones in on what NotebookLM is as well. And I think it's very timely because the new Superman came out a couple weeks ago. Fantastic movie, by the way. I give it multiple thumbs up. But you see, the reason this is generative AI is because Superman is an alien who was sent to planet Earth by his father in a space crib, but not alone. Superman's father sent him here with a crystal that had all the knowledge of Krypton and Earth, with any information that he needed to know on any particular topic. And when Superman had the Fortress of Solitude, his father appeared, but that's not his father. That's a generative replication of his father based upon photos and videos in that crystal. When Superman asks a question, that's the prompt. And when Superman's father responds, that is the output. And the entirety of this conversation lies in the crystal, the data set, to ensure that what was placed in there is practical and applicable to what Superman needs. That's generative AI in a nutshell. But this is NotebookLM because you get to build the data crystal. The data crystal is the NotebookLM. The sources are what you place in the crystal. And every time you ask a question in NotebookLM, it seems like an expert is answering like Superman's father. But that's the large language model talking back to you. But you get to supply the sources. And that makes the responses that much more meaningful and reliable through NotebookLM. I tell you, Google hit a bullseye with this tool. And I don't even think they were trying to play a game to hit the bullseye, but they sure did. NotebookLM allows you to put all resources on one particular topic in one single place and ask questions about correlations and commonalities, anything you want about the material. It's absolutely insane. So let me show you what this looks like. So NotebookLM is found in our Padlet. So hopefully in the YouTube that you're watching right now, hopefully that was placed was our Padlet link. And in here, we're talking right here under NotebookLM. I've given you a link to where NotebookLM is located. All of these are different notebooks on different topics. They're housed in its own notebook right down here. The cool thing about these notebooks is that you can share them with fellow staff members. Okay, so imagine let's say that you are a science department at the high school level and you are all working on Unit 1. You can all share a notebook, right? I'm going to create a notebook. You can share this notebook with multiple people within Sci-Fair. Now, it is domain specific, especially underneath the EDU account. So you can't share it out with anybody outside of the Sci-Fair account, but you can create a shared notebook with multiple sources that everybody can attach to. Super, super cool. What sources can you add? Well, over here in the corner, underneath the add section, you can add any Google Doc or any Google slide from your Google Drive, which is great. That means all your resources, all your, anything on a particular unit you want to have it look at, it's all right there. You can add any link to any website as long as it's not behind a paywall, by the way, any website and any YouTube video, because you may not know this, but Google owns YouTube. Or if there's just text you have, copy and paste the text in. It adds all of those together. So I want to show you something really simple. Let's say that you are a high school social studies teacher and you would like to have kids talk to the text about World War II. A lot of times textbook companies send you the PDFs of the textbooks, and you can cut those up using Adobe Acrobat by chapter. So that's what I did. Right. So I went in and I grabbed our 10th grade social studies book and I cut off chapter 26, which is on World War II. I click on it. It's a PDF. I've added it. You can see that it's working right off to the side. And it's reading the entirety of that PDF. It's finding all the information we need on that particular PDF. And once it's done, it's going to give you a summary of that entire chapter right here for you. So let me show you one that I've already done. while that one is working in the background. It usually takes about a minute to do this. So here's one I did on the French Revolution. And you can see it gave me a review right here, right? And then I can ask it any question that I want. This is like Superman asking his dad any question about Earth, right? This is you asking the text any question you have about the French Revolution and Napoleon right here. And I can say this, what, if any, actions took place because of the now again, as we would do a prompt, right? We would do it much more detailed, but for time instances, I'm just showing this, right? So if I hit search, it is now taking my prompt, looking over the entirety of the text, and then giving me the answer. Based on the sources, there are a few key actions and events that took place because they were directly influenced by the American Revolution. And here's the cool thing with this. Every time you see this, it shows you the citation it found. And if I click on that citation, it opens up the PDF and shows you exactly where it found that information so that you can double check to make sure that it's factually accurate. Over here on the left-hand side, this is where that PDF is now being looked at, right? So it's pretty neat. Here's another cool thing that we can do with this. If I like this, right, I'm going to hit save it as a note. Now I can go back to it at any time and remember my notes right here if I wanted to, okay? If I don't save it and I hit refresh, it removes that question and I lose all this information. So I always want to save it as a note, right? Here's another cool thing I can do. I can click make a mind map. A mind map creates a interactive visual of everything that's in that chapter. So I already did that for you. Here's the mind map it created, right? So we start off here at the Revolutionary War. You click on it. And it opens up these three different things. The war begins, radical revolution, the age of Napoleon. You want to expand on that? Boom, you expand. Like, oh, I want to see more about the end of the old regime. It expands. Oh, what about church reforms? It expands. Oh, what about seizure and sale of church lands? As soon as you click on that, look, you can tell it's the end of the road to our mind map. I click on it, and look what it does. It brings you to the sources of everything about church lands being seized. All of it, but all based off of your chapter. So you can rely, you can feel that you can rely on the information that's coming out. What if you, the teacher, have taught this over and over and over again, but you want a newer kind of refreshed study guide? I can click right here where it says study guide. And it's going to generate for me a study guide that I can then look at, add to, remove from, do whatever I need to do to hand out to my students. So if I click on it now, here it is. Here's a neat little study guide. But here's the thing. Like, as a teacher, you might have everything you need already for this unit. But as a student, you know, maybe they get stuck on something. Maybe they need it said in a different way. That's what this does. They can talk to the text. They can ask questions about something that they're confused about. No longer do they have to highlight something and wait to come to your class and ask you the question. They can do that work for them right there. They have the onus of asking the questions, diving deeper into the text. This is a true critical thinking machine right here. Okay? So it's very, very interesting. And so I want you to imagine this. Like, imagine that you are doing some, and I think I see a question over here, right, from Rowena. Hi, Rowena. Thanks for joining us. You know, what if you're creating a project-based learning lesson? Maybe you have the kids, you know, they're doing research on one particular topic, and they have a whole bunch of resources they've grabbed. Okay, let me show you one that I've grabbed. I've done kind of the same thing. Here's a project-based learning thing that I've done, but on AI in schools, based on new federal guidances that were released yesterday and are supposed to be more released in the coming days. Okay, I added in all the resources that have been released from the U.S. Department of Education, from the Federal Registrar, from the Department of Ed, everything. I've added them here, and I can now ask any questions that I want. And when I want to go, oh, it says do not select applications at this stage. I click 14. It goes me through. Boom. It shows me exactly where the executive order that states everything. So it really just encapsulates the studying component. And here's the reason why I'm really excited about that. Because, you know, we could ask our students to go to the library, but it depends on how good that library is. Do they have the most current and up-to-date books depending on what project they're working on? That's number one. Number two, the internet is getting so massively crowded by misinformation, crazy websites. It's getting harder and harder to determine quality sites versus fake sites, right? This allows students to dive deep into content with highly reliable materials that maybe you help them find or they have found on their own, and then do research this way. It is just an amazing, amazing tool to allow that, right? And then also, you know, again, we're going to ask about Socratic seminars, right? When we want students to participate in conversations, the number one reason, and again, I love this because I've had these questions asked by ELA teachers and social studies teachers about, well, isn't all this stuff going to take away from our conversations? And I think I go, you know, the number one reason students don't participate in conversations is they're not sure they have the right information, and they don't want to say the wrong thing. So instead of saying anything, they say nothing. I think by allowing them to use stuff like this, when it is available, again, I want to say that again, when it is available, by allowing them to use tools like this and having trained them how to use it first, they can get more reliable information, more solidified in facts, and they'll feel more comfortable participating in a Socratic seminar that you have around your classroom, right? That's what this is about. It's not to take away the critical thinking process. It's to add to it, okay? And, you know, some people may see this as, well, it just makes it too easy. Well, you know what? That's exactly what my college professor said when I asked him, do I really have to go to the school library? I want to use the internet. I've been using it since I was in, you know, junior high. And that college professor, this was back in 2000, the college professor said, I don't trust the internet, so I'm not going to let you use it, right? And now look at it. Everybody's using the internet. But now the internet, again, is just massively, you know, just deluged with so much misinformation. It's getting harder and harder for students to deduce what is real and what is not. I think by creating things like this, it becomes a lot more applicable. Plus, you, the teacher, you can create these with the primary sources that you are confident in, and then turn this into a template, and then the students can then use it. Again, when turned on. Right now, this is teacher facing at the moment in SciFair. Okay. So how would you use this in class then? Couple ways. I'm glad you asked. So here's one way. So let's go back over here to our World War II. You can see this is the chapter we uploaded, right, in real time over here. I want to create a deep dive conversation. Now, what this does is it will create a podcast of two people talking back and forth about the topics that you have here. Okay. So under customize, you can hit generate and hope for the best, but customize is where you put in the things to focus on. And I'm going to click, I want it shorter. Okay. Now what these mean, shorter, default, longer, time-wise, I have no idea because I hit shorter one time and it gave me a 13-minute podcast. And I was like, I was hoping shorter meant below 5 minutes, right? So it doesn't really tell you what length of time it's going to be. It just means it's going to make it shorter. So this is what I'm going to say, right? Please focus discussion on the U.S. efforts, and please create analogies in which 10th grade 16-year-olds would understand to better resonate with the material. Please be funny and energetic. Now, of course, I can make it even longer if I wanted to. I can do all these different things if I wanted to. If you wanted this to be in Spanish, you'd say, please produce in a Spanish language, because it'll do multiple languages if you want. Then I hit generate. And as soon as I hit generate, it will then produce a podcast for my students. Now, again, for the sake of time, I want to show you what this looks like, right? So this is under Studio. In this studio, I've already created a podcast on the French Revolution. The podcast, I'm going to show you what we can do extra with the podcast as we come through here, but you can see that it's done. And I'm going to play for you what this sounds like. Okay. And Todd, if you could just make sure, like in the chat, make sure the sound is coming here. Okay. Let me hit play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deep Dive. Today, we are diving deep into the French Revolution and Napoleon.
Yeah.
We've got some really interesting historical accounts spanning from 1789 all the way to 1815 when the Napoleonic era came to an end.
Yeah, I mean, 1789 is huge, right? That's the birth of the United States, but it's also the start of the French Revolution.
Right, and both.
So you can see that this podcast was created allowing students to listen to the content, not just read about it. Now, again, I had a social studies teacher say, well, I want them to read it. I go, okay. Tell them you want them to read it, but then provide them this as an accessory to listen to, right? And I also said, and you do that by, right? You can click the 3 dots and hit download, and it will download it as an MP3, and you can place it in your LMS for them to listen to. You can do whatever you need to do for them to listen to it, but they can listen to it. They don't have to have access to NotebookLM to listen to this. But it gives another thing for kids to use to understand the material. Sometimes students learn better by listening, okay? It's just another great way. So if you want them to still read the chapter, perfect. Have them read the chapter. When they're done reading, say, I'm going to provide you with this audio overview as well. Maybe it'll help you understand some of the stuff better, okay? So that is what we're doing. And yes, Veronica, it can be created in multiple languages, right? Multiple languages. And what you would do is once you've generated this podcast, right, you would go in and you would generate it again. It'll show you how to do that, right? Underneath audio overview, this little icon, it'll tell you how to do that. And then also create an audio overview in multiple languages. It shows you how to do that right here. But it's just by asking for it. Please craft this audio overview in Spanish, right? And it will do it that way. But wait, everybody, but wait. There's absolutely more, okay? This is great. You can talk to the text down here. You can listen to it up here. But wouldn't it be amazing if there was a call-in show where the podcast was going, but you can call in and ask follow-up questions? Yes. Yes, you can. So this feature, right? Again, it's under Studio. It's off to the right-hand side, right underneath Audio Overview. It's interactive mode. It's in beta right now, but it's interactive mode. You click on it. Now, I want to show you something really quickly. Okay, I'm going to hit play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deep Dive. Today, we are diving deep into the French Revolution and Napoleon.
Yeah.
We've got some really interesting historical accounts spanning from 1789 all the way to 1815 when the Napoleonic era came to an end.
Yeah, I mean, 1789 is huge, right? Oh, hey, I think our listeners got something to say.
Hi, yes, so I really am interested, and can you tell me the time frame this is happening? Because wasn't the American Revolution going on at the same time? And can you please tell me if maybe that sparked the French Revolution, or, you know, how are they happening at the same time? It's very interesting.
That's a fantastic question, and it really gets to the heart of understanding this period.
That's a very common question, too.
You are absolutely right that the American Revolution was happening around the same time.
Both were monumental events.
So the American Revolution, roughly 1775 to 1783, definitely set a precedent.
It showed that
So here's the thing with this, okay? You have your linear podcast, okay? But when you raise your hand underneath this join button, it interrupts the podcast. The AI takes over. You ask your question. It uses the data set and your question to answer your question. And then when it's done answering your question, it continues the linear path of the podcast. It is absolutely insane. You can literally talk to the text. When students are having a difficult time understanding something, they can ask that question. When I showed you that slide of Superman talking to his father, asking questions about things he didn't understand about Earth and humans and Krypton, that's exactly what's happening in NotebookLM. This is exactly what's happening underneath this interactive mode. It's absolutely, to me, groundbreaking. And this creates a golden goose for Google. Like, I have not seen anything like this before. It's absolutely insane. And just answering a couple of questions, right? So if you wanted to, when it's available to students, I want to make sure we are absolutely clear at the moment. Okay, absolutely clear. When it's available for students, we can click share and then add our student groups to that. And then it will then share it out. Okay. And you can actually have it as those people are also owners, or they can just ask questions, right? Or they can make a copy of this and it'll be their very own. So just like if you're sharing a Google Doc, right? By sharing it, they make a copy and boom, they now have their own. Sharing it and they can leave comments, or sharing it and they can edit, right? Same thing with all of this. Okay. And that's up here in that share button. But right now, because it's turned off for students, you would not be able to share with students. So at the moment, how do I recommend you doing this? Well, again, you upload your resources, whether it's a PDF, whether it's a chapter, whether it's a YouTube video, whether it's a website, whether it's just something from your Google Doc, right? You then have students say, what questions do you have? You type those in and boom, it gives you answers, right? You can create that audio overview for the kids to listen to. And then you can create study guides and this and that. All these different things can be done right here in NotebookLM. Okay. And then Jesse asked this question, and Jesse, I promise you, I'm going to show you. Jesse asks, I want a script to go with the audio. How do I go about doing that with the students? Right? There's a couple different ways, right? But here's my favorite. Because the script that is created with the audio overview in this iteration, and we've been asking Google, please provide the script for us, or at least please provide the script first to allow us to look it over before you create the audio overview. That has been my biggest ask, because sometimes the audio overview goes off the rails. Okay, it goes off the rails. It may talk about a topic. You're like, that was a throwaway comment in the textbook, and you're talking for 3 minutes about it. I don't want you talking about that, right? What if that happens? Oh, let me show you. I'm going to dive deeper into this tool in my next session on creativity in the classroom. But because everybody here has access to Adobe Express, there is another platform here called Adobe Podcast. Okay, so if I wanted to get the transcript of this podcast, all I do is I click these 3 dots and I select download. Notice it's a really small download, about 36 megabytes, right? You can upload that right away to your learning management system. But let me show you what you can do. Under Adobe Podcast, I click Start Recording a Podcast. Okay, I hit Start Recording. We're not going to actually record. We're going to upload our French Revolution podcast. So now it's uploading the audio, and you can see it doing it. Well, it just made me a liar. I'll do it one more time. You can see it doing it right here, uploading it right here. When you're done, there is an option to generate transcript. And now you get the transcript all right here. And you could share this directly with your students, and they can listen to the podcast and see the transcript. Okay, they absolutely could. But here's the cool thing that we can do. Ooh, and Margaret, you're reading my mind, Margaret. I can't believe we're states apart, but we are in sync together. So what's happening here is I have the transcript. You can come in. Let's say that this entire spot right here is off the rails. You can come up here and delete it. And now it's gone. The audio is gone. The text is gone. It's gone. It's absolutely gone. Right? Or what if you wanted to, you know, like, oh, I actually want this to be also reiterated up here. You can just copy and paste. Right? And it'll bring it back here as well. I'm going to undo that because it'll make it weird. But you can edit the audio through text. You can edit the audio through text. Okay. And when you're done, you go to export and you select audiogram. And Margaret, this is exactly what you're asking for. You see, I found this out of necessity. I work in one of the elementary schools here in California that has one of the highest numbers of deaf and hard of hearing students. Every class has about 2 students with cochlear implants who are also other students who are deaf and other students who are just hard of hearing. So there's massive amounts of students with hearing problems. Every class has their own sign language specialist in there as well. But it's always good to provide closed captioning in one way, shape, or form. So when I shared this audio overview with my teachers, they were like, oh, that's great, except our students can't hear. So that's where this audiogram comes into play. The audiogram creates a video of the audio. And as the audio is spoken, the part of that spoken audio is highlighted in the text. And it's absolutely insane. And so then you hit create audiogram, and then it downloads it as a video file for you. Okay. And what that does, I'm going to go to our podcast or our Padlet. It creates something that looks just like this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deep Dive. Today, we are diving deep into the French Revolution and Napoleon.
Yeah.
We've got some really interesting historical accounts.
Right. So it creates this audiogram for you. And it's all part of the Adobe Express package. So it's free. It's free. I'm going to dive in deeper into podcasting with this in my next session. But I absolutely wanted to share this with you because, again, not only does it allow for us to edit the transcript, right? And also copy the transcript if you want to just provide a paper copy of it to them and have them read it. But it also creates that audiogram. It's absolutely amazing. Now, one thing I have asked Adobe, I had the pleasure of going to the Adobe offices in San Francisco last week, is the ability for you, the teacher, to come in and add more text. And it would read it as the audio that's already been recorded. It'll mimic their voices. That was my hope, but at the moment, not yet. You can amend text so that it appears differently on the audiogram. You can delete text so it erases that exact part of the audio itself. But you cannot add new text and then have that text read, at least not yet. But I definitely wanted to share that with you. So what I want you to do, I always like to have an activity. And my last session, there was quite a bit of activity. What I would like you to do is I'd like you to head on over to NotebookLM. I want you to select Create New Notebook. And I want you to add something to it, whether it's a Google Doc you already have, whether it's a YouTube slide that you have, something. Okay, I want you to add. I want you to add to it. And then all I want you to do is come over here to the Customize feature. And I want you to say, please create me a podcast. It could be in a different language, in Spanish, that focuses on, and I want you to give it some instruction. Once the once the audio is completed, you have two things you can do. One, you can download the audio, come over here underneath Sci-Fair Padlet, and then under audiogram or audio overview, you're just going to click plus, put in your name, and then you're going to attach that file, that audio file. That's number one. Or if you want extra credit, you're going to download that audio file. You're then going to go to podcast.adobe.com. You're going to click upload. And you're then going to place in that audio file and have it upload. Right now, mine is saying there's a problem uploading the audio. I think I'm just using too much bandwidth at my house. So hopefully it's not giving you the same issue. If it is, let me know. I will contact Adobe and say, I was doing this and this happened, just so that see if there's a bug there. But hopefully you can add it. And then what I'd like you to do is just do a quick peruse over the transcript. And then I want you to hit export and then create that audiogram. So we do have about 4 minutes for you to do this. 4 minutes for you to do this. Todd, while they're doing this, you can go ahead and put the code up. Actually, no, because I'm sharing a screen. So, well, let's give them a few minutes. Let's see if they can do this. Again, you're going to open up a new notebook. You're going to add some sources. Once those sources have been added, you're going to go to customize, say what kind of audio overview you want. You can even say you're going to act as comedians and make this as funny as possible. You can do that as well. And then you can go from there. While you're doing that, I'm going to take a look at some of the questions and I'm going to see if I can answer them. Once you've done a few things in the chat, how do you get a mind map? Awesome. So let's see, Michelle, to get a mind map, at the bottom, you see where it says add note, audio overview, there's mind map right down there. And then when you click on it, you'll see off to the right-hand side under studio that it's generating the mind map for you right there. And then once it's done, you'll get this. It's best if you use it in this interactive way, but there is a download option, and it downloads it as a PNG, as I believe it's all expanded. The mind map is, so it downloads it as what you have currently open on the screen. So you can open up the mind map to the point that you want. You can then download it and then share that with your kids. But these mind maps to me are best when they're used in the interactive session. All right, a few more minutes. Again, you're adding your resources. You're then going to have it create that audio overview for you. You can either just download that audio overview by clicking download, or you're going to download it no matter what. Then you're going to bring it into the podcast. You're going to upload it as that audio file. And then you're going to then create that audiogram. Don't forget, once you've uploaded it as an audio file, there is going to be a button up here that says show transcript. You have to click that show transcript button before you go to export and generate the audio overview or audiogram, because it needs the transcript first. Okay, it looks like it's taking it now. That's fantastic. So keep on working, few more minutes, and then you can post those into the Padlet as well. And then Todd, as soon as this one is done uploading, I'm going to show them where that transcript button is, and then I'll pass the screen back over to you. But if you'd like to ask any questions while we're waiting for this to go, please go ahead and shoot, and then we can share that code to them.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions. I think you've answered them. I will say that for Sci-Fair employees, if they are getting into the Adobe podcast, you need to go into ClassLink first. You need to sign into my.cfisd, and you need to authenticate that way. You just can't go into podcast.adobe.com. You won't be able to get in that way.
Excellent. I appreciate that clarification. It's because it's all through the single sign-on that you guys have. So it has to make sure that you've been authenticated. So very good. And so you can see that it's transcribing the French Revolution podcast right up here. And then as soon as that transcript drops, then you can make any edits you want. That's when you go to export and then generate that audiogram. There it is. It's all there. And if you just want to edit, you click anywhere to edit. Click and edit. And it goes through. Under export, you have the audiogram there at the bottom. And then you can create the audiogram right there.
Hey, Joe, have you found any time limits to the audio that can get transcribed?
I have not. I've done ones all the way up to an hour. And it just takes longer, of course. But there at the moment, I have not seen a time limit. What I've also seen people do is they'll come in and they'll do the customized. I want you to focus on this. And then they'll generate the podcast. They'll bring it in here and then do this thing. And then they'll come back and they will delete the conversation and then customize it again. Now I want you to focus on this aspect. And then they'll grab that audio and they will upload that audio again. So they'll do like a mega podcast in here to get exactly what they want. So I've seen that. I didn't want to share that because that does take quite a bit of time, but it is pretty interesting. All right, so it is about that time. Todd, do you want to go ahead and take over the screen and then go ahead and showcase that that code?
All right, guys, this is 2 o'clock session code here. Make sure you write that one down and you have that one for the end of the day. And I know that we're going to be going into a little bit of a break here, and then we'll go into the 3 o'clock session. And right after that 3 o'clock session, if you will just hang out, I want to walk everyone through just getting the attendance codes in so that you make sure that you get your attendance and get that taken care of right away. We don't want you to wait to submit those. We want you to be able to get them in right away so that you can just leave the digital learning conference with just a clear mind, knowing that you have input all your attendance codes. So please write that down, ready to do that at the end of the next session, which can't believe we have we're almost to the end of the second day of the DLC. It's been a fast and furious 2 days with a lot of great learning. All right, I'm going to leave this code up for about 10 more seconds. Please write that down. And then we have one more session. Joe, a little teaser for the next session. What are they going to be learning?
Yeah, so we're going to be diving into some of our creative tools that are available at Cypher. So we're going to be diving into the differences between Canva and Adobe Express. I'm going to show you the similarities. I'm going to show you the differences. I'm going to also give you some things that teachers have told me about why they like Canva or why they like Adobe. But the big key is it's about technique, right? So like if I'm showing you something in Adobe and you're like, but I can do that in Canva, do it in Canva, right? You use the tool that best fits you. But I'm going to show you some different techniques to get some creativity out of kids, create some real cool templates and videos and just fun stuff all around. That's what we're going to do.
Excellent. Any final things on this session that you want to just clear up?
Yeah, so that again, NotebookLM at the moment, because it is teacher facing at the moment, it is really imperative that you do this as like a class discussion. Open the NotebookLM. You already have added in your resources and have the kids ask questions. Hey, you're gonna ask the bot a question. What do you have a question about? And you, the teacher, type it in so that they can see what's happening. And if you could, as the teacher, pull more context out of the kids. Well, what do you mean by that? Be more articulate. How do you want to ask that? Because now we're teaching prompt engineering through conversation. And so when these do get turned on for students down the road, they have a better understanding that they have to be more articulate with their ask instead of just being superficial with it.
I think that's a huge key, All right, guys, we're going to take another break. So 8 minutes, go stretch your legs. The final hour of the DLC, looking forward to it. Joe does not disappoint. He's going to bring some really great information to us and some more tech tools. And we'll see you in 8 minutes back here for our final session of the Digital Learning Conference.
Excellent. See you then.
Website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame on your Promethean panel console. Select the Applications icon. Click on Online Update Now if there are any updates needed. After the updates have been installed, the button will turn gray. The latest updates have already been installed. Regularly check if your panel needs an update. This helps maintain optimal performance.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
You can quickly open multiple bookmarked websites from a folder. Simply right-click the folder and select Open All. Your websites are open and ready for the day.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference. Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities. In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge. Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference. There is truly something for everyone.
Did you know you have CFISD EdTech help right from your bookmarks bar? Click CFISD Bookmarks, then click EdTech Help. Here you can access EdTech help and tips 24/7. Our website has all the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write down the code and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the attendance codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and you have until 11:59 p.m. each day to submit your codes for credit.
Did you realize you can choose what Google Chrome opens every time you start up? All you have to do is come to the three dots in the upper right, go to the settings, and then on the left, choose On Startup. You have three options. You can open the new tab page, continue where you left off, or open a specific page or set of pages. Continuing where you left off does exactly that. See if this saves you some time.
It's really easy to check if there are any updates for your Promethean panel. Simply click on the flame on your Promethean panel console. Select the Applications icon. Click on Online Update now if there are any updates needed. After the updates have been installed, the button will turn gray. The latest updates have already been installed. Regularly check if your panel needs an update. This helps maintain optimal performance.
The EdTech team would like to thank our partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some amazing prizes. Campuses at each level will be able to choose a prize package that best meets their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboards, headphones, charging towers, and many different types of robotics. Don't forget to submit your attendance at the end of each day. Also, fill out your feedback form for one of these fantastic packages.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the very last session of the DLC, our second day. We are glad that you're here hanging out. I see 420 people in the YouTube channel right now to see this last session, and really an awesome session. We're going to have Joe Marquez talking about unleashing the creativity in the classroom. And if you've been hanging out with us for the last two sessions, you know that Joe really brings it, and he gives us a lot of great information and ways that we can practically use these things in our classroom. So if you don't know Joe, Joe's been just somebody that's been here in Cyfair, a friend to Cyfair for a very long time. We've had him here for DLC even when we were face-to-face. For virtual, we've had him come in during EdTech Lives. And so he's very familiar with Cyfair, and we're very familiar with him. And we know that he brings very valuable instruction and training to Cyfair. So one of the things about the things that he shares is that he's done this with staff and students. It's not something that's philosophical or just like, hey, I just thought this up and this should work in the classroom. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of that out there. He's really doing it with staff and students. So right now he's an instructional technology specialist at Clovis Unified. I want to keep saying United. I don't know why. Unified, and doing the work out there with teachers and students and doing it. He has worked in industry and in ed tech companies, but he found his way back to the classroom with staff and students, and to be able to share all his knowledge there. So we are glad that he's here hanging out with us. We're going to go ahead and bring him in for this last session. And what I want to say is when we get to the end, and whenever we get to around the 350 mark and we end this session, if you'll just hang out with me just for a little bit, I want to go over some housekeeping things just to make your life a little bit easier. Make sure you get all the attendance and all the hours that you need to get. So if you'll give us that time, we'll make sure that we do all those. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring Joe on. Joe, come on into this last session, man. I hope you're ready to bring it. I know you've been going. Hopefully you got to stretch a little bit, got some water and hydrated, and you're ready to go.
I'm ready. Let's do this. You know what, Todd, one of the hardest things to do is present right before lunch, and then also be the last one to present in an entire conference, right? And so I hope that, I know that the lunch is digesting and you might be a little bit, I hope I bring enough energy to spark you up, get you hyped up, and take some of these cool things as we go through. Todd, before we get started, Todd, I want to ask you, have you ever used Canva or Adobe Express in your professional avenues as being tech director in Sci-Fair?
Yes, I've used them both. Used them, yeah, both. We have a great partnership with both of the vendors. This summer, and it's still going. We put Adobe Express and some things that students could do. It was a self-paced technology kind of camp inside of Schoology. And so students have been in there, and it's been really good to see the students in there and activating it.
No, I love that, because I always get asked the question, are you team Adobe Express or are you team Canva? And my response is, I'm team educators. I'm team students, because they both are great at sparking creativity, or at least showcasing that creativity can be used in the classroom. And then you proved it outside the classroom as well. So everybody, that's what we're going to be focusing on today. We're going to be focusing on creativity in the classroom for student use, but also for your professional use as an educator. And I can't even scratch the surface of what can be done in Adobe Express and Canva in a 50-minute session. And in fact, it's very difficult to even pick some of my favorite things to share that we've been doing in the classrooms. But this is what I want to do. I'm going to showcase some things that we have done at the elementary level. And not to like put it away from our secondary folks that are in the YouTube, but I want to show you that even at an early age, students are craving creativity. Students want it. And students are creating now, in Minecraft, right? At home, in Roblox. They are creating, they're amazing. And we need to give that power to them in the classroom. So I want to show you the tools. I'm going to show you a couple differences, some similarities between them. But I want you to know right off the bat, I'm not team Adobe. I'm not team Canva. I'm team you. Okay. So if you see me show something that is in Adobe, and you're like, well, you can do that in Canva as well. Yes, you can. Right. If there's anything specific that Canva does that Adobe doesn't do, I'm going to point that out. If there's anything specific that Adobe does that Canva doesn't do, I'm going to point that out. And because there's so many updates that happened at ISTE with Adobe, and so many updates that happened with Canva, I may be wrong on a couple of those points. And please feel free to mention that in the chat. That like say, oh, actually, that was actually added this summer. I would love for you to do that, because I love to learn along with the audience. I also want you to know that my heroes in this world are educators. I became a teacher because teachers changed my life, and I wanted to do the same. And so that means every educator that I ever meet, to me, is the most wonderful person in the world. And that means we're best friends. And that means if you have any questions, any comments, any concerns, anything after today on any of the sessions plus this session, please email me. My email is here, joemarquez70@gmail.com. Please make sure you contact me with any questions that you have. As long as it's not asking me for money, because I don't have a lot of that either. So let's go ahead and get started as we go through this. And please ask your questions along the way, and I'll do my best to answer them as we go through. So as Todd says, I am a Clovis instructional technology specialist. Everything I'm going to show you, we've done in class. We've done with kids. And I have taken their constructive criticism and made adjustments to different things so that they feel empowered to be creators of that content. And I want you to know, it's not about the tech, it's about the technique. So it's not about what I'm doing in Adobe. It's not about what I'm doing in Canva. It's the technique I'm using to pull creativity out of students. And so I'm going to show you a couple things that we've done, how we've done it, and the reason why we've done it. Not so you can emulate it. If you want to emulate it, by all means, right? Take it, remix it, reuse it, do whatever you need to do. But I want you to know that this is for you to just be sparked, like, oh, I can do this, or oh, I do it this way, but now I can do it this way. I want you to take what you're already doing and then remix it with Adobe or remix it with Canva. Okay, because you don't have to start from scratch. Because you're an amazing educator to begin with. Technology doesn't make an amazing educator. It makes amazing educators even more amazing, is what it does. You know what I mean? So it's not about the tech. It's about the technique. It's about the application. It's about the project. You make it special. The tech just amplifies what can be done with it. Okay. And I also want us to understand, a lot of times people think that technology makes things easier for kids. Well, you know, if you grew up in the 80s and you had to carry around a giant VHS camcorder to make a video, yes, tech does now make things quite a bit easier, right? But we don't want to take away the rigor needed to learn. We don't want to take away the critical thinking process in order to learn, right? And so I heard something at an Adobe Summit this past week where somebody was talking about they want to make sure that the work being done is still hard, but fun. And so they called it hard fun. And so I kind of re-engineered it to say rigorous fun, because in our district, we use the word rigor quite often. And so we want to make sure students are still doing the work, still doing the heavy lifting, right? In the end, though, it's fun that they get to make a video on what they've learned. They get to make an infographic of what they've learned. They get to make their animal come to life and speak after everything they've learned about that animal, right? That's what we want to come from. So rigorous fun, still learning, still doing the work, but there's a fun aspect to it in the end. So I want to go over a couple differences between Adobe Express and Canva so that we can kind of see the differences between the two. So number one, Adobe Express, the tools, they're designed for schools, and privacy is at the forefront. Okay. It allows students and teachers to create graphics, videos, web pages, posters, basically anything, right? All in this one tool. And I'm going to show you a couple of different ways to do it. But here's the fun thing about both Adobe and Canva. I don't consider myself an artist, right? A creative artist. Adobe and Canva allows me to play in that pool of artistic creativity that I couldn't do on my own, right? So instead of saying that's not for me, I say, oh, bring it closer, let me see. So hopefully this sparks a little bit of, oh, I can do this as a teacher and as a student. Everything that you make in Adobe Express is integrated through the Adobe Cloud system. So like if you're making if you make an image in Adobe Express, you can then use that image in an Adobe presentation, right? Everything is transferable from one to the next. And then tons of templates made by teachers, templates made by Adobe creative staff. There's tons of templates that can be used in there, right? If some of you are saying, wait a minute, Canva does that too. Yeah, it does. And I'll get to that in a second. A couple specific things that we love Adobe Express for. It allows for character animations. The kids can write a script, they can write a narrative, and they can animate a character to be speaking that. All the work is accessible in other Adobe products. There's guided activities that teachers can give to students that help them learn different aspects within Adobe. I'll show you a couple of those as well. Adobe Podcast. Ooh, I sure hope we have time to get to that. It is a new tool that is available through the Adobe Express platform once you've logged in the correct way, that allows students to make podcasts with transcripts. And you can have two students in different rooms doing the same podcast. It's really cool. A lot of cool things can be done with that. And then there's great educator resources and Learning Academy pages that if you want to dive deeper into how do I use this for this, or how can I make this, it'll teach you in short videos. Okay. So that's Adobe Express. Canva for Education. Again, it's fantastic for K-12. And it's and a lot of the premium features that the outside world has to pay for, it's available in the education edition of Canva. Just like Adobe Express, students and teachers can create presentations, infographics, videos, flyers, worksheets, comic strips, interactive activities. So many different cool things can be done in Canva. I think one of the only things that Canva can do, they can't do that Adobe can, is make a web page, right? Adobe has the option to make a web page. You can include this with collaborative editing. You can share a document and edit. It integrates with a lot of LMSs. I have to double check to see if it integrates with Schoology, but I'm pretty sure it does as well. And then finally, lots of libraries of templates, graphics, fonts, everything that you need to get started is available there. I would say that the teachers that have used both, they say they prefer Canva when making things for their students. They prefer Canva as their creation tool, not necessarily as their collaboration tool, not necessarily to push out assignments to students, but they love to create in Canva. They say it's easier to use and more intuitive, is what teachers I've talked to have said about the Canva platform. There's hundreds of pre-made templates in there. The AI suite that is embedded within Canva, it's a click of a button and it shows you all the different things you can do with AI in one singular place. So that's pretty cool. And then they also have a design school, kind of like the Learning Academy that Adobe has, except the design school is like tucked away and hidden. So I'm going to show you where those are as well. Okay, so let me show you really quickly some of these differences here. So here's the Adobe splash screen. They've changed it up. If you have not logged into your Adobe Express for Education account since the end of last year, there's been a complete redesign to this homepage right up here. And you can see your generative AI image is right there, just like it's always been, but you can create a poster, a video. Very easy, much easier to find the activity you want to do right off the page. You can see down here in the corner, that's where your educator resources are. And then right above it is your Learning Academy. I call it the Learning Academy. They call it Learn. I just like the feeling that I'm in an academy when I do it. So like if you click on the educator resources, this is where you find those guided activities. I'm going to show you one of them as we go through this, but you have all these here. You have examples of visual poems, book trailers, class surveys, a whole bunch of different examples of things that can be done in the classroom to get you started. Sometimes I think the energy for creation happens when you see examples from others. And then plus Adobe, every month they have an Adobe challenge, a different template you can hand out to your kids and they can do that challenge together. If I look over here on Canva, I can see almost a lot of the same things. All of my past designs, my recent designs are all found over here. And you can see I use Canva very often. I just like the teachers are saying where they use it more for their personal design and creation. I would say I'm kind of the same way. I use a lot of Canva to make my creations, my posters, everything that I do for my teachers. I probably go to Canva as my first go-to for that, right? To me, it feels more warm and cozy, I guess you can say, for me to say it. If I jump over here into templates, all those templates can be found right over here so that you're not starting from scratch. A video template, resume template, doc template, all of those things right over here. You can see education specific templates right up here as well. Okay. And then I love their multi-design sets. This is brand new where you come in and you ask it, I need 4 different things for this particular project and it will make them for you. Right. So that's pretty neat as well. Here's the Canva AI right over here in the corner. So if you click on that, you can come in here and say exactly what you want to bring to life, right? Please design me a set of materials to be used in a focusing on animal cells. And then we can see what we get from something like that, right? And it'll come up here thinking, and just like we saw in ChatGPT, it creates some options, and then first output, let me hear everybody say it in the chat, is the worst output. Let's say it again. First output is the worst output. Yes. And so you can do follow-up prompts to say, oh, I like what you did here, but I want this changed. I love the fact that you can ideate within Canva. And then finally, the design school. You have to come all the way down here to the bottom underneath your account and then scroll down. And then you can find, oh no, yeah, there we go. We have our Reimagine Learning for help, but also it's under help and resources. And then you have your design school. You see how it's tucked away all the way down. There's your design school. And that's where you can go and learn how to learn the ins and outs of the different things that you can do in Canva, right? So marketing, AI in the classroom, all these cool things that you can do in here. So you can see very, very, very similar. Okay. But there's one thing I truly want to make sure I focus on, and that's classroom. I believe the power of these tools comes when you can create something in a template format and then push it out to your students to all work on it at the same time, their own individual things. They both can do it. I've had teachers do both because I want to hear their response from it. Like, what do you think? What do you think? And this is what I've been told. The experience in Canva to push things out, it's super easy, super smooth. But when you get the things turned back in, it's all over the place, is what they tell me. Because if you have, let's say you have multiple periods, right? You have to create a different period for each class. And then let's say you have multiple assignments in each of those periods. They're all over the place, right? They're not housed under individual assignments. So let me show you what I mean by that, right? So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to click on classwork right here. Okay. Now I didn't ask Todd or Danielle about if students are auto rostered or not, right, into these classes. But if they're not, you can always get them added in, right? Let me see. I have to change. Am I at Century? Yeah, I'm at Century. So here's like the assignment tab right over here. And then if I wanted to add more people, you can create a design and you can add them to your classes. To me, it's just not as intuitive as the way that I would go about, making it in Adobe. Let me show you the Adobe side of things. Okay. They have what is called classrooms. I click on it right away. It shows me my different classes right away. So like if you're a secondary teacher, you can go period 1, period 2, period 3, and you see them right away. Okay. Let me go into a class that we've done multiple assignments for. So I'm going to come in here to Ansel's class, grade 2. You can see that I then have it separated out by assignment. I just love the way that Adobe trees out the things. Okay. So I would assume if you're doing classwork as an elementary teacher, it probably won't be that big of a deal because you're probably doing one assignment at a time. But if you're in secondary, it might start getting overwhelming. That's what I've been told. With Adobe Express, it is kind of treed out a little bit better. Here's another cool thing that you can do with these classrooms, right? You can actually, if I come over here to the classroom, I can add a co-teacher here to the class, right? And so I can type in the teacher's name and I can add her to my class, put in her email, and now we can both see the class from our classrooms tab. It's great if you have, let's say, a push-in teacher that maybe has like 5 kids on their caseload in your classroom. They can then check those students' work right in there. It's also great if you are doing kind of cross-curricular. Let's say you're in secondary and you're creating, you're in a design class, but maybe the science class wants to do a research paper. And so you're grading the design portion and then your science teacher is grading the research portion, right? 2 different grades, same assignment, cross-curricular activities can be easily done here in the Adobe Express. Okay. But here's another cool thing, just really quick. And then we're going to get started with some of the examples. All right. I'm going to click on this rainforest activity and I'm going to keep it open because I'm going to show you some examples, but look what I can do. So this right here is my teacher dashboard. But what if I wanted the parents or the students or everybody to see this rainforest narrative? I can create a gallery, which I can then share out via QR code so that people can come in and see the student and play that as well. What I've asked for, and you know what, we don't get if we don't ask, right? What I've asked for is an easy way to generate a QR code for each and every one of these. Because I had a teacher last semester ask if I can, because the kids wrote their narrative out. That was part of the assignment. They had to handwrite their narrative out, and that's what they read here. And she wanted to put the QR code at the bottom of each narrative so that the parent can read the narrative, scan the QR code, and then watch their student's video. I had to do it one by one in order to fulfill that request. But we're hoping Adobe will say, oh, let's create, a 1 page of all QR codes for all the kids. That would be fantastic. Okay. So let me talk a little bit about this assignment. So this assignment was not created in a single day. We had multiple things that we did, a multi-step process to get this done. And the first thing we did was, I'm going to come here to home. And again, I'm going to show a lot of this here in Adobe Express, but please know a lot of this stuff can be done over here in Canva. Okay. I know this. Okay. Again, I'm just showing Adobe Express because this is where I did a lot of my elementary work with my teachers. Okay. So what I did was, I did an activity with my students. I went in and I wanted them to understand that they are creative, they are powerful, but their words matter. And so I did an activity. I used Nearpod for this, but you can easily make a presentation in Canva or Adobe. And I call this the power of adjectives, adverbs, and similes. And they learned, of course, what, adjectives were, the fluffy cloud, right? They learned what an adverb was, quickly, across the sky. They learned what a verb, they learned all of these things. And I had them write sentences. And they wrote these sentences on a piece of paper and they read them to each other and adding on to it each time, right? I saw a unicorn. I saw a sparkling unicorn. I saw a sparkling pink unicorn. I saw a sparkling pink unicorn with a golden horn. They kept on adding to it, okay, until they had a perfect descriptive sentence. And once they had a perfect descriptive sentence, we went into the generate with AI and they typed their sentence right down here, just like that. So for example, here is one a student made right down here. There we go. And so you can see under generate image, I'm going to click on it. This is what the student wrote. I saw a giant cartoon grizzly bear standing on 2 legs, riding an out of control skateboard down the path. He was clumsy, swinging his arms to regain his balance, and his face is in shock, but his actions are futile. This has to have been 3rd grade. Because I don't think a 1st or 2nd grader would have used the word futile. And I think the only reason they used that word is because I used it in class. But it generated this, right? And so we played around first. They played around with understanding how to generate images with context. This was our introduction to students with prompt engineering. I did this a couple times. We did it again and again and again and again. Okay. And so when the time came to do our activity let me find out where I am. There we go. When the time came to do our activity for the classroom rainforest project, the kids knew exactly how to create these images right over here. Okay, so let me click on this right over here. And you can see over here, We have our rainforest animal. Here's our jaguar. Here's the student's name. They generated this image all on their own, being able to articulate exactly what they wanted. The only other direction I gave them is say, looking at the camera at the end of your sentence, because I wanted the animal to go right in there. Okay, so we did that right off the bat. But then they needed to learn how to make a mouth and make that mouth move. That was the cool thing, right? That was underneath our guided activities. So underneath guided activities, there is an activity right here that shows the students to take their generated image and embed a mouth over it. And it has a walkthrough video, step by step.
In this project, you will use generative AI to create a fun Let's Get Started package or write your own prompt to generate. Under the character, open the category.
So I did model it for them once, but then I had them go through and they learned on their own. And you know, this was second grade. And we had 3 superstars in that class. They got it right away. And I said, you are my helpers. You're going to go around and help anybody who has any questions. And they got it. And then once they did it, they had already written their narrative. That was a part that their teacher had them do ahead of time. And once they wrote their narrative, then we had the students finish this classroom assignment of the rainforest. And we can now see our students reading these things. So here's one. So let's play it.
Strong. They have no winters. Nobody can beat jaguar. A jaguar like me, I eat a bunch of food out there, but my favorite food is meat. The only person that could.
All right, so it's second graders, right? Learning how to do this for the first time. They're just using Chromebooks, no specialty microphones, nothing. And the majority of this they learned on their own after I modeled it for them once and then asked for help every once in a while. And I think they did a fantastic job. I said they had to do it, you know, under a minute. It had to be under a minute to get their narrative in. And during open house, the parents were just super excited that their kids were able to do something like this. Again, one of the reasons I love doing it in Adobe is it automatically separates out the assignments and then automatically gives you a gallery view so you can easily showcase these for anybody that wants to see. Super amazing, super cool, super interesting along the way. But wait, there's more. I'm going to show you something that we are just starting this year. And I want to hear your thoughts on it. Okay, I want to hear your thoughts on it. And I want you to know that this is all in our Padlet. Right over here. It's all in our Padlet underneath creativity in the classroom. And it is linked as a class talk. Okay. Right over here. And so I do have the Adobe Express version right there. And then I also have the Canva version down here. This is what they look like. So here's the Canva version. And all I've done is I've created a video with a blank screen. There's no video on there just yet. And this is called Class Talk. And it's supposed to mimic TikTok. It's supposed to be very similar to something you would do as like an exit ticket or culminating activity. And so what we're going to start using these for is we're going to start using it as character studies. So, and we're going to start using this all the way down at second grade. And students are going to read a book and they're going to pick a character and they're going to imagine if you're that character and this happened to you, what would be your TikTok after that chapter is over? What would be your TikTok after the book was done? What would you say in 60 seconds or less? And the kids are able to jump in and do that right here. right? And it says right there, place the video here, send it back 5 times for correct placement. And that just shows them that it's layered and it'll be put in the back. Super, super cool. I want to show you this one as well. So I made one in Adobe, and this one is more size accurate. I may go back and amend my Canva one to make it more size accurate as well. But we have it right here. Here is the class talk. And I'm going to show you how I did this because I'm going to ask you to do this as well. I think for ease of use, I would recommend you using the Adobe version. But also, you know, it could be anything else. Okay. So again, that is going to be found, because I'm going to give you a couple minutes to do it. It's going to be found right here underneath the creativity in the classroom, class talk, right there. You just make a copy and you're going to do it. All right. So this is what you'll see when you get it. If I zoom in, you see where it says replace image. I had to hack Adobe in order to get that, because they don't actually have an image placeholder like Canva does. Canva does an amazing job with image placeholders, video placeholders. Canva is fantastic with those things. With Adobe, I had to work around a little bit. And if we have time, I'll show you how I did that. But the cool thing here is all of these are locked. So kids cannot delete or change any of these things. But they can change their username, right? They come in here and they just double click and they can change their username down there. And then they will replace the text to give an overview of what the video is going to be about. Just a quick overview of the video. So that's part of the assignment. Okay. I'm going to quickly make a copy of this. So I'm going to duplicate just so I don't mess up. I'm going to call it CF for Sci-Fair. There we go. I'm going to hit duplicate. Just like that. And I am going to turn off my camera off of the Zoom because I might not be able to use my camera in 2 places because I don't have my Mac anymore. All right, so here we go. So here it is. Here's the video, and watch what I do. First thing is, I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to replace my image. I'm going to click on the replaced image. Notice it locked. It says the image is locked, but I can still replace it. So I'm going to select replace image. I'm going to upload it from my drive. Here's some cool pictures I have. So I'll click this one. No, let me click this one. There we go. I'm going to hit open. And there we go. It now has my image being placed right there. There it is. Boom, I'm done. Excellent. I'm going to come down here to my username. And I'm going to say @Sci-Fair Rocks. Right there. And I'm going to come down here and replace this text to say, this is a great activity. There we go. And now all I do is come over to my media, videos, and record yourself. All right, there I am. All right, I'm gonna center myself. I'm gonna look at the camera. I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, this is a class talk. What's a class talk? Well, it is an activity for your classroom that mimics a TikTok. TikTok in the sanctity and the safeness of our classroom, all through Adobe Express and Canva, if you have that template as well. We can have students do book overviews, historical TikToks. What would George Washington say after he crossed the Delaware? Or we can have it as character studies. You know, what would the gingerbread man say after he was eaten by the wolf and the gingerbread man? This is a fantastic way to bring the world of social media into the classroom in an education way. All right, I hit stop. I'm gonna hit save recording. Now watch what I do. Okay, it's already in front. I'm just gonna make it bigger. Zoom out, there we go. I'm gonna make it bigger, just like a TikTok would be. Up, and then down to the white line. Done, and then all I do is right click and send to the back. Boom. I now have a TikTok. I now have a TikTok. Now watch when I hit play.
All right, everybody, this is a class talk. What's a class talk? Well, it is an activity for your classroom that mimics a TikTok. TikTok in the sanctity and the safeness.
All right. Now, for some reason, my voice sounds a little bit tinny, right? A little bit tinny. That's okay. I click on the video. I come over here to enhance speech. I'm going to click on that. It does its magical AI voice enhancement. Okay. It takes about 15, maybe 30 seconds, depending on how long the video is for you. Doing its magical thing. Done. Now let me hit play. It should sound a little bit more clear.
Of our classroom, all through Adobe Express and Canva, if you have that template as well. We can have students do.
So much more clear, right? So now watch what I can do. I'm going to now hit the download button. It's MP4. I don't need it to be at 1080p. I'm going to bring it down to 720 so it's a smaller file. I click download. It's starting the download. And then once the download is done, boom, I'm going to come over here to my Padlet. I'm going to find where it says class TikTok activity. I'm going to click plus. I'm going to put Joe 2 because I already put one in there. Click that upload button. There's the new class talk. Hit open and then publish. And as soon as it's done, you'll see it posted right down there. Just an easy way to do some amazing, cool things with your kids. But wait, what if you wanted to push this out to a class so that you can then have a class gallery of class talks? All I have to do is hit assign. Then I have to select my class. I'm going to go ahead and send it to my fake class, Joe Marquez's class. And it asks you, do you want the gallery to show so students can see each other's work? I absolutely do. Do you want to see some more controls you can have? You can. You can give instructions on it. You have your gallery. You have all these things. Excellent. I'm going to go ahead and click assign. Boom. You're done. Now you have your template right over here for your students to then begin working on. Really cool, really simple, and a really great way to create these templates as you go through that. And again, you can do the exact same thing in Canva, just like this. Again, I think I might adjust this to make it a little bit more TikTok authentic, and then I'll make sure I post that new version in the thing as well. But you can also hit share, right? And then if you just wanted to post this out, let's say in your Schoology, and not have to worry about using the class over here in TikTok, sorry, not TikTok, class over here in the classroom, and that you just hit copy, and then boom, paste that into your Schoology, and the kids can use the template and make their own stuff. So that's a cool way of doing that as well. Oh my goodness, only 10 minutes left. Time is just flying by, everybody. There's so many other cool things we can do. So like, if you wanted to, you can just click on this plus button to see all the different things you can do over here in Adobe, right? You can do a custom size square. You can do a video document. You can make a web page. If I click on this web page, this over here, fantastic for student portfolios. Fantastic for student reflection pages. It's fantastic for anything. And you have tons of templates already pre-made for you that you can just shoot off to your classroom, right? So let's say that you wanted to use this as a digital science journal. Here's one. Here's my research journal. I'm going to hit select. You can come in here, make any amendments that you want. But if you want your kids to have access to this, you click assign. And then push it out to your classroom. Just like I was showing you. Boom, done. Then it's there. Just a great way to have this portfolio of good work throughout the year that your kids can then upload to as they go. Really, really, really fantastic. If your school does anything with Avid, I know portfolioing is very big. Great way to create digital content in portfolios in that way. All right. So this is what I would love for you to do. We have 10 minutes left. I showed you a couple examples of what we do. Again, when I do whole class activities, I use Adobe Express. I think just the workflow and that stuff, amazing. When I make individual things, I use Canva. So I use both. So if people told me to pick one, I'd say no, because I pick both. Right? I pick both. I love them both. I think they both have their place in our approaches, in our toolbox. It's really fantastic. And you know what? Classwork, if this is something that you're like, you know, it works for me. Awesome. I'm so glad it does. Right? I don't want to say, what do the kids say now? Throwing shade. I'm not throwing shade at any of these apps. Just based on feedback from teachers, they say they would not use the classroom feature, classwork feature in Canva. It just doesn't work the way they want, but they do use the classroom feature over here in Adobe. But I wouldn't be surprised to see that classwork turns into classrooms, and each classroom that has its own classwork. Would not be surprised to see that in the future. All right. So what I would like you to do right now is I'd love for you to make a class talk. I'd love for you to navigate over to the Padlet, like I showed you. I'd love for you to scroll down to where you can see this, where it says class TikTok. You're going to click on it. Make sure that you're logged into your Adobe Express through Cypher's single sign-on. You're going to select Start New File. And then you're going to record your video just like I showed you. Download it, and you're going to place it over here into our class TikTok activity. If you don't get it done within our session, that's fine. I'd love to see your amazing faces as the day goes by. I'm going to be checking it constantly. So as we have about 6 minutes left, and I know Todd's going to take over, show you the code for this, and explain to you how to put all your codes in from the day to get your credit for those, I really want to show you Adobe Podcast. Okay, once you've logged into Adobe Express, you should be able to access this in that same exact way. Adobe has told us that they do have plans to incorporate Adobe Podcast as a button in Adobe Express. So fingers crossed that that happens. But let me show you how this could be done, right? So I'm going to select my projects over here. It shows all the different past projects I've done with my audio. I'm going to select new project right here. This is where the podcast studio comes into play, right? If you just want students to do a podcast of learning, think about an exit ticket, but a podcast exit ticket. That could be pretty cool, right? And this doesn't have to be done in a day. But imagine this is week 1. Reflections, right? Let's say at the end of every day, you want them to record a minute of reflection. All the kids do is hit start recording. Want to make sure the microphone's working. Oh, so today in class, we really learned about how to do creativity in the classroom. One of my aha moments was XYZ, but one of the things I need to really dive deeper into is ABC. I sure hope Mr. Smith covers those in the rest of the week, because I'd really like to see what is happening. Right, so I've recorded my audio. It is now uploading it to the platform, and it is automatically transcribing it as well. Cool thing about it is kids might get, flustered and pause or say, or have like those little ticks of what they say. They'll say like, they can easily go back in and delete, right? So any dot is a pause. So you see this dot right here. If I don't want there to be a pause, I just select it and hit backspace, and it deletes it. This has a text-based audio editor, right? So it's super cool. You like it. You can delete anything in here you don't like, and you're good to go. So that was day 1, right? So let's say I want to do day 2, okay? I can come in here and I can hit my record button again. All right. So this is now day 2. So I talked yesterday about XYZ, and Mr. Smith did teach us about that. So excited that he was able to come back and teach us that, because now I can really dive in to LMNOP, which is going to be super exciting to do. Stop recording. So now you have voice reflections, but as a podcast. The kids can create daily podcasts that turn into a weekly podcast. What if this was for the entire year? And at the end of the year, they have a year podcast. Oh my goodness. The joy and journey of learning all right here. But wait, there's more. What if you want the kids to actually do a podcast together? Maybe it's a historical podcast. Maybe they're just learning to do interview skills for certain things. You don't really want students to be talking into the same microphone. It could really kind of mess things up. So what you do is you have kids on their own computers. They're going to click, one student is going to create the podcast. They're going to click create shareable link. And then they would email that to the student or post that to the student. I can even come in here. I'm feeling a little bit spicy. I'm going to hit this plus button. I'm going to say podcast link. And I'm going to say, I'm going to put the link right here. I'm going to say, please add to the podcast and share a positive, reflective item you learned in DLC. It doesn't have to necessarily be from me, but positive in the DLC, and then hit publish. Now, if you click on that, you can join the podcast and you can record right in there with your parts. It's just an amazing tool. It silently rolled out, and a lot of people are finding it, but other people aren't. And then here's another cool thing. I'm really big into accessibility. And so if you made these podcasts and you want other students to listen to it, but maybe you have a couple deaf and hard of hearing students in your class, they're going to feel left out. That's where you can come over here to click export. You can select audiogram, and it shows a video of your reflective practices. So I'm going to hit create audiogram. And not only will it be the audio podcast, but the visualization of that audio podcast. And if you want to see what that looks like over here in the Padlet, underneath audiogram, you can hit play, and you can see exactly what that looks like right here on the screen.
Welcome back, everyone, to the deep dive. Today we are diving deep.
All right, so Todd, I think we did it. It is 7. It is. We are at the 49 points, and I know we end at the 50 point, and I know you have a lot of information to give these folks. I just want everybody to remember, creativity in the classroom is at your fingertips now with Canva and Adobe Express. And please do not ever think that it just means things are getting easier. We still want rigorous fun. We still want rigorous fun for our students. We still want learning and critical thinking to be at the forefront, but new creative ways to showcase their learning. And that's what we call rigorous fun. And don't worry if you're not an Adobe person or a Canva person, or you don't know which one to choose, because it's not about the tech. It's about the technique. It's about the learning. It's about the activity. That's what it's for. And that's what you have learned your entire life as an educator. So these tools just amplify the amazingness you're already doing. And just seeing the joy on the kids' faces when they get to be creators of the content, not just the consumers, is an amazing, amazing feat. So I want to say thank you to Sci-Fair for inviting me back. Thank you, Todd, for being a great host. And thanks everybody listening. Again, if you have any questions, my email's down at the bottom. Please contact me, because we are brand new best friends.
Joe, thank you so much for, again, coming and hanging out with us on this DLC. We always appreciate you being here and being a part of it. You always bring a lot of great excitement and information. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, my friend.